Yeah, but how do you get it, Globus?
You subtract
So let's say the zenith angle is 30.
You subtract it from 90.
So what do you get that 90 from? Are you saying, what is that 90 degrees?
Good question. Yeah. I got the 90 from a horizontal. Where did you get the 90 from on a globe?
But you're talking about, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the elevation angle on a globe Earth. Where are you getting that 90?
The elevation angle on a globe Earth, there's no such thing.
Okay, so therefore, when we measure the zenith angle on a globe Earth, we can just ignore the elevation angle because there is no such thing. There is a zenith angle,
There is such
but
thing.
there is no elevate. So there is a thing.
There is such thing, and in turn, that would mean that you have flat land below you.
But now you've changed your mind that there is such a thing.
Now you're saying, hold on. Now you're saying that there's flat. Yeah, now you're saying that there's flat land before you. And earlier, when I said that you try to debunk topography, you said no, I didn't do such a thing. Now you're saying the land is flat.
Do you not see the circles you're running here, Globus?
Are you talking about your bubble sextant, Moleman?
Sure. It doesn't matter. Whatever I use to establish.
You always say sure, but I don't know what that even means because you say sure and then you just go on to like another point. So I don't know if you're agreeing.
Globus, right now we're moving away from the point.
Every sentence.
You're moving away from the point that I just made. That you said there is no elevation angles on a globe, but there. Excuse me, but there is such a thing as zenith angle on a globe. So if we're on a globe and we measure a zenith angle, that's all we get. We don't get an elevation angle because, like you said, there is no elevation angles on a globe. So there is no problem. You've solved it for us. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, so we have the zenith angle. There is no elevation angle. Can we move on to the calculations now?
But you don't. The thing is, again, you don't measure the zenith angle with a sextant. Sorry.
Oh, so now you're going to change that point as well.
You do it with the bubble sextant.
It's so silly, Globus.
I do never change
it with the bubble sextant. You only measure the zenith angle with the bubble sextant.
Just quickly, hey Bacon, that little thing that you just dropped, which you have underlined, it turns out that it even works for curved surfaces. But the rest of it goes to understand this. You have to realize that the exact point the light hits the curved surface, the surface is facing a particular direction. You can see that direction by drawing a tangent to the curved surface.
Which is not a problem. We can just do that.
I'm not saying it is a problem. I'm not saying it is a problem.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that.
But unless you draw that tangent, you're not going to be able to work it out.
Well, this is saying you can do it like that. It's not a requirement. It's a way you can do it. Like there's no unicorn drawing tangents on the surface of a spherical mirror every time someone shines a light at it.
But to work out the angles, you need the straight lines to be able to work them out.
No, you can just.
Well, you do know that the way we talk,
if you want to.
The way we talk about curves in math is that there are infinitely many straight lines. You do know that concept. That's essentially what they're getting at there. It's only a concept.
You can have as many straight lines as you want to make a curved surface, Gummy, but you still have to draw straight lines.
Yep.
To determine. You still have to draw straight lines, right, to determine what an angle is. I don't know why you guys are actually fighting this point so strongly.
Because
it is a hill that you guys are dying on.
That's not a problem. I agree with that. You can draw a straight line to a tangent to a curved surface to get the angle. Sure. What's the problem with that? That doesn't imply that curved surface isn't curved. That's still a curved surface. So the fact that the Earth can be a globe would not at all prevent us from measuring angles.
No, you guys keep on proclaiming that all you need is just a straight line and a curved line, but you don't. You need more information. You have to add information.
No, that's not extra
Right,
information.
to work these things. You do have
That's
to add
not
information.
extra
Hold on.
You
information.
have to add a tangent. You've got to add a tangent line.
Yeah, that's not extra
to it.
information.
That's not extra information. That's just a
derived from the
reformation
curve.
of the information. Yeah.
That's
You
derived
haven't-
from the curve.
You are doing something else to that curved line other than
Agreed.
leaving it as a curved line. So you are
Agreed.
adding something. You are adding something to that curved line, right? Which is another straight line. Right, so you are adding a straight line to a curved line to be able to work out the angle.
But essentially, the equivalent of what you're telling me is I'm not adding carrot to the soup because I cut the carrot first. So it's actually cut carrot I'm adding to the soup, not carrot. That's the equivalent of what you're doing right now.
Sorry, what did you just say? Sorry,
that was bizarre.
I'm saying the equivalent of what you're saying is that I'm not adding carrot to the soup, I'm adding cut carrot. So because I've cut the carrot, it's now cut carrot. It's not carrot, it's cut carrot.
That sounds like a scroll.
So because we've done something,
back on for that.
Yeah.
So because we've done, you're saying that because we've done something with the information from the curve, like with the carrot, we've cut it.
No.
It is now something different. That is exactly what you're implying.
He's doubling down.
Yeah, Vinto, if you want to argue,
exactly what you're implying.
No, what you're doing is saying, I want to make carrot soup, but I'm going to use broccoli instead. That's what you're doing.
No, that would be extra information.
That would only be true if we could get broccoli from carrots.
Gummy bear.
Tripling down so badly.
Can you see the picture I'm just replying to myself right now?
Yeah.
With only that information in that picture, can you work out the angle in which that laser beam is going to reflect off the surface of the sphere?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Are you going to do extra stuff to get there?
Depends on what you mean by extra stuff.
Yeah, any calculation, any extra line.
There's no extra lines, but there's some calculations.
Do you use the gummy method?
Right, so that has information enough for you to know the angle.
Yeah,
right.
I could work that out in less than 2 minutes.
All right, there you have it, Bento.
No,
it's not extra information.
You got to add a tangent line to a
curved surface. No problem with that.
You have to add a line. So
no problem.
Just go with it. Cool. All right. So admit that you have to have two straight lines to be able to work out an angle.
Yeah, you can do that even for a curved surface, if that's what you mean.
The
I can do it.
Surface needs a straight line placed upon it to be able to work out the angle.
What I'm saying is, if I ask you the angle to a curved surface, you should be able to answer that. What you're doing to find out the angle is irrelevant, because you don't need extra information to do that. It's just the process of getting the angle. The question for the angle has an answer, which means there's an angle to that surface.
You can't get an angle with a curved line and a straight line only.
That's where you're wrong.
That's enough information. Yeah,
no,
that's
you
enough
can't,
information.
Because you have to have another straight line added in there, Gummy.
It's not extra information.
No.
You do.
You're disagreeing with Euclid right now. I don't think you're being intellectually honest when you disagree with Euclid. I trust you.
I care about Euclid, to be quite honest with you. I care about.
Let me give you an example.
So you don't like Euclidean geometry?
I don't even know Euclidean geometry.
Damn, okay.
Let me give you an example. So I have a zenith angle of 30 degrees. What's the elevation angle?
Look, I'm not here to do your little pop quizzes. I'm just telling you, with a curved line and a straight line, you need another straight line, right, to be able to register an angle.
It wasn't a pop quiz. It was an argument. If you don't want to answer, I'm going to answer for you.
We went through this 60 degrees. We went through it.
Yeah, so if you have
it's getting pretty stale. I was wondering how this sextant proves a shape.
If we can get past basic geometry.
The sextant alone changes nothing about the shape. It is in step 2.
I'm saying, how do you use a sextant to prove the shape of the Earth then?
Like I said, if we can get to step 2, once we have angles, then we can get to how it proves something. But you guys don't want to get past the first step.
You don't have angles. That's the whole point.
We do.
See, that's him not getting that's
See?
the first step.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't get past the first step. Sorry, mate. It's not
Oh,
gonna happen.
we just
3
proved you
hours
wrong
I know.
multiple times.
already.
Coriolis, anyone? Coriolis? Any takers?
If you don't believe in angles, why should we talk about Coriolis?
Now I don't believe in angles. Now we're just going.
said that? Oh my
just a
god, this
deflection.
bacon
Now we're
shit.
just diving off.
Every
Let's,
time we mention second step,
let's
we hear
take
that
up,
every
all right,
time.
guys. Let's take up JD's suggestion and try and move
Yeah.
along just a little bit. All right.
Thank
Try
God.
and move.
All right. So
What
what we do with the
talk next,
Zenith
Coriolis?
What we do with the Zenith angles?
Are we still going on about angles? Fuck me, dude. Didn't you just hear
I
what
think
the...
we can go on
No,
with
we already-
Coriolis. Do you agree
we
that
already
motion
measured
is
them.
relative?
Let's get past it. So
Alright,
let's
Ollie.
get past the measuring. we already measured.
No. We're tackling JD's query.
All right, JD.
I was
That's
just
what we're doing.
wondering if the sextant can be used to show the shape.
It can, like I said, but only in step 2, and we can't even get past step 1.
Yeah, you can't get past that one. Yeah, you're right.
We
All
can.
right, so
Everyone can except you, who denies angles on a globe.
yeah,
Who said he denies angles?
I said
On
on
a
a
globe.
globe.
He says angles don't exist to curved surfaces.
yeah, we just went.
Which is him disagreeing with Euclid, which shows that he's completely
Disagreeing.
incorrect.
Who said he
Disagreeing with law
disagrees with
refraction,
Euclid?
Disagreeing with Euclid. It's
That's the implication, because
normal lines.
Euclid has defined angles to curved
He never
surfaces.
said he doesn't disagree. He
No,
disagrees with
so
Euclid.
that is an implication of what he said, because
That's
he's
not an
saying
implication.
something.
I didn't.
Hold on.
No, it's not
Let
an
me
implication.
finish.
No.
He's saying that angles to curved surfaces do not exist. Euclid has written in his books that angles to curved surfaces do exist. So yes, that is by definition a disagreement with Euclid.
Yeah, but he accepts, Euclid geometry on the whole. What kind of argument is that?
So you're
Picking
saying
one little
he can
tiny
pick
thing.
and
Hey,
choose?
now let me finish talking. Let me finish
parts?
talking. Let me finish talking. So you pick one little thing, and then you say he doesn't. That's asinine, dude.
So he can pick and choose what parts of Euclid he wants to like and not like. But that's not him disagreeing with Euclid. That's just him pick and choosing Euclid.
Your
Let me take
angle
you something
thing
to
is not working out for you, and you are stalling, and you are not going on to the second part, is what you're doing.
We want to.
We want to go past the second part, but the second part requires angles, and he doesn't even accept that angles exist to curved surfaces, which is a big problem, because he's denying basic geometry. If you find me a singular person who works within geometry, who knows stuff within geometry, who will claim that angles do not exist on curved surfaces. I can tell you that if you do that, I'll make a freaking escrow for 10,000 like McToon did, and then we'll see if you can do it. Good luck.
Who cares, Gummy Bear?
Everyone cares, because if we want to move on to step 2, we need angles, and he denies that they even exist.
All right, well, let's just discuss step 2. Why don't we just discuss that?
How about that? Let's say you can get angles on a flat surface, right? We all agree that flat surfaces give you angles, right? So if we cannot go to step 2 on a globe, let's go step 2 on a flat surface. Let's see how that works. What about that?
Yeah, that's fine too. Are you okay with that, Globus? Is that within your acceptance level?
I think that's where the welcome to Flat Earth and end of conversation comes, right?
So now we have angles because we're talking on a flat Earth, so let's move on to step 2. Yeah? I feel like everyone should agree with that. Should be no reason for disagreement.
Globus?
Globus, we need to hear a yes, because in this day and age, silence isn't consent.
You shall not pass.
I don't think so.
Nah, I think he's gotten gone.
Take it up. Well, maybe you address things to JD, seeing as he was the one that wanted to go on with things.
Oh, I think JD also said, let me see here. When he was referring to that video, he said, let me see here. Okay, I said the video doesn't do over a flat surface, right? It explicitly shows the assumption of circular Earth. And JD said, despite even the creator saying that, it does though. Okay, so you think it does trilaterates over a flat surface? Is that the case, JD?
I don't understand the question.
If trilateration of celestial navigation is done on a flat surface, or better saying, a flat Earth.
Oh yeah, I was just commenting. I mean, he made like little comments that the Earth is not flat during the video. Did you hear him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when right in the first minutes when he
and he's doing all this over a flat surface.
Yeah, he makes
so it's kind of like I'm not using.
Yeah, the flat surface that he draws, he uses just to show that angles change with distance, and then he erases that and just do things on curved surfaces from now on.
Are you guys looking at the video I posted? Practical Navigator?
Yeah, it was pretty good.
How good's my... I don't know if you've seen my comment there where I corrected the shit out of him.
Oh, no.
It's the top comment. It's not the top rated comment, but it's... Oh, for me, it obviously appears at the top.
Can you...
Where because he says when he draws the surfaces curved, and then he's like, "But we don't use, when he's like, we use spherical geometry and spherical triangles." You guys would agree that he's not correctly representing a spherical triangle, right?
I don't know.
We'll check it out.
Watch that video.
Yeah, so when he's making the drawing, he's showing a simplified version so that you can understand it, or at least attempt to understand it. But he's explaining how it actually is done. Correct. You're correct on that.
Yeah, I'm awesome. I know.
Okay, so since you've learned celestial navigation and you still think this is taking place on a flat surface, can you show how it's done on a flat surface?
Can I show you what's that?
How you find your position on the flat Earth, giving angles and timestamps. So those are angles and timestamps. I'll make it easier for you and also get the GPS so you don't have to go to the almanac.
You're right. Yeah, like I said, when it comes to that section, I admit that it's not my forte. I haven't actually.
You said you could do it.
I could attempt to do it. Yeah, I'm sure I could.
That section is the one that's impossible on a flat Earth. So the fact that you don't know, that's mighty convincing.
Yeah, but the first step is the fact that's impossible on a globe, as we went through for the past 3 hours.
So it's not possible on either model, then? Is that your conclusion?
No, it's not. Why do you jump to such ridiculous conclusions all the time?
Because it's the implication of the words you say.
Insulting. It's just a way to insult you all the time.
It's the implication.
It's not an implication. You're just trying to be condescending. And it's just like
their identity. This shit's in their identity. They're going to insult you
for that, dude. If you want that sort of exchange, go to Gem Pandas.
Do you want the logical implication? Do you want it from A to B to C?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I've seen him in there.
Yeah. That's where he gets this attitude from, and that's all good, man. Like, that's fine.
Well, ad hominem is not the answer for the question.
Ad hom?
Yeah, you're talking about.
I'm showing that the implication of your statement gets a ridiculous conclusion, and therefore something about your assumptions must be wrong. That is what I've shown with this. If you don't want to accept that, that's on you. But that is what I'm showing. It's not an ad hom. It is a logical implication.
I never said it was.
You just said that I was ad hom. What?
No, I didn't. Ad hom was a word used
am
by
I being freaking gaslit here?
No, you're just not hearing things correctly, and you're not hearing who's speaking. Bacon said ad hom, not me.
Oh, you were talking about his attitude when he was asking you a question.
Yeah, okay, cool. But he's saying that I ad-homed him somehow.
Yeah, you did when you start talking about his attitude instead of answering the question, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't his attitude had nothing to do with his argument. I was saying that his attitude was just not appropriate for this server. I didn't say because of your attitude you're wrong. That would be an ad-hom.
Hold on. When you say my attitude, do you mean the tone of my voice, or do you mean the words that I'm speaking?
Both.
Both. So what words that have I said that is showing a negative attitude?
What you just said previously.
What?
That I'm coming to a conclusion that it doesn't work on any on any model.
So when I've said that the implication of what you just stated leads to it not working on either model, you're saying that that is a negative attitude.
This is called slippery slope, when you take something someone said and go to the extreme.
No. If you take what someone said and show them the logical implications of it, that's not slippery slope.
Slippery slope is a fallacy. You can use it to ad hominem someone too.
I know what slippery slope is, but that's not what that is. I'm not slippery sloping him by showing the logical implications.
Hey, I'm
of
not
his
going to
statement.
argue with you about arguing.
Then why are you bringing it up?
So let's argue about
For Christ's sake. Yeah, let's get back to the subject. Thank you so much.
Colbus, I sent you the GPs for both stars, so you don't have to go to the almanac, right? So what do you do with them?
Yeah, cool. So you have to give me some time to do this. I'm not going to do it on the spot.
Oh, okay, just tell me what you would do if you could instantly get the results of your calculations.
I need a plotting sheet. I need some lat-long coordinates, all of that.
Yeah, I already provided those.
Oh, well, thank you so much. Can I have some time to get back to you or not?
Oh, you can just tell what you would do.
It's a pop quiz,
I mean, I can tell you exactly how I would do, right?
Well, he's.
Can I get a recap? What are you asking him to do?
He wants me to trilaterate a position with the GPs that he's given me. But like I said, I need some time to actually get that position.
Okay.
To draw these circles of equal altitude,
Is
to
that
draw a
sufficient?
circular line of position and also a line of position. I'd need a bit of time to do that.
Are you gonna physically draw the lines of position, or are you gonna calculate them?
I'm definitely going to plot them on a sheet, so that would require some sort of physicality. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know that you don't have to do that? That there are calculation methods where you don't have to touch a piece of paper?
I may not have to, but I mean that's what most navigators do. I'd rather try to do it in the traditional sense. Yeah.
All right. Fair enough.
I was just gonna ask one thing. Don't use black boxes. Don't use calculations that you don't know what they're doing.
Oh, you don't want me to use 60 nautical miles per degree?
I want you to use that. That I want you to use. So you use 60
nautical
miles per degree.
If I do get it, then you're gonna what? So what?
Yeah, let's see how you do it. I don't think you can do that on a flat surface.
Because of the math.
Yep. And if you can give me a step-by-step that you think works on a flat surface, and it actually does work to give you the correct position, I'm going to use that and prove that Earth is actually a globe. I know exactly how to do that. I just need someone to describe me a method that works, which no one did so far. So I hope you can do it.
I may be able to do it. Yeah, I'll give it a go. Like I said, it's not my forte.
Because you know that if you agree with 60 nautical miles, right, and this trilateration is working on a spherical surface, it confirms the distances over a spherical surface. And we know those distances cannot be the same on a flat surface. So if 6 nautical miles per degree works on a sphere, it won't work on a flat surface. And if you work on a flat surface, it won't work on a sphere. And guess what? I checked on the sphere, and it does work. So good luck with this flat one.
Awesome. Did you seeing the video and the practical navigator video that I posted, how the guy that's an actual navigator says that you can do it on a flat plane.
Nope.
And can I ask a question here? I've never.
Can you give me the timestamp? We can evaluate that.
He doesn't go into actually doing it, but he says, look, it can be done, but we don't do it because the Earth isn't flat.
Does he say you can? I think I actually saw his saying the second part of what you said, that we don't do that because the Earth isn't flat.
I'll go on Deafin and I'll see if I can get the timestamp for you. He says it very briefly. It's like one sentence.
Mm-hmm.
He obviously doesn't go into it because he's a glober.
All right, so no method for flat Earth on that video, right?
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, can I ask a question here?
Go, Rakia.
The 60 nautical miles on your sphere, what distance would that be on a flat surface?
That's a great question.
Yeah, go ahead and answer it.
So 60 nautical miles is 60 nautical miles.
Right, I get it. But would it be shorter? Like if you took that sphere, you're saying it won't work on a flat surface, the distance would be different. What distance would you come up with on a flat surface?
It would be a distance. It would be a distance that depends on the tangent of the angle. It wouldn't be a linear, just a specific number per degree. Because that's how triangles work.
Yeah, let's take the 60 nautical miles you're saying only works on a sphere using this method. If you use this method and plotted it down onto a flat surface, how many miles would it be? Yeah, that's what I thought.
I didn't get the question.
That's not how that works, Woody.
Okay, well, you're saying that it's only possible on a sphere. Like it comes up and it says this angle is 60 nautical miles, right? You're acting like if you take the same angle on a flat surface, it would be some extraordinary number, like
no, that's
61 miles or 58 miles or 100 miles or whatever. Okay, so what would the distance be?
That wasn't actually what I was saying. Wouldn't make.
So it would be very, very similar. Like you couldn't even tell the difference, right?
No, that's also not what I'm saying.
If you did 100 miles.
Let me explain you the argument. Let me explain you the argument. When you're doing celestial navigation, you sight a star, you have the GP of that star. That GP is a position on the surface of the Earth. The zenith angle gives you the distance to that GP. So now you have a distance and you have 2 points.
Gotcha.
If you keep doing that, if you keep crossing points and distances, now you start to get a shape out of the surface.
No. Yeah, you're not understanding. Would you get the similar, very similar distance? Like, could you tell if you were on a flat surface using the same method, could you tell that the distances were different?
Yes, because
okay, so
I'm about to tell you how.
No, I want to be very specific.
Okay.
So if you on your model, if you get 60 nautical miles with whatever GP you're using, it tells you you're 60 nautical miles. How far would it be, or what distance would it be on a flat surface?
It wouldn't be a flat number per degree. Instead, it would depend on how far away you are from the GP.
Yeah, what distance? If you're 60 nautical miles from the GP on your surface, how many miles would you be away from the GP on a flat surface?
I don't know because I don't have the numbers. Because
you think it would be negligible?
No.
The difference is not.
Oh, here it comes. What about the guy who just made the statement? Can he answer? Wasn't it the guy who pretended like he knows everything about? No, I don't want you in this conversation. You weren't in it. I'm asking the guy who just made the statement. Because I'm asking.
In the way I will. Is it okay, Gummy Bear, if I offer an explanation, you choose whether you accept it?
Can Gummy Bear answer in his own way?
In the
hold on, right? I've already said I don't want eggshells.
Riding. Hold on 2 seconds, buddy. Hold on. Riding, Rakia and Gummy were having a brief little exchange. It's only lasted about 30 seconds. So can you just let them just play it out for
so he can now filibuster and demand that I not
I'm not trying to filibuster. I ask one question.
Can I just check, Bandy, before
this
that?
Is what Eggshell wants to do. This is why you're here.
When Rakia speaks up.
Haven't heard his voice in
Is that
30 minutes now. He's just blabbing into my conversation.
It's not a rule. They were having an exchange. So just let them have the exchange out writing. Okay, just let them have it out. Right, that's all. Okay,
fine.
And I specifically asked that guy, not you, Eggshells.
And my answer would be, I don't know at that specific distance away because I don't have a flat model that uses that shows anything about it. If I had more information, I could tell you, but I haven't been given that.
No, it wouldn't work.
I have. So I also modeled a AE map to do trilateration, and I use the site of stars that I took in my backyard, and using a globe, I got 3 miles away from my house, and using the AE map, I got 1,200 miles away from my house.
Yeah, you did something wrong then. That's my whole point. It would never be that different. You're only talking about the Earth is so big, remember? No.
If you fix one part, you screw up another.
Mm-hmm.
Eggshells, are you saying something?
It's not that there is a different set number of miles per degree. It's that it isn't set. The number of miles per degree isn't set on flat. It only works on round. That's why every angle measuring device that you use when you build things, Rakia, every time it needs to measure an angle, it is always in a circular shape because a circle is the only way to lay out a set number of distance to a set degree and stay in the same relationship. Otherwise, the closer a light in the sky gets to the horizon, the further and further you need to get it to go per degree.
That's just a degree, though.
You need to go a short distance, and then you need to go infinitesimally, logarithmic, whatever you call it, trigonometric curve function to go further and further the lower that light gets. So it's not that the number's wrong, it's that it could not be a set number in a flat world.
On a flat Earth, it differentiates between how far away you are, like I said before.
No, your calculations are based on a spherical model. I get it.
Incorrect.
But when you're taking the actual... You don't mind if I speak, right? I mean, what are you scared of, man?
Well, you're straw manning me right now.
No, I am not. I'm talking about on a sphere as large as what you're talking about.
Somebody not engage in the conversation.
Why don't you shut your mouth and let Rakia speak?
Let him finish. All right, and then if you don't agree, then come in.
Yeah, that would be the way a smart guy would do it, right?
Well, I don't appreciate blatant straw manning.
He's either being smart and interrupting on purpose, or he's dumb. So you choose which one you're doing, and please go on mute when I'm talking. I'll do the same for you. Deal?
No, I'm not. It's not a deal, no deal where I'm going to allow you to straw man. So
why don't you shut your bloody mouth and let him speak?
He runs.
Shut your mouth.
Yeah. If you're going to straw man and not.
Hold on.
Now we're talking about straw man.
Hold on. Right. Come on, Rocky. Get your point out, and then everyone just listen to his point and then reply to it, please.
My point is, if you take a circle that's so big, it appears flat, and you take a measurement from that flat surface, you're going to come up with a very similar number. If you're doing it any other way, then you're going to come up with an incorrect number. Don't tell me that the Earth is so big and you're taking you're creating a horizontal baseline and then taking a GP, getting the distance to a light above that surface and telling me it's going to be so far off because the surface is so big and appears flat anyway. For one, you're creating a horizontal line in the beginning, and then you're plotting down to the surface, but where you would plot down to each point wouldn't be that far off. You couldn't even, it would be so negligible, just like everything else.
Oh, it wouldn't be negligible because if you get the A map, for example, I'm not saying that's the way flat Earth is, but that's just an example I can use. The distances across longitude lines, they shrink as you go north on the globe, and they also shrink as you go south on the globe. In the A map, they actually expand when you go south. So if you compare the distances in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, they get vastly different. That's not a negligible difference. It's a huge difference that has a very big impact when you're doing trilateration. For example, I got Ruhif sites that he took in Australia, and I got to 1.5 kilometers from his house using a globe. The trilateration that I used on the A map resulted closer to Hawaii than to Australia. That is compared to 1.5 kilometers. I mean, that's a huge difference. And that's not I'm doing something wrong. That's the southern hemisphere being completely stretched on the A map.
So
Whatever
now
flat map you're going to use for a sphere, you're going to have some regions vastly distorted.
yeah, I agree. You have regions distorted on either map. I mean, they do it perfectly as a perfect circle on your on your model, which you say it's not. They say it's not perfect, but it's negligible. What do you mean? What I mean? The perfect circle.
So they say
they come up with it.
Yeah, so the difference between a perfect sphere, I assume, is what you're trying to say, right?
Yeah, that's what the calculations are based on, but it's also a calculation.
So what we say is that the difference between a perfect sphere is 0.3%, but the distortions that you get on the A map isn't just a couple percent. In some scenarios, it's several 100% off. So it's not negligible.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. No one agrees that the maps are perfect. I definitely don't. I can't verify it. I don't think anyone here has ever done. I've never used a sextant. I'll tell you that right now. I've seen it used. I think it works to navigate.
Yeah, but it works when you.
But I don't speak as an expert like y'all do. Have you ever used a sextant, sir?
Yeah.
To do what? Like
to find my position.
No, I'm not saying pointing at the sun. I'm talking about to navigate.
Well, I used to trilaterate a coordinate.
No, that's not what I asked. To navigate. Have you ever been on a ship and used a sextant to find your way around?
No.
And how the hell you know it works?
Because it doesn't matter if you're on a boat. The math is the same.
The math is the same, but they don't use it to triangulate across an entire map. They use it for navigating in areas like charts, like in a small area.
Celestial navigation is
that coordinate for the charts. If you've got a app like Bacon's, he just draws the lines straight on a globe. I mean, if you've got a globe and you don't mind drawing pencil lines on it, you can do it on any globe. In fact, it's a lot easier. The whole chart shit is awful. But if you want to get a rough idea of where you are, you just go, how far is it? And where is the dot? You get a lat and long of the dot, and then you draw a circle around that dot. And that's the bit that's a problem. It should be a linear relationship. So it shouldn't be a circle with a radius on a flat. Right? The further away it gets, the more weird it should get.
You're hot micing when you're not talking to writing, by the way.
Can't hear that, but how far does that work? How many miles is that accurate to? Like, when's the next reading to be taken?
Yeah, the ones I tested.
Very low.
But we're talking about theoretical calculations, right? Like you're saying, draw a pencil on a globe. I'm talking about in real world application. How many miles does this work for?
Within 6 miles.
To a vertical mile, usually.
I missed your answer. Say it
again. How close did you say you got again, Bacon?
Can you repeat your answer? How many nautical miles?
Depends on the site. The one that I did in my backyard was 3 miles.
Right.
The one I did for Rohifs was actually less than a mile.
Less than a mile?
Yeah, for Rohif sites. Because he used the theodolite. That's way more precise than the second.
So he got mega precise.
Yeah. So I got like less than a mile.
So can I ask again, when you're actually using this in real world to navigate, how many miles is it accurate for?
There's a lot of intricacy to it between doing the math, citing it in, checking the index error, correcting for a fraction, all of these different little things that are like, how many degrees do you do it? How much is the boat rocking? That most, like even an inexperienced navigator who's just sort of not doing it very well will get within eyesight of a landmass, even a small island. If
no,
very good,
you're missing my question.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer it.
Yeah, but you're answering the wrong question.
Please let me finish, Rakia.
You want to finish answering the wrong question?
Please,
Go ahead.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Shut the fuck up, you
Jesus.
child.
Tomorrow.
Let him finish.
Let me answer, please.
I'm just telling you, you're answering the wrong question.
Let him finish answering the wrong question, Rakia, and then
let me just answer it wrong.
Hold on, just answer it, Harry. Just answer it.
No, I want to answer the way I
want. Okay, then go on mute. Can I ask someone else?
I said just answer. I said just. No, I haven't backed him up. I said answer. All right, just give your answer. That's what I said. Come on.
This is frustrating.
No, Righty, Bandsaw is on your side. You're allowed to answer it however you want.
Stop crying. Andy said you can answer any way you want. Go ahead.
Okay,
Don't be a girl.
Let me repeat the question, and then he can answer. I'll go on mute. How many miles in the real world, like on a ship, someone's using the sextant? How many miles is that?
5 minutes. I've said 1 nautical mile. I'm about to say 1 nautical mile again. Why do you interrupt to be do you have no self-control?
Dude, I told you I didn't hear that answer. I asked you to repeat it, and you went into this tirade.
The next time, because you demand the answer in exactly the way you've asked for.
I never heard your answer, sir. I told you I didn't hear your answer. I asked you to repeat it. I didn't even know who said it. You're an idiot.
That's such a prickish behavior to not just let somebody finish and go, oh, I guess he was going to get to it.
Stop crying and answer the question for the love of God, man.
Okay, let me ask it again, because it's unclear with all this crap going on. In the real world, on a ship, how good is that reading for?
Nautical mile.
And in 1 nautical mile.
You want me to tattoo it on your ass? Just prepare a cheek and I'll get out a pen and I can tattoo it to your butt. 1 nautical mile. Please don't make me say it again.
And this guy's calling me a prick. So in 1 nautical mile on your sphere and on a flat surface, what would be the difference in distance?
Couple 100 miles, I guess.
Couple 100 miles in 1 nautical mile. That makes no sense. So it's not going to be. It's going to be like millimeters. And what would be the difference in angle that you travel in 1 nautical mile?
Wait. I think there's a misunderstanding.
There's definitely a misunderstanding. He's not answering the question. If he says 1 nautical mile, I'm amazed. I don't think that's
Ricky, can you restate the question? Maybe reword it, because I didn't quite get what you were asking.
Yeah, sure. And real world application on a ship using a sextant, and you get a reading. We need to go in this direction, right? Whatever the degrees is. How many miles would that be good for?
What do you mean? How many miles would that be good for?
Well. So the things we did was we determined our position within an accuracy of 1 nautical mile. So if we move in a direction, we might be a full nautical mile off.
The further you travel, if you're going, so no matter if you travel 10 miles or 1,000 miles, you're only going to be one nautical mile off. That dog don't hunt, because you're going by degrees, and if you're 1 degree off in 100 miles or 1 degree off in 1,000 miles.
You're not understanding. This is not about picking a bearing and going in a direction. It is you can wake up after being put in a body bag and put in a case and then open your eyes in the middle, anywhere in the world, in the desert, in the ocean, or anything like that. And if you've got an almanac and a sextant, you can find exactly your position. It's not about taking a bearing and being off by a degree here or there. It is you take 3 sites from that spot and you have confirmed to within 1 nautical mile your position on the face of the earth.
All right, fair enough. I'll switch my question a little bit. On a Earth that isn't spherical, or increase the size of the sphere, how far off would you be then?
You wouldn't be able to do step 2. Step 1 is read an angle to the stars. Step 2 is subtract it from 90 to figure out your distance from it. You wouldn't subtract from 90 to get a linear function. If the Earth were flat, or if the radius were any different, because 1 nautical mile per degree measures in 360 degrees the circumference of the ball. So if
you break it down in a minute.
So if the ball were bigger, the number of nautical miles per degree, or the length of a nautical mile, would be longer.
But the angle to that, The angle to that star wouldn't change, right? Like, how are you getting an angle from a sphere?
Actually, if the Earth got bigger, you didn't notice, you would still get the exact same position. You would still be able to find your position, even if the radius of the Earth changing, because that 6 nautical miles is just representing a degree of a great circle route. You could use whatever other number; it still works.
Harry,
what he's saying, or what Wigan is saying, essentially, is that the nautical mile is based on the circumference of Earth. So if the circumference of Earth changes, then the nautical mile changes as well.
It's based on angle change to a point in the sky perspective.
Writing, do you know if the almanac gives you the star positions that are plotted to a ground position? Is that how they're plotted?
Yeah. So what you've got is a celestial sphere, which is just a sort of if you took a point from the center of Earth, really is where the celestial sphere is, center of Earth, and then you get a lat and long that's projected out along that, and that will rotate around you around the axis of Earth's rotation, also changing throughout the year with planets and stuff like that. But if we just take the stars, that is just sort of locked onto the sphere, but spinning at a rate of 24 hours and however many seconds per day. So most of the stars are just whizzing past east to west, their ground positions, just drawing straightish looking, circles around the poles, essentially, which is what causes that thing that Jeremy was wanting to call convergence and divergence, things, right arcs right, left arcs left, because it's circling the poles. And yeah, does that answer your question? I don't think it did, sorry.
Are you entering Benzo? Because Benzo definitely himself.
He just asked me the question, then deafened himself.
To his defense, I think he might have got a phone call. I think I heard like some phone noises.
Okay. I thought you were going to say to his defense that was a really boring explanation.
No. It's just maybe that's just a phone call. It happens with Benzo quite often. Busy guy.
Riding for eggshells. Are you like a movie maker type of thing? You look like you're into.
Yeah, I was an actor for 5 years.
You were at
the petrol station yesterday. I was picking up the dog, look after the dog from Dad, and he's like, "I've just been telling this guy you acted in India," and he's like, "Oh yeah, I don't watch many Bollywood films. I'm from South India." I was like, "Oh yeah, I was in a Malayalam film, Parasi Raja." And he's like, "Oh, that's right. They took you in the guest. That's right. They shot you in the leg, and then they took you in as a guest."
So you're an actor?
Yeah.
Whoa, that's fucking cool, man. Seriously, like you don't come across people that do those. Yeah, cool, man. I wouldn't have thought so. So cool.
I think I even found commercials, right? He did commercials, right?
Yeah, I did a few.
But you live in near Australia or something now, or?
Yes, yeah, I live in Sydney now. Given all that business up.
Okay, cool. So I take it you kind of left the country for a bit, done other things, and then came back ish.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, left India, left the UK to be.
UK.
So I left Australia to go overseas. Went to India, became an actor. Realised I was shit at that, so moved to London to teach other people how to talk.
Oh, sweet, man. So I'm North London, so cool. Cool, man.
Ah, lovely. Okay, whereabouts North London?
Well, me, I'm like north, like St Albans. M1, but it's not North London, it's Greater London, so it's just touching M25.
People I work for now have their office in St Albans.
Where was you living?
Well, I was living in Kilburn, and then like other places at in other places in London, so Kilburn, and then I was in further north
Yeah.
than that. But yeah, I wasn't too far from it at all. In fact, when I'm Cricklewood, that's it. When I missed the train, my last stop on the train, I would end up in St Albans and have to fucking turn around and come back.
Oh, you're A5, Maida Vale, that sort of area.
Yes, yeah. But I used to walk down to Maida Vale. I had friends staying there. It's beautiful.
Yeah,
Lots of
man, it's fucking. Yeah, it's a bitch for traffic because I used to drive through there to get to South London. But no, cool, man, cool. I've never spoken to you before, so just hi. So, sweet.
Yeah, we've talked before.
So sextant doesn't prove either way?
The trilateration does. I mean, I wouldn't say proves it, but it completely relies on or assumes the Earth to be a sphere.
Yeah, if you watch sextant, when they're explaining sextant videos, they're just, the whole screen is just full of balls and explaining rotation, how all of these angles and things make sense. And
actually, if you don't want to even do the way they tell you to do, just look at the pictures and just from the pictures create like a real version of what the pictures are showing. You get the same answer. If you just draw the circles on an actual sphere, that gives you the same answer, which proves that the math is actually doing what the pictures are showing.
Well, that's an interesting point. Yeah.
Stop lying to people.
That's
So
not a lie.
Do the crude globe method with a pencil, like I was saying, but then do it also the cool way and see if those lines match up. Is what you're saying, basically.
How did the Egyptians and the Chinese navigate?
They didn't use celestial navigation.
Exactly. Not they didn't use celestial navigation. They didn't use the method which you claim assumes a ball.
And verbal clocks, which is an absolute requirement for the method we were talking about.
Maybe the method you're talking about, but I put it to you again. How did the ancients navigate? Did they have the magic book?
No, they walked in the direction of the sun. There you go.
So they navigated without the magic book, without knowing or thinking that the Earth was a sphere, correct?
Yeah, which is why they weren't very accurate.
Thank you.
Well, no. Excuse me. The Egyptians had believed in a celestial sphere. They were well down with that. They helped fix Julius Caesar's calendar.
How did they envision the Earth?
As a geocentric, so an unmoving sphere within a celestial sphere that had.
No, not the Egyptians. No, sir. The Egyptians didn't think the Earth was a sphere, sir. You're mistaken.
Well, you can read the Almagest by Ptolemy if you want, but yes, and at their time Thuban was the North Star, but they had a really quite robust system. They had a reasonable idea of the shape of the Earth. They knew that there was a whole bottom of the ball that they hadn't gone near.
No, they didn't. They had no clue that the Earth was a sphere. You're just making shit up, that's all.
So are you, Assy.
You're just saying you're making shit up, but I mean, I can show you Ptolemy's Almagest if that would convince you at all.
I mean, instead of asking,
looking to poo-poo, I guess it's up to you.
Instead of asking for like a citation or a demonstration, you just assumes that he's making shit up. That's not very. It's not the way to go.
I mean, I just
know
typed
he's
it in. It
making
looks
shit
like he
up
is
because I
wrong.
know
Yeah.
the Egyptians did not think the Earth was a globe, so I know he's making shit up. Yeah.
Yeah, you just type it in. Yeah, it comes right up. Yeah, he's totally wrong.
Ptolemy Almagest, wasn't it? No, have I got two things wrong? Yeah, Ptolemy wrote a book called Almagest, and their view of the Earth was like this. Oh, hang on, I'm not able to show it. 16th century representation of Ptolemy's geocentric model. I mean, you can just type this into Wikipedia. If you're more confident about your Egyptian history than the boffins who write Wikipedia, I mean, cool. I'm not.
We also have to link up the Egyptians being around, what, 3000 BC? And then you've got Ptolemy at 0.
That's right. How about the Chinese then? How about the Chinese? How'd they navigate?
I think they had a lot of information. It was probably destroyed. It was probably all held in Japan or something. How did they navigate? They discovered the magnetic. They discovered magnetism and how to align.
Correct. Correct.
And stuff like
so they didn't use no magic book, right? They didn't think the Earth was a sphere, I reckon, back then.
From my point of view, I'd probably look more into the architecture and think, was there anything spherical or circles? Like the way they build the pyramids, you know, like the way people build stuff, their architecture normally represents what they think the world could look like, possibly. I mean, my take is that if you've got the center of their known Earth back then, and their radius gets bigger and bigger as they discover more land, and then naturally just expands to a point where they get to past 40,000 kilometers, and they go, nah, I think we've got a problem here because, you know, the measurement's getting smaller or something like that. So you start off with a northern hemisphere of a flat Earth type of map, a spherical cap. Even the geocentric model could have easily have been a spherical cap, and they weren't foolish enough to tell people, look, it's a sphere. At the moment, we've only found half of it. You know what I mean? It could be hat shaped, you know, like a cowboy's hat. I believe hats.
The thing is, we only got a method that works anywhere on Earth within like 6 miles.
They used a method. They used a measure called the RA yard, and it was something close to about 0.9 of a meter.
Yeah, I was just trying to finish the point. So we only got a method that works anywhere on Earth within like around 6 miles. In the 19th century, right? Which is when they developed the method that we are actually talking about right now. And that shows you have a lot of background noise.
Sorry.
No problem.
But you guys need to understand the current navigation method that we're using is new. There's been civilizations thousands and thousands of years in the past that also used the stars to navigate.
Okay. So
the stars move. The stars move.
All of them ballers. Like people in the northern hemisphere, many of them had worked out that the North Star is always north. But using the position of the other ones was something that most other people didn't try. But yeah, of the people who navigated significant amounts of the globe, almost all, and used celestial navigation, almost all of them, I would argue, are ballers. Almost all of them had worked out that this is a ball. There were of the people who were flat earthers, like at the time the Bible was written, most of those were flat earthers because they weren't able to use the stars to navigate, and they hadn't navigated far.
Sheer speculation on your part.
Well, I've showed you that the Egyptians were ballers, and I've found something else that also suggests that the Chinese were ballers.
No, you didn't. You just found one little thing and you're assuming the whole process.
What have you found showing they were flat earthers? Let's compare our two findings. What did you find versus what did I find?
No, you found what you say from Ptolemy. I don't even know what you found. My point is this. The fact that the Earth is a globe was not practiced by the ancients. There's only one civilization that started that, the ancient Greeks. Everybody else did not think the Earth was a globe. Period.
Well,
Yeah.
You just need to show your workings for that, because there's good reason to think the Polynesians thought it was a globe. There were many cultures that were geocentric. They believed in a ball, but that was stationary in the center of everything.
You just made that up.
But that's Ptolemy's model. The Egyptians were
I
the
agree.
first people you invoked that I do know a tiny bit about were ballers. You can just search for Ptolemy or Almagest or cosmology of ancient Egyptians. They explained how the lunar cycles and the solar cycles are out of whack with one another. And that's why the Romans, who did do most of their months based on lunar cycles, kept having all these wonky years. And he went, "Oh, great! I'll give myself a month and call it July." We still have it. They moved it around though.
Yeah, all those things were changed, and different Caesars made different calendars, and that doesn't mean anything. The fact of the matter is, the ancient civilizations, none of them thought the Earth was a globe, except for the ancient Greeks.
That's your assertion, and it's a lovely assertion. I'm giving you evidence that in fact the Egyptians were hardcore ballers, and you're just going, "No, not in my opinion."
Show me this evidence of yours that the Egyptians were hardcore ballers. Show me the evidence.
I've told you the wiki page. Do you want me to share a link?
If you don't mind, yeah.
I'm on my phone. I'm not actually on Discord on my laptop at the moment, so I'll mute. Just type in Ptolemy, Ptolemy, and cosmology or Almagest. Just Ptolemy cosmology, and it'll show you his model.
Okay, I'll check that out after. So what? Let's say Ptolemy. Hold on, let me finish. Let's say you're right. If Ptolemy thought or guessed that the Egyptians used around Earth, right? Okay. Let's say that's true. How about the rest of the civilizations that I mentioned? India, China, Polynesians, so many other, the Japanese. How did they do it?
In proportion to how much they travelled, I think my guess, not knowing much about this, we could do with having Druss in here. My guess is in proportion to how much of the oceans they travelled and whether they use stars to navigate, they are going to be ballers. That's my guess.
That's a guess. Okay, fine.
Yeah, like the Polynesians had a very good idea of latitude, and latitude, as we were just explaining, it doesn't make sense.
But years ago, they thought it was flat.
It doesn't make sense.
Take a guess. Sorry, guys. Take a guess what the antipode. My method might be wrong, but the antipode of Egypt is French Polynesian Islands.
They thought it was flat a long time ago.
But also think like that back then, like wouldn't there have been less water? So if you can see the contour, if the water was 200 meters lower back in their day, then they possibly would have had a different perspective. They would have been able to possibly just measure the Earth without water. I don't know. Arguments of the minute, thousands of years, isn't it?
Look, the thing is, we can never be sure what they did in the past. But one thing we know for sure, this system of navigation is new, and it was done by us here in the West. It's very simple. But other civilizations have been doing this for millennia.
Yeah, and I agree with you, because I think that everybody's just followed suit of the West, the Americans mainly, and they've just used their methods, their measure, everything.
I think it was the British. think it was the British that came up with it.
Yeah,
the current navigation. I could be wrong. I think it was the British that came up with the sextant.
No, so I think the modern sextant actually could have been made by a Brit, but like the idea of navigation using the stars was pretty well understood by the time the British were big on the scene. I don't know how much it was like a dark art or something like that, but yeah, by the time of the big British heyday, everybody was using it to navigate. But the thing was, they used the astrolabe and something else because they could only work out latitude. They knew that the stars and the sun and the sky goes overhead at 15 degrees an hour, and rotates 24 hours a day. But what they needed to get longitude was to know that my time here, so when I click bang on my stopwatch and I say it's midday, it's very close to midday, because then I know that if the sun should have been bang overhead for you at midday, but it takes another 15 degrees per hour to get to me, then I know that I'm hours of degrees
That's right.
away.
They needed an accurate timepiece, and the pendulum system that they had back then didn't work. That's why the kings and queens, which needed these routes, they were very valuable, these routes, right? Well, they needed accurate timepiece. That's why they came up with that competition there. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. They had a competition, and a lot of the, like, wasn't it not Newton? Some famous astronomer was like, no, we're going to find a method that's better than yours, and just a watchmaker's not going to win this. And they were really derogatory about this idea of some guy who wasn't even one of the landed gentry, just presuming that he could tell us how to how this all works, which I think is a funny thought.
Yeah, all this hinged on an accurate timekeeping to achieve the longitude.
Yeah.
Without an accurate timepiece, they were in the
Many flat earthers are bang on right, I think, when they say the sky is a map and a clock. I'm like, that's so
I
genius.
say it's a gear system. Yeah, I say it's a gear system. Absolutely. Yep. And it repeats, it resets. Every year, it starts from zero. That's how we get our year. We get our day from the earth. That's what they say, right? We get our month from the moon, and the year is every time the cycle of the stars resets. Every year this happens.
Actually, the cycle of the stars reset every sidereal date.
No. Every year, check it out. The year is based on the motion of the stars.
No,
check into it.
No.
Do you
Based
think,
on
Montreal, that resetting every year, but do you think it also, that cycle of the year, do you think that also has a cycle, say 10 years or 10,000 years? Do you think there is also another cycle within that cycle?
Yeah, apparently they say there is. Yes.
Yeah.
They say the golden age and this age and that age. I'm not too sure about that, but yes, apparently there is another cycle.
I think it works out that if you use a 360 calendar, you imagine a millennium is a million of those days, and you divide that by 360, you'll get 2,777 recurring. So
that makes sense.
On 366, it's not a nice number. So the only nice number that seems to come true is a 360 calendar, but sidereal, whatever you want to call it, year is 366. I reckon 366.3 days in a sidereal year. Yeah. And back in the days, like the Egyptians and all that, they all had a 360 calendar, but they do say they would move things to coordinate with the moon and stuff like that. And then they still had, by the 1800s, they still had to jump 14 days. America only jumped onto the Gregorian calendar in the 1700s. So everyone had a different sort of value of time up until then. So I guess you would have to rewrite all the books with the right calibrated time that everyone was using the same calendar and converted everything. Or actually, we have no idea the length of our history, because everyone's been using different calendars.
Now you're talking. Exactly. It's all a mishmash. Well said, sir.
But a millennium, you know, a million of something, 1,000 of 1,000 of something else. It's the French. I'll be quick. The French had a system where they used 100 for everything. So something like trying to break down 40,000 kilometers would have been broken down into 400. So they would say a degree would be 100 kilometers, nice and easy, instead of trying to complicate with imperial and all this. Just kept it nice and simple, you know.
It's all assumptions and agreed upon things, mostly. That's what it is.
A convention might be the right word.
Yes, sir. A convention, exactly. An agreed upon convention, yes.
Where are you in the world then?
I'm in Montreal, Canada.
And you're Canadese, yeah?
Canadese? What does that mean?
Well, if you're from Canada, you'd be Canadese, and there is a history of Canadese people. It might ring close to Cantonese, but D and T would be into you know, the same sort of sound back in the day. So yeah, there are Canadese people, and there's
I
a
see what
history.
you're talking about. Yeah. You want to call them Aborigines or whatever term you want to use. The original people from Canada is what you mean, right?
Yeah. And I think that naturally, as we always migrate to the west, the people of East Asia probably were they were in North America before the time that we know of today, maybe 800,000 years ago.
I'll totally agree with that, because if you look at we call them Eskimos here, right? Eskimos, the northern people, yes. They definitely look Asian. They're definitely not Caucasian. That's for certain. Definitely.
You see, like Japanese people, sometimes you can look at them and you can almost think they look like New Yorkers, like Italians, their hair tied back. Yeah, but there's a relationship, because if they knew the measurements of America and they knew the measurements of Asia, then, you know, going back to what you said, it's quite possible they knew those measurements, and the Egyptians just knew North America and North Africa, you know, Fertile Crescent, that area there.
Absolutely, bro. The ancients knew a lot of stuff. Have you heard of the Antikythera mechanism?
Is that clock they found? Otherwise, no.
Well, it's you could call it a clock, but it's sort of like an analog computer.
Yeah. I've seen that. They're finding more bits and pieces of that. But yeah, you needed something that their measure of time, they were using things like water, hourglass. So there are mechanisms that you can. Logic, man. Logic, you would have had a logical way to time things, that if this was 1 hour and it took me 13.5 hourglasses, that is a lot. Water sounds like it's going to evaporate. It's going to do all sorts of things. So I think your hourglass is the father of time, man.
Yeah, the water was one of the first things. But the beauty of this mechanism is, you know, when the historians, how they get things wrong, and people say no, they don't. Well, they say that when they discovered this mechanism, it threw the gears. They thought the gears were invented in Europe. Well, it threw that 1,000 years back. So the gear systems were 1,000 years earlier than we thought were invented.
But also, I'm gonna go off talking now, just in case you think I'm gonna get back. Also, the freezing of areas. You've got the poles, but the poles that if everywhere froze and defrosted and froze and defrosted over 2,700 years or something like that, then naturally their aging would change, because I guess we assume a rate at this temperature, this condition. But if that condition changes, it gets mega fucking hot, like 100 fucking Celsius or something ridiculous, you know, that it's unlivable. You have to go underground. So things like that can age, speed up, different things. So actually trying to, do you get what I'm saying? Preservation or destruction. It's the age of something might not still be correct. See you later.
Later.
What exactly is the point on like other civilizations navigated before celestial navigation the way we do?
Maybe how they did navigate and maybe what they thought they were on to navigate.
Right. But I mean, you can have multiple models that work locally. Right?
Check out what I just posted.
And the method we know works everywhere is the one we use today.
See what I posted there, Bacon?
Mm-hmm. Looks like a gear.
That is the Minoan computer, they call it. Okay? That they used to navigate over 4,000 years ago. Just want to bring this to your attention.
Nice. How does it work?
Well, this is part of it. They found like a relief. It has a plate. Just Google Minoan computer and you're going to see the whole thing of it. And the explanation is there. Of course, the people that decoded this assumed that they knew the Earth was a globe. I'll tell you that from now. But I question that highly.
All right.
Yeah, check out what Rakia posted.
What made you so confident, can I ask, SE, that the Egyptians weren't ballers?
Well, from everything I've seen, and I've seen quite a lot of things, I'm not an expert by far, but I never seen anything that would say that they're ballers, except maybe for one thing, Eggshells. There's a depiction of Newt. I think they call it Newt, and they have like a body sprung over the earth that's in shape of a cupola, let's say. Yeah, that's the only exception. Sorry?
I didn't know there was also an English word, cupola.
Well, for a lack of a better, say a dome, let's say.
Right.
They have like a body like wrapped over like a dome sort of. You guys must have seen that. But other than that, I'd never seen anything of the Egyptians' cosmology of the Earth being a globe. But maybe I missed it, Eggshells.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Ptolemy was changing the sort of status quo. I'm not sure if he created the ball for them. I think that predated him, but I think he contributed quite a bit. He and his astronomers. I'm not sure how much Ptolemy was doing himself rather than forcing the astronomers to work.
Yeah, don't forget, Eggshells. The Greeks had Egypt for 300 years under their control. So, and the Greeks were the ones that were in love with balls, right? So.
Yeah. I mean, all of them were influencing one another, but the influence, I think, is that if your view of the world is small, then a ball doesn't make sense. It's like, how could we be on the underside of something? But once your view encompasses, an empire where you go, the stars aren't the same for everybody. We always saw them going the same, and the difference between the north to south to east to west on our land wasn't huge. So, it doesn't it doesn't make sense to even think the stars are going to tell you something. But once you go, actually, we've got this empire that reaches from, almost into England and down to the Middle East and across to Africa. And we've got people going hither and thither. They're going to be like, oh, it's a bit weird. Polaris is lower in the sky the further south you go. And that's when I think it starts to inkle in people's minds that they go, maybe, just maybe.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Everything's possible.
You expect the North Star to get lower in your sky as you traveled south. Why wouldn't you expect that?
You would. You just wouldn't expect it to do it at a linear relationship. If you were flat, you would expect it to get lower, slower in a trigonometric relationship. So if you observe that it is a circular function, that I think that gets people's minds starting to go, maybe we live on something circular.
Yeah, but that's just. I mean, I'll say it again. You look through look through water and you walk away from something. The angle changes not at a linear rate. That's why you have to aim at a fish.
Yeah, if they assume they were looking through water, and or they assume that they weren't looking through something highly refractive, then they could be wrong. But what they are able to do is navigate by it.
Even in your navigation formulas, you have to take into account refraction. So how can you say it's linear?
Refraction is a function of how low you're looking in the sky, and if you want to get really funny about it, temperature as well. It's not dependent on where you are, whereas your flat map needs to change dependent on where you are to each star, which of course doesn't work as well because the stars are every direction from you as long as they're up.
So do you agree that
one second, if you have your angles like above 30-40 degrees, you don't even have to. It gets really precise even if you don't care about refraction. It's only when it gets closer to the horizon that it starts to become relevant. But sorry, go on.
Yeah, that's also well said.
So do you agree if that light source was in a different medium than what you propose, it might affect the way when you walk away, the time it takes to lower or the degree it takes to lower? Like it could be possible, right?
It's definitely possible. It's just that whatever that medium is doing, it's looking for all the world like it isn't a medium and we live on a ball. So it's a medium that is working in different ways depending on where I stand. But yeah, sure, it could be. It would be essentially to me be God tricked me into thinking the Earth was a ball.
Read what I just posted, Eggshells, please.
Yeah. And I just can't see, like, if you look at a light pole and you walk away and it gets lower in your view due to perspective, and it's only a couple hundred feet away, how you would think you would get something more accurate that's a trillion miles away. Like, I don't buy that. Like, it doesn't add up to me.
Like, it's fine. You don't need to buy. I mean, we've got GPS nowadays. It's not going to affect your life if you don't agree with it. It's just that you're going against, in order to maintain a worldview, you're going against.
Well, you're doing the same though.
The diaries and sworn testimonies and lived experiences of thousands and thousands of mariners.
I'm calling bullshit.
Maybe you're right. Maybe light's refracting and it's not where they expect it to be, but all of the calculations they do and all of the plots they do that assume that it's traveling roughly straight work.
Yeah, I understand all the formulas were based on that. I mean, I get the math, right? I get that it works. I'm not doubting that, but that can be done. Mathematicians are geniuses. That's what math does. But what I'm saying is
as genius as you might be, you cannot make like the same distances between points over a sphere match the same distances over the same points on a flat surface. There's no amount of genius you can do that.
No, but you're acting like it works perfectly in every situation, and it doesn't.
It works under like a couple of miles. That's more than enough for considering the size of the continents and.
No, I'm saying every time you take every time you take a reading to that star, it's going to give you the exact same position. It's not. It's within a certain region, and also or area. I won't say region. Makes it sound big. It's not perfect. It's not a perfect thing. It is good enough to navigate by and get you within a mile, but a mile is a long way. I mean, you know,
compared to the size of the Earth, it's
I'm talking about compared to navigating, whether you want to hit the inlet or not. A mile is a long way, especially in bad weather. Believe me. It's not. My point is that it's not as accurate as you say. But aren't there some accounts where the navigation using this method in the southern hemisphere isn't as accurate?
Oh, it's the site that I fixed that was the most accurate was actually one from Australia, and the one that I did in my backyard, which is also in the southern hemisphere because I live in the south of Brazil, was 3 miles off.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the actual mariners that use this type of navigation in the southern
use the
hemisphere.
same method.
No, I'm talking about the mariners who actually did it over months and months of being out at sea were less accurate in the southern. No, I'm just going by the stories. I don't know this as a fact.
If I can interject, it wouldn't surprise me if that were the case, because in the northern hemisphere you can see the northern stars. There's a chunk of stars. The closer towards the South Pole you get, the fewer stars you'll see the further north you are. So it wouldn't surprise me if they hadn't fully mapped all of the navigational stars earlier on, so that people did initially have difficulty navigating using them, mistook one for the other. They weren't the same familiar constellations. That would make sense to me.
Yeah, that sounds fair.
What if the Latin long was a little off? Wouldn't that throw them off too?
No, actually, no. Yeah. Because the Latin long is just it's the angle that they form over the surface. It's the same everywhere. That's not something you have to map. Oh, maybe the GP of the stars. Yeah, they can be
So
outdated.
it would throw them off.
Yeah.
In which direction? Because the story goes is that they're always having to course correct towards the north for whatever reason. I don't even know what that would imply, but that's, the several stories that you hear about. The mariners are always having to course correct to the north. Like every time they do a reading and do a course correction, they're course correcting towards the north. What's the implications of that? Do you know?
I have no idea.
I wonder why, like in the northern hemisphere, you really don't hear about, none of these great, explorers and sailors having to course correct constantly in one direction, but in the south you do.
Well, I mean, that's what Aisha said makes a lot of sense. I mean, almost like how much percent? 70-80% of population of the world is like in the northern hemisphere. So it makes sense that they have to start more accurately mapped on the northern hemisphere.
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the very few people who have done navigation on the open seas all their life and have been documented in history. They're always having to course correct more in the southern hemisphere, and always it seems to be in one direction. Again, I don't know if that's a fact. It's just I don't know why
everybody who's ever navigated in the south has had problems. I mean, you've got examples of a few people having problems, but I imagine there are many, many, many hobby sailors now who use sextant sites. They're nuts about it. I'd be astounded if that was still the case.
I think Tiny Captain would be a good source here right now.
No, I'm going by historical written down fact, and you're just kind of implying that you think like.
If you can tell me this fact, but the fact you seem to just say was everybody who's ever done it finds it out in the south.
No, that's not what I'm having to do. I'm talking about the 3 or 4 that are written in history books, like that we read about, that are the great mariners of their time, all had trouble and had to course correct in one direction. Like I said, I don't even know the implication of that. I'm saying, isn't that kind of strange?
Well, I mean, sure. If you can tell me which mariner it was, it might have a very interesting story. Who knows? Maybe they were going around Magnetic Island. I've got no idea. I don't have any data at the moment, just your say so. I don't even know the names of the mariners.
So you've never heard of that? That's why I was bringing it up. But you've never heard of that? I mean, you seem to know about everything.
Only from flat earthers. I've never heard the sort of details of the case.
So
this is the most detailed
never looked into that.
I've heard people before say, but it's out in the south, isn't it? What were you saying, Bacon?
No, I was just going. I never heard of that, but I know it would be nice to take a look.
So let's just say they are having a course correct towards the north. What would that imply? Do y'all know?
It wouldn't affect it wouldn't affect sextants one iota because sextants don't have a bearing. So there's nothing that's only going to probably mean something to do with their compass or how they decide what north is, because sextant gives you your position, not your bearing.
Yeah, but if you plot your position, I'm here and I need to go in this degree to get to here, and then I do it 12 hours later and I'm off 15 degrees. I have to always course correct towards the north to get to my point on where I'm trying to go when I plot it down while using the sextant, the angle measuring. Then what would that imply?
I've got no idea. I mean, again, like I said, it's your bearing. If you're correcting your bearing, that's going to be, I think, more a compass issue. Could be tides. I've got no idea. Can you tell me who did this and I'll do the Googling?
Yeah, Cook is one that I've heard of. I mean, he was one of all the famous ones, as far as I'm told. Like I said, I haven't talked to them. I think they're dead now. But the way the history is written, when you look into all their logs and all that, they had trouble in the southern hemisphere always having to course correct to the north. And you're saying it's not a composite. I realize that, but it's a position. And when you're out of position, you use the degrees to to get your direction back to go into the, where you're trying to head. I mean, I don't understand why you're trying to deflect to that. I know it's not giving you a degree or a heading. It's giving you a position, but from that position, you're trying to go in a straight line to another position. You're taking a heading. And if you're having to constantly correct your to the north, then that would have an implication of something. And I'm asking if y'all know what that would be.
You would say that it means you're turning inwards towards the north, that a straight line would always end up heading south on a flat map?
I don't even know that. I can't even, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that's the
implication. I don't know anything about the story. If you could share something on the story, I'm struggling to find it on this page. But I mean, it would be interesting, yeah. If a mariner as adept as Cook was meant to be, I mean, he went all over. If he was, constantly finding he was course correcting, that'd be fascinating for me. I'm just not finding it on Wiki.
Okay, what would be fascinating about it? Let's just say it's true, because I like I said, I didn't talk to him. I think it's just let's just say it's something someone's saying, right? You can even say it's not true, but if he was having to course correct towards the north every time he took a heading, what would that imply?
Sounds like an A map. Okay, that sounds like an A map. Right.
Yeah, it sounds like an
if that's what you want to hear. But I think that deserves some investigation. It's
okay. So you're saying it sounds like an A map. What does that mean? Like where it would get bigger? I don't even know what that means. Like I don't study the A map.
Right. So if you if you're
sorry,
go on. No problem. Like if you're going east or west at any point on the southern hemisphere, you're gonna always go south there, like towards the south at some point.
I got you. So you would have to course correct towards the north, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Would the distances be like if you were experienced in the northern hemisphere of traveling at this many knots at this degree, you would go this far and get to your if your destination was 100 miles away, you would get to it in this, you could calculate with currents and winds and all that. And if you were in the south trying to go the same distance and it took you longer, what would that imply? Would that point towards the A map as well?
Yeah, if the distances were longer than expected, like a lot longer, then yeah.
And you would think these experienced sailors would know the difference, right? Whether they were traveling 100 miles or 200 miles. Of course, right?
Yeah.
So if you did find where Captain Cook was having a course correct to the north and constantly talking about how it took him longer to travel what he was supposing to be the same distance, you would question, you would say he was on a map, or that would imply that he might be on a map.
how off he was. I mean, just because he was off and correcting towards north, is like give me this idea that if I can actually have the numbers, that would make a better evaluation.
I'll explain it to you more. If this is in his logbooks, right, in his captain's logbooks, then it's significant, right? He wouldn't have wasted the time to write it down.
Yeah, that'll be nice. Can I just interrupt a little bit? I want to ask Essie Montro something. Are you still there? Essie?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so there's a picture of a text you sent on Livestream, one text. Can you send me the link? I would like to take a look at that. Sounds like a good read.
The Antikythera mechanism, or the Minoan,
no,
one?
The thing about atmospheric refraction.
Oh, yeah. Let's see if I can find that. Yeah, that's a good one. You're gonna like that. Let's see if I can find the web page. Okay.
Where it says rather inaccurate.
Yep. Specifically say it's inaccurate. 15 degrees and below, they do not recommend you. Those readings are not accurate.
Yes.
I mean, you can improve the accuracy if you have like a barometer and a thermometer, because like the almanac gives like the almanac splits the refraction corrections in like groups or sets, and you figure out the set by crossing your temperature against your pressure. That gives you like a group of correction. So I think if you have like a barometer and temperature, you can make them more accurate.
Be actually interesting to speak to someone that actually does navigate with them.
Doesn't have what?
There's a chat of people Bacon and I are in that you can.
There you go, Bacon.
He's still got the sets, the sites and calculations he did in the sort of, I don't know, when was it, like 20 years ago or something? And he sort of gives you the time and date, and then people in the group were trying to figure out where he was in that time and date. There's no shortage. I'm also trying to chat with IB Hunter, who has been out and mapping the open oceans with GPS. And
yeah, didn't we have one guy that was actually a navigator here, like a sailor? Wasn't there a guy that always talked about sailing?
Moyoc and Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid, yeah. Kool-Aid, yeah.
Bonkers for.
And I think Tiny Captain's still here. He's not that active on Discord. But he currently works. He like I'm not sure he does. I think he delivers things across the sea.
Rakia is the most experienced from all of us here in the ocean. That's for sure.
By far.
Yeah, but not with the section. Like I've never used a section to navigate. I've only held one and looked too long. But I can.
You got any interest, Rakia, of trying to use one, or it doesn't really interest you too much?
No, I can't.
Well, you've got all those computer things on board.
Yeah.
Nice and quick.
Yeah. My son just.
If you wanted to, I'd do a whip around. We'd send you a sextant. I mean, do you go open ocean much?
Me?
That's all he does.
Yeah.
I don't know if you go out.
I'll send you a picture of where I'm at right now. My son is on the boat right now.
You in the middle of nowhere,
right? Yeah, we're. No, I'm on the beach, like I'm in the condo, but I'm always on the water, like it's what we do. But I mean, no. Anyway, looking at Captain Cook, I'm I had to go do something, but Captain Cook, I know it's one.
I'm finding it here from the, just from searching.
Yeah, you're gonna be a way better researcher than I am. So, like I said, it's hearsay for me. I've never really read a bunch about it, or just hearsay, and I don't even know if it was from flat earthers, but people telling stories, because I've always listened to them.
And that's some of my hesitance in this is that's where I've heard it from before, and because as you probably know, we have like countless stuff to Cook here because he's the one who sort of opened it up for the British to come in here. So there's like loads of shit around here named after him. That would be fascinating. I've just heard it many times before, but when I've asked for evidence,
Well, no, the best thing for you to do if you're questioning it is to go research it and find out. Because if you find it yourself, then you can't question it.
Also, with respect, if it's an important point to you, it also might be a good idea to research it.
Yeah, no, it was just a talking point.
Right, but you may well be right, but wouldn't you want to know?
No, it's not really important to me. It's not really important. Not really. Not the navigation, the way they did it, and if this and if that, if Cook even lived or if his logbooks are correct. No, that's not really important. Now, if you can show me curved water and you and I can go out and measure that, then that would be important. It was just a conversation, just a topic, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, so you know everything about everything else. You've obviously done your research. Just your research about Cook. Why do you need another man to tell you something about Captain Cook?
Please go do reading for me. Do you have evidence of this? No. Can you find it? No. Just believe.
Oh no, I didn't say I couldn't find it. Yeah, you're just trying to be an ass now. You can't even talk to anyone as a human. You just always want to be in the argument. Captain Cook, right? If it's true, that's why I put it in that way. If it's true that he was having a court and he wrote it down. Now you're interrupting.
And it's just
interesting. Are you a dumbass? Are you a smart guy interrupting me on purpose?
It should change your mind. Finding out this isn't the case wouldn't alter your confidence much, right?
I don't even know what you're asking now. We're talking about if Captain Cook. It's a big if, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
if Captain Cook did what Captain Cook claims.
If
they didn't struggle to navigate the south, or it turned out accent, it could convince only me, but not you. It sounds like is the general gist of the.
No, that's how you're trying to turn around. I'm saying how interesting it would be, right, if we found Captain Cook and other mariners that are written down in history as some of the best mariners ever had to course correct towards the north all the time. What would be the implications of that? That's what I asked. Did you hear me ask that like several times? What would be the implications? I even stated I didn't know what the implications would be. I even stated that. Did you miss that part? Were you on break?
I just missed it. You made a very conspicuous point of being like, I've got no idea what this means. You go research it. We were all there for it. None of us. No, you're subterfuge.
And now you're the only one making a big deal out of it. It was just talking. I wasn't even talking to you. I was talking to the other guy. And now you're here.
So strange.
Yeah, you're a strange fella. I promise you, you're strange.
I guess I just get frustrated.
I know why.
It's similar, but it's just like,
hey, I'll see you later because I know you'll be here.
It's not going to convince me.
That's not what I said. You're putting words in my mouth now.
And I'm going to interrupt you as soon as he comes
to
the room.
Yeah, you interrupted me. Well, remember?
Oh, a bit tiresome, Rakia.
Listen to this guy. Are you okay, man? Are you going to be here later doing the same thing? I bet you are.
Only when you're here, really.
Yeah, right. My ass.
Conversation generally when you're here, right? It's not. I'm
I'll
the
take
only one
that.
You're like one of 4 or 3 people that this happens to with me. So.
Then why don't you take the high road and be smart and just stay on mute when I'm here? Can you do that? I bet you can't. Because I never, ever want to talk to you. How about that? I'll make you a deal right now. I'll never address you if you stay on mute every time I'm here. How about that? Deal? Smart guy? And look, you don't have to go look up Captain Cook. Don't do it. I don't care if you do or not. It doesn't change anything. Yeah. Just keep telling people while you're not on mute, while you're still addressing me, keep telling people how strange I am.
You're very angry. Maybe not.
No, I'm not. Dude, I am
angry.
looking out over the Gulf right now. It's beautiful. I'm not angry about anything. That's you. That's you telling all what you think
I'm
about
sitting
me.
here playing computer games.
Yeah,
I'm not
right.
something interesting.
Because you talk in such a calm, you never get aggravated, and that means you're something special. No, it doesn't mean anything. It means you're just applying to the audience what you think about me. I'm fixed to go get a massage. I'm not angry at all. I promise you. I have a better view than most people do right now. It's beautiful out here.
I'm jealous, man. I'm jealous in Canada, bro. I'll be honest.
I don't know, Rakia. My view's pretty good where I am.
Not mine. Not mine.
But I'm sure yours is glorious. I'm sure yours is glorious too.
It's freaking 14 degrees over here. Summer hasn't come here yet, so yeah.
Wow. It's still 22 degrees where I am. Damn.
I'll take that. I'll take that.
Yeah,
that's why I said most, you know. But I'm sure Eggshell's view of his computer screen while he's playing childish games is really great. Shouldn't you be researching Captain Cook?
What are you playing, Eggshells?
It's awesome. You should try it.
Which, what?
Kerbal.
Your mic is shite, man.
You learn orbital dynamics. Kerbal space program. It's good fun.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. That sounds awesome.
You don't have to like it. I do. I like games, and I like going out and doing cool stuff. It sounds like you do cool stuff too. That's quite cool. I think it's dull to stay inside. Unless you're playing games, then it's fun.
I got Blue going crazy.
Oh, what did you do to Big Blue?
Nothing. He just my last video that I posted, he sent me a text. You're stupid. You're this. You're that. Come over to my server. I'll show you. You chicken. And meanwhile, I've talked to him about 100 times in the past.
Yeah.
He's got his knickers in the twist.
What did you point out to him, or what does he have his knickers in or not about over what you may or may not have said?
My latest video was on Cogdis. And that's he's freaking out on that, you know, on dialetheism and I don't know. He watches my videos and he goes crazy.
You are popular, SE. You're a popular. What can I say?
I don't know how popular I am, but Blue gets triggered to high hell. So he wants to debate me, and he only wants to do it on his channel. And I told him, why should I come on your channel? All my friends are banned from there. I'll tell you what, if you unban my buddies, I'll come over. And his reply was, F you.
Really?
I swear to God, I have it clipped.
Damn. Oh, well.
Yep, the top shadow giants are buckling. We're making them buckle. All of them. Blue, George, Bob. They are a shadow of what they used to be. They're just resorting to banning us now.
Ask Blue why he banned me. Now, I've never been on Blue's voice channel. I've only been in chat. Now, think about that. Ban me.
Yeah, he loves you a lot, Rakia, even more than me.
Ban me for I didn't break any rules in the chat. I don't attack. I was talking about topics. I was being attacked, and he banned me from chat, like from his server. Banned me from his server because of me being in his chat. Only a couple times. Weird.
They can't handle us, bro. They cannot handle people that ask them questions about their model because they have no answers and they just flip out. Yeah, so that's my buddy Blue.
He is a talented woodworker. I'll give him that.
Oh yeah, he cuts a mean plank. Yeah.
Yeah, he does some magnificent work.
You know what I think it is with these guys? The burn is so deep because, Blue is up there in age, right? He was around with the moon landing and stuff. So for them, the burn is deep. They're never going to get out of it. Never.
I was going to kind of ask you, do you have any tips when you come up against someone and they're badly cognized?
Oh, I don't know, man. The easiest way is to go gentle and just ask them questions about the model and let them see it,
Right.
Best thing I would suggest. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, okay, it sounds like there's not a whole lot.
Well, the best thing I would suggest is use something that it's an everyday experience. For me, I like to use water. We all know it. We've all been on it. We all know how water flows, as we say. So I think water is the best way to go, myself.
You can't go past it. You can't go past it, SE.
No, there's no way around it. There's no way. That's what triggered Blue. I said yesterday, I'll debate anybody, a professor, a scientist, anybody on water. I think that's what triggered Blue the most. Okay, I'll debate you then. Debate me.
Yeah. That's why a while ago when he said, "Are you interested in this navigation?" Blah blah. Not really. I mean, it's fun to talk about, but if you wanna get into a topic that I think would prove one way or another, it would be the measurement of curved water. That's why no one ever wants to talk about it.
That's why they hate us and they ban us. It's very simple. You don't need stars. You don't need sextants. You don't need fancy lights in the sky. All you need is the one thing that we need to survive, that keeps us alive, that every animal here on this planet needs, is water. It's very simple. Took me a while to figure it out.
The funny number too that I just really thought about is 77.7%. Like the ocean, the water, this, and then our bodies are made of water. 77, supposedly, and that's, to me, that's a spiritual number. Like that's in the Bible. I think 77 is a great number. It is kind of weird how that ties in.
It's interesting. Yeah.
Really, 77 is in the Bible? I didn't know that.
Well, 777 is the opposite of, is the good side, and 666 would be the evil in the spiritual realm. Like,
right.
Yeah. Huh. So you see 666, you can kind of make these things go the way you want. I acknowledge that. But like in the Disney stuff, you hear all the bad stuff about Disney, and in their logo, you can come out with a 666. The rotation, the speed of this and the angle of this is 666. When you're talking about the globe model, it seems, are really, really close. So it does seem like a spiritual battle. And then if you're going to hide the creator, what better way the great deceiver of this world would do that is to take over everything about creation and turn it upside down, do the opposite. Bible says the earth is the center. The opposite of that would be the sun is the center. It says the earth isn't moving. It says it like multiple times and multiple writers over multiple years. It says the earth is stationary, not to be moved, set on a foundation, right? And then the opposite of that would be hauling ass through space in many different vectors. It's just things like that it's hard to deny to me. If you write them all down, it gets pretty amazing. I don't think there are coincidences.
The sun is life, isn't it, Rucky? Without it, along with water and stuff like that too. But it is.
I would say it's energy.
Yeah.
But I think light is the energy source. Like, so does the sun give light energy, or does the light give the sun energy? Like, you know, to me, God is light, right? Like, so the energy source, to me, the creator is the energy source. Light is.
Yeah. And it's so funny, you know, we go down to the beach probably minimum 5 days a week, like in the morning or in the afternoon. We just go down for a walk along the beach, and you know, when the sun is out and shining, man, you feel so energized. You feel so alive when you get back. You know, you take your shoes and socks off. You know, you ground yourself and let the sun, you know, hit your face, hit your body, your legs, tops of your feet, all that sort of stuff. It feels amazing, absolutely amazing.
You know, I say that all the time. I didn't wear shoes like for the first 20 years of my life, basically. And I wear sandals a lot now, and I often take them off, walk through the grass, saying like you know, like I wonder if that has something to do with it, because I always say it does. And I've always been an outdoorsman, always been out in the sun. You know, my skin. I'm a Native American. Like I have a lot of Indian in me, so my skin is really, really dark. When I was a child, I would just get, you know, almost black during the summertime. As I've gotten older, I don't, you know, I don't turn as dark, but just very dark skin. I wonder if that has something to do with it. Like the sun is definitely, you know, an energy source to me. Science even says you get vitamins and whatever, but. You know, the moon, I think, you know, we've always told stories about the moon. You know, full moon does this, you know, brings out the crazies. My wife was back when was doing neonatal intensive care, and during a full moon there would be a lot of bursts, you know, things like that. So I don't know if that's just like, you know, whatever. I mean, it might not be true, but it does. The stories were there, right? Like,
yeah.
So people relate the moon and sun to things like that. Like if you did the numbers, the same amount of bursts might happen on any phase of the moon. I don't know, but I'm just saying, people, you know, watch out, a full moon's coming. You know, like the crazy gonna be out. And it's gonna be a lot of babies born.
Yeah.
I think this is the one that triggered him, Bandsaw.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, that was here.
Yeah, I've had some of the best conversations here. I tell everybody, come here, come to Geo's. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and Zanuck. Oh, damn. Zanuck was the star attraction too.
Oh, this one is a doozy. If you haven't heard this one, oh God, you got to hear this one.
Okay. Damn. That's funny.
SC, did you see that? Sorry. Did you see that post I did 742 right underneath the gear system? That disc. A girl gave that to me yesterday. This is the girl that in the middle of a poker room with, I don't know, maybe 30 tables, so 300 or 400 people in this room. We're talking about biblical cosmology and flat Earth, basically. And she sends me this, but the people around us were so receptive now. Like 3 years ago, that conversation would have never happened. But she overheard me saying something and then asked me if I was studying biblical cosmology. And I said, yeah. Isn't that amazing? Like just random people now. There's so many people out there looking into this and studying it. I mean, she's full fledged. Like she knows, you know.
That's a pretty amazing thing there. That disc has the Milky Way, has the Polaris, that's pretty good there. Good find, Rakia.
Yeah, I had never seen that. She sent it to me yesterday. So while we were standing there, she got my number. Yeah, she got my number and texted that to me.
Good find. You see, all the ancients looked up, and all the ancients figured out how to navigate. This is not a thing in the 1700s. This was around for millennia. It's undisputed. Yeah, that's the problem, man. They have us arguing. You see, they have ballers against flat earthers, against us, which we claim we are neither. That's what they want. They want us all to argue instead of all getting together and figuring this stuff out.
Oh yeah.
No, I don't think anybody's arguing that they haven't been able to not been able to navigate for you. It's just we're arguing how they use flat maps or.
No, bro, you're arguing for the man. You're, it's like you're under a spell. You refuse to see the things that we see, Eggshells. And I'm not trying to be insulting here. It's just the facts.
Yeah, I think I can see them. I just don't agree with your conclusions, obviously. I got the gist of we see too far.
Like we argue against each other, right? That's exactly what they want. You understand?
Well, I mean, it's what we want too, right? That's why we come here. There's something about us that likes these debates, for better or worse.
Sorry, Eggshells, I didn't catch that. Sorry.
So there's something we like about the debates. I don't know if the controllers need to have much to do with it if we're keen to turn up here day after day and argue about it. I don't know what role I need to ascribe to them.
No, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying I find it funny how some people can see like irregularities, shall we say, and others just explain them away. This is what I find fascinating.
Well, yes, but the point I'm making is that we say that about one another. You're just saying I'm right, you don't realize you're wrong. But obviously, if I'm here, I think I'm right, but you're wrong. It's not a...
No, but that's not what I'm saying, not me anyways. I'm saying, look, this is the model and this is wrong with it. It's obviously wrong. Obviously doesn't work.
So what was it you weren't saying now? Because I just said you were saying you're right. And you're like, no, I'm not saying you're wrong. And then the very next words that came out of your mouth sounded like they were saying, I'm just saying your model's wrong.
Oh, my bad, because you got a really bad connection there and you're low, bro, so I can barely hear you sometimes.
Yeah, no, I'm getting confused. What's going on? You think I'm wrong, right?
No, I don't think you're wrong. No, just listen to what I said, Eggshells. I said I find it funny when let's just use me. When I look at the model and I find something wrong with it, right? And I bring it to you guys automatically try to come up with a fix for it instead of saying, wait a minute, could he be right? Does he have a point on this?
But when you come up with something that's in the model that you think is wrong, could you be wrong?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so how do you know that you're not doing that?
That's not the issue. I could be wrong. I probably am wrong about everything. That's not the issue. The issue is that I question things. I question things, whereas you go to the explanation right away.
But the point I'm making is we're both doing that, right? You think I'm wrong. I think you're wrong. Like there's no, it's not.
No, I don't think you're wrong, bro. You're not understanding it. This is not against you. I think the model is wrong.
You're right. I'm wrong. The model's wrong. But you don't think I'm wrong with the model's wrong. I get it. But you question things, but I don't question things. Do you question that? Can you tell me what it's like when you question whether you question things?
I always question myself.
No.
Always.
I want to know when you question whether you question yourself.
What the hell are you talking about, bro? Can't you have a normal conversation, man? Why do you always... This is exactly what you're trying to do now. You're trying to get a win. You're trying to flip something. You're trying to... It's like you're a snake in the grass, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to point out to you how ridiculous your argument is.
Yeah, you can't have a normal conversation. I can see you laughing in the background. It's like you're a little kid, like trying to cause havoc. Like I don't get it, man.
Montreal. Montreal. Eggshells isn't wrong on his question. I followed his line of questioning there, but the thing is like, and he's not wrong. I think and I don't think you're a guilty party of it, but I think there's a little miscommunication. But the idea is that, and to Montreal's point, back to Eggshells, is the idea that let's say if you're defending something that is right? And then someone comes along and questions it. The person who comes along and questioning it, like, he's observing some irregularity, and then you're trying to synthesize that irregularity, right? Usually.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
a great description of it. Yeah, trying like motivated to, and sort of destined to show how it's not an irregularity. I think that wouldn't you just say though, is that both the same thing happens on both sides? I can point out problems with the flat Earth model, like a south celestial pole.
How about this?
No matter which way you do it, it's a problem for it, and people have to synthesize. I think synthesize is a bloody great word for it, by the way.
Yeah, I think I've been guilty of that myself, in the sense that I'm like trying to pigeonhole my ideas. You know what I mean? Like, we're all guilty of it. But I think but it's just interesting, like, I think, and I think to Montreal's point is that, like, it seems as though some people will bend over backwards for this model. Now, granted, that is what we're here to do, right? We're arguing the shape of the Earth and the validity of a model. But at the same time, it is odd, as being someone on the questioning side, when someone just dismisses the questions. And I think that's what Montreal is frustrated with, is that people dismiss these questions instead of being willing to say, you're right, we don't know what dark matter is. Instead of being like, it's a placeholder, we know what it is. You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly, Isa. Yes, exactly that.
And well said too. Not just am I with you on it, but well said.
I couldn't have said it better if I tried.
Well, I heard you guys.
What do you think? Sorry, Isa.
No, go on, Ben.
No, I was just going to ask writing that apart from dark matter, what do you think is the biggest problem for you with the globe model?
How far we see. It doesn't match up with the strictly geometric globe. That in the Bible. People believers in a creator.
How's that a problem with the globe model?
Well, because if there is a creator, then absolutely the Earth could be flat. Like, I mean, the other way, the reverse way I've put it before is, I've said, somebody asked me this, and I had to think about it. But they said, would you have to accept the existence of God if the Earth were flat? And I thought about it. I'm like, oh, wow, that's an interesting question. I haven't thought about it. I thought about it for a bit, and I was like, yes, absolutely. But it would just be because it's basically a stage. It's a place just made for humans. So the biggest issue for the globe would be, if there was a creator, then the Earth could well be flat.
Yeah,
so the fact that we see too far, what you think that refraction and whatnot, doesn't it explain that well enough for you?
I think it does, but I mean, I think it's a big problem to have to explain. That, like, you look out over the ocean and you see this, and then you've got to tell somebody that's not where it is.
Well,
like,
okay, then. So then if that explanation explains it well enough to you, I think then you probably may not have answered the question. Like, what is the one thing with the globe model that isn't explained well enough for you? Maybe I should have put it that way to start off with.
None of them. Most of it makes sense. I mean, I would also say it makes a lot more sense to me now than it used to. So it is much more easy to comprehend, or I understand better parts of it, where people were like, shouldn't you feel lighter at night time in the middle of winter when you're on the furthest side of the globe, swinging on the outside of a giant orbit? I was like, yeah, I feel like you should feel like a little bit like a butterflies in your gut all day long. So it's caused me to ask a lot of very interesting questions and get interested.
I agree with you on that. Like, I even know the globe model better now because of this, right? But one thing I wanted y'all touched on was the refraction. They say that the light tends to make things appear higher. That's why we see so far. But every day in the sunset, the sun refracts downward. Like, that doesn't add up to me. You're saying that. Well, you're saying at a certain point in the sunset, the sun is actually already set. Oh, it is being refracted up, so you're still seeing it, right?
Yeah, like the according, at least to my like not inexpert understanding of this, the when the sun sets, according to like strict geometry, it should have been hidden before that, but it's not.
Yeah, that is totally strange to me.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, a lot of these things are. I don't think there's many things in flat Earth that are just like, oh, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, some, but
Yeah.
most of the questions I hear are like really good, reasonable questions to ask, in my view.
Do you see how the sun could set over a flat plane the way it does?
No, I wouldn't. And I'm trying to, but it appears to get half, like it's a circle and then it turns not into a small circle but a half circle. So that I think is an issue. And you can stand up and it unsets a little bit.
Yeah, I got you. The sun's a little different, but if you take a large light over what you know and have measured to be a flat plane, and get just sit on the ground and have someone hold that light above your head and then walk away from you, it does similar things that the sun does, right? It appears to get lower. At some point it would be obstructed, and then at some point it would disappear.
So that's the bit I disagree on. That to me would be like seeing train tracks converge at the further away you go, but they always just keep going like they are.
Yeah, but the horizontal
crossover, and what I would see as a crossing over is the fact that when the sun's half set and I were to draw the rest of the circle of the sun, half of it would be below the horizon. That in my mind is like watching the train tracks visibly cross over because they got so close together. That bit doesn't make sense to me.
No, they're just merging with the sky, and then they're due to perspective, they're appearing to come together, which we know it don't. But that if you're looking down a train track, which you know is horizontal, like you can measure that, and then put a light above you and go down the train track with that light, it will at some point appear to get lower and also disappear. You don't agree with that? You can do this easily.
I'm aware of the claim, but I just don't think that's like I don't see other evidence for that being the way light works. If something appears obscured behind something, like if someone's halfway behind a tree or a tree is halfway behind a hill, that never strikes me when I see that as a function of perspective.
I don't think anyone's arguing that. But you can get a light. I mean, you can get a light in a friend or a light in a stranger, have them hold a candle or a flashlight above you, look up at it, and then have them move away from you. It's going to appear to lower in your sky, basically, as it goes away. And then at some point, it's going to disappear. It's going to merge with the ground.
At what point is it going to disappear?
Well, why does that matter? Why does that matter?
That's the fundamental question. You keep asserting the point that is they'll get lower in the sky.
Well, you can measure. It depends on the light and how powerful the light source is, how big it is, and how powerful it is. You can measure that. But the point is that it will disappear. The smaller the light is I would say, is gonna disappear faster. The higher in the sky that light is, it's going to take more distance for it to appear to get to the ground. And if that distance is further than what you can see that light, then it's just going to blink out.
Claim again. I've heard. I know the claim. Please don't interrupt me just to make it again.
I would say don't tell me what to do, but you can answer again. You said it. You don't think that happens.
No, it's your go. You just let me know.
Well,
the question.
It was strange that you said that wouldn't happen. You've never seen proof of that. And I said, you can take a light yourself and a stranger and prove it for yourself. And now you're here talking about how I interrupt instead of talking about, oh yeah, that sounds cool.
I was midway through an answer. I thought I was. I was obviously wrong. I'll just sit back.
So you're taking that opportunity to just avoid answering.
It's just obviously you want to talk, so I'll let you do it, and then I'll get in when it's my go.
How about I go on mute and you tell everyone how a light above your head, like a flashlight, won't disappear in the distance? Go ahead.
Sure. Lights, the further away they get smaller and smaller, but they don't disappear. They don't go behind something unless they go behind something. I've seen this with cars going over a dingo gate as we look across from the hut, the farm, 80 kilometres away, and you can see them winking in and out of the trees and going behind little gullies and coming back up into view again. I don't presume that they're getting further away and winking out of existence. I think that one thing causes that light to be obscured from the bottom up, and it is that light being obscured from the bottom up. That's the only thing I've ever seen ever stop light. Have you seen anything other than that stop light?
Yeah.
A whirlpool could do it. What else?
Yeah, more dense atmosphere. If the medium is thicker, like if you look through different layers of glass, like if you look through different layers of water, yeah, more distance of water, you can see light. And if that layer is thicker at the bottom, at the surface, which science tells us it is, then it's going to obstruct that light more at the bottom than it will at the top. Sure.
Where have you seen it?
What do you mean? I see it every day in the sunset. The more dense layer of the surface is yeah, you're interrupting my answer now. Where have you seen it was the question, right? I just want to make sure that was the question you asked.
The challenge we're trying to answer is, when does this happen?
No, yeah, every day at sunset is my answer, and I started to explain it, and you interrupted.
Yeah, I'm pointing.
So the very thing you just complained about and bitched about like a little girl is what you're doing now.
Are you complaining and bitching like a little girl or a big boy? You bitching?
No, I was trying to tell you my answer. Now we're talking about interrupting. Yeah. You see how I went on mute and let you answer? Now you're saying the light doesn't disappear. It's only obstructed by bushes and stuff, which we didn't even talk about, or something physical. It can be obstructed by the atmosphere. People agree with this. It makes sense that if the surface level is more dense with gases and whatever, it would be harder to look through. You wouldn't get that information, especially over distance and at a lower angle. Then that would create the situations that we see. Very simple.
So yeah, and you can come up with an explanation for it for the question I asked, which is why I interrupted, because you weren't answering it. Sorry for that, but maybe we can move on from that. And I was saying, when else have you seen that happen? Pointing at another sunset when the thing we're trying to ask the question about is the sunset doesn't to me cut it or explain anything. What we're trying to figure out is, when else have you seen a light get obscured from a particular direction as well? Like if you could see half of your TV or half of the street light or half of the
pebbles in the pond.
You can do it with anything.
I can tell you.
You can do it with anything. Yeah.
Yeah, pebbles in the pond did it. I can tell you, eggshells. Pebbles in the pond did it. Pebbles in the pond did it with lights. Sky Free did it with a boat. This happens. It's not even a question.
Yeah, you can do it. It's funny that you're questioning it.
Yeah, it's a very true point. It's one example I was mentioning before. A whirlpool can do it. Pebbles can do it. Yeah, if you refract and bend light sufficiently that it bounces.
No, you don't have to do that.
I'm sorry. I guess you'll go for it.
You don't have to do that. You can do it yourself. Or you can sit here on your computer playing games and arguing with people that it doesn't happen, or that one person did it and then introduce some extreme refraction or whatever. No, they did the extreme because they didn't have the distance. When you do shorter distance, then you need more extreme conditions. But when you add in distance, then the conditions don't have to be as extreme, and you're going to get the same effect. And if you say prove it, you can prove it to yourself. Why would you trust me? Just go do it. I told you. Take a light, put it above your head. Yeah, and you said don't repeat it, but you keep asking the same question. Where have we seen it? And I'm telling you how we've seen it and how you can recreate it. You seem to be denying it. I'm off to my massage. Y'all have a good day.
Enjoy.
It's the one example we're trying to test is the sunset. And when I say, can you show me another example of this happening? He says, but what about the sunset? It's just obvious. Everybody can say that's just silly.
Yeah, no. Sky Free's done it. Pebbles in the Pond has done it. Rob Skiba's done it. We need a database is what's going on here.
Okay, are you talking about they've shown how the sun or a boat can appear to be behind something but not be behind something?
Yes.
Oh, that's
Yes.
awesome. Okay. That's awesome.
Rob Skiba showed a sunset on a flat table. Sky Free showed a boat disappear over on water over the course of 100 feet or something, maybe not even. I don't know how long it was. A couple 100 feet. Definitely not Earth curve. Pebbles in a Pond did on a flat warehouse floor.
That was the one that he brought to Brandon's, wasn't it?
Yeah, he did a bunch of them. Sky Free has also done a bunch of them with a city skyline.
Mm-hmm.
They did a city skyline in her room on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
They did the boat.
I like when they say you can't do it over a highly reflective floor like that. I'm like, what do you think?
What do you think water is?
Your robot.
Water.
Rock, yeah. Reflective like Earth, like how Earth reflects light, and we have Earthshine on the moon. Or sorry, do we get Earthshine on the moon? Earth definitely reflects light, though.
Yeah, we've got a specular highlight. Like there's a shiny bit where the oceans are reflecting back, and then it goes dull when it gets across the land.
Is that why P. Shay's always on about? There's a mirror reflection of the Earth on the moon.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep.
What? What's he talking about? I haven't heard that one.
I actually saw a TikTok on that the other day. They say that there's like the moon, something with the moon, and you can see the Earth.
Yeah.
On it.
Yeah. They definitely. Yeah, it's been around for a while now, Jeremy. That theory. It's hard to see. Like when it's pointed out, you can kind of make out the different continents and stuff, but it's only kind of when they've pointed them out. I think it's a bit like when your kids point out a cat in the cloud, and you're looking up at the cloud, going, "Where's the cat? Where's the cat?" And then they kind of point it out to you, and you go, "Oh, okay, then I can see the cat now." But
that's a nice way to think about it.
Well, but and maybe I've just never looked for it before too, so I don't know.
Hey there, Buster. What's up, bro?
Not much. How are you?
Was that eggshells?
No.
Oh, because eggshells is lighting up there.
Yeah.
Hey, Buster, I tried to add you on my featured channels, but I couldn't find your. I can't get your channel in there. Like I typed in Buster, and like a million things come up, everything except your channel.
You just type
You
the
guys-
Buster into YouTube?
Yeah, not YouTube. You know when you have your YouTube channel and you have your featured channels?
The ones you're sub to.
Well, yeah, you can either be sub to or not, but on your channel, on your YouTube channel, they have a thing called featured channels, right? Where you can feature channels.
Prioritize would be a great word for it. It's definitely what they did with the.
Yeah, that
I was listening
woman from YouTube testified before Congress, and she said, "We're going to take care of it. Don't worry, sir."
Oh yeah, that was in a Congress meeting. That's not even like a guess or whatever. They're definitely doing it. I saw that. Yo, I was listening to Bev's show. I don't know if it was from last night or whatever. One of his YouTube clips, where Vanek said the St. Lawrence River, the St. Lawrence River. I heard him say that before in real time. I just never paid much attention to it. He said that a lot.
Yeah, he said the mouth of the river, the ending of the river is higher than the source of the river.
Than the start of it, yeah.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Uphill rivers, bro. What do you mean, dude? It's you can have anything you want on the globe.
Yeah, just believe anything you want. Accept paradoxes. You accept some paradoxes, and boom, you have your model.
Things can be simultaneously hot and cold. They can be open and closed. They can be curved and flat. Like anything you want.
Yep, that's
like,
why we came.
Peter Pan land.
Yeah, dialetheism, Jeremy. That's the word of the new word of the week or the month. Dialetheism, the ability to hold two truths, or something could be true and wrong at the same time, true and false at the same time. Crazy stuff.
It's based. So dialetheism is like you basically don't believe in the law of non-contradiction.
Exactly. It's the anti-law of non-contradiction. Yep. Crazy
Dude,
stuff.
I was listening to an older stream, Montreal. I was listening to an older. I watched your video. Anybody who hasn't seen it, go check out SC Montreal channel's video with and he was talking about this. You just defined it to him and taught him, and then you give him an explanation, and he starts filling out the explanation and commits dialetheism. He committed talking about when he was trying to describe reference frames. It's like he actually defined it with his words. He almost did a better definition with an example than the definition itself, man. But it was hilarious, dude. And you try to point it out to him, he just didn't get it. Like, how is he not getting that?
It boggles my brain, bro. And he admitted that when I explained it to him, he said, "Well, yeah, then that would be me." And I said, "Yeah, that's definitely you, Zanuck."
Yeah, he's saying that. Yeah, he's saying So it's going curved. It's curved and straight at the same time.
At the same time,
exactly.
yeah, brother.
Yeah.
That is.
They're trying to change it to speed.
In a nutshell. Yeah.
The trick is, like Coach talks about, I don't know if he's here or not. I ain't talking shit about you, just using one of your examples about using a boat and all that, but we're talking about real world and spinning, the Coriolis effect, not going straight, not speeds, the turning effect, and what we see. What is it actually going? Is it actually turning, or is it Did you also hear Zenix say that that the objects aren't the reference frames? It's what the objects are in. That their whole argument was talking about that every object is its own reference frame. I mean,
the thing that kills me with that is they act like we don't know how to throw a ball straight in reality.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't pull a straight tape measure either. Like if you pop a straight string line, that must not be straight either, huh?
Like on Earth, we know how to actually throw a ball in a straight line. I don't know. That's not like a challenge. That doesn't seem like a challenge or anything. Like I know how to throw a ball in a straight. Everyone, since a kid, knows how to throw a ball in a straight line because pitchers they know how to throw a curveball, and they know how to throw a straight fastball straight down the pipe.
Or a drop
they can't
ball,
even form an angle. They can't even form an angle in their head with a fucking straight line, much less a ball.
We don't know how to actually. Don't know how to throw a ball in it. I was gonna say, like, they act like we don't know what the ball's actually doing, but they'll say, you know, we know how to throw a ball in a straight line actually, but then in the next breath they'll tell us we don't know what the ball's actually doing, or you can't use the word actual or something. When in the sentence before they'll agree that yes, we can throw a ball in a straight line actually on Earth.
Yeah, that's Zanuck. So what's actual, SC? Are you freaking kidding me? You want me to tell you what actual is? God.
He wanted the definition of actual.
Yeah. I mean, we brought them to a point where they just have to double speak and say all kinds of crazy stuff instead of sitting back and saying, wait a minute, man, maybe I should rethink this.
Look, they got to have their curved lines that are also straight and then also not curved. They got to go back and forth. Like, just to argue my one thing with using their great circles as straight lines as far as straightforward and backwards behind me. And their model, that the great circle is supposed to be a straight line. So every due east measurement is a straight circle. It's a great circle. And so if, like I was giving that example, if we're 30 degrees above the equator and 30 degrees below the equator, if we both pull due east, then we're looking at the same place. We're looking at Africa. So if you're standing on the shore, you're actually looking at Africa and way off in the distance, or, you know, maybe down a little bit, but still that direction is the the beginning coast of Africa, right? Not even the top of it, like a little bit south. I mean, right at the equator. I think Africa's pretty well centered. It's a little bit north of the equator, but so right about where the equator is, at 30 degrees, look east, is a straight ass line in either model. I mean, it's a great circle, or just in flat Earth, a straight line is a straight line. So, but they have to curve it in their heads, man. They have to say, well, no, the ground's curving, but straight ain't actually curving. I mean, make up your mind, people. Which is it, man? Whatever the argument suits is the description they use at the time. It's triletheism, SE.
Funny, I used that word before, triletheism. Yeah, I think it was with Blue. He has.
Yeah, I got that from you.
Yeah. He got that. He said that they have a thing, and he has three horizontals, not one, not two, but three. That's where I said, oh, this is triletheism. This is even better than diletheism. Yeah.
Yeah, man, I got that from you. I'm a fan.
Yeah. Hold on, I just want to say something. That's the picture I was telling Eggshells of the newt. The only representation that I was saying was like, you know what I'm saying? That the stars are like what do you call it? A cupola. You know, what's the word I'm looking for? Damn it!
Start over, and I'll try and tell you. I lost context.
The curve in the sky, whatever, like the only representation of them actually thinking that somehow the Earth curves is this representation here of the stars. Thank you, Lightwater, for finding the dome. There's the word I was looking for crying out loud. The dome. Yeah.
But if I use that example that I was given with the straight lines and stuff, if you try and use that like standing, like laying down at the equator, if I'm on one side of the world, you're on the other side of the world, we're laying down at the equator, and we're both seeing the Polaris right at the fucking horizon. Let's say we're 1 degree inward, basically, from the equator. We both see Polaris basically sitting on the fucking on the horizon. But if we do a straight line, from a globe, it goes off into space. So if we had laser beams shooting out of our eyes, if we're laying down at the equator, it would be 8,000 miles apart from where we were from each other. And then when it hit Polaris, it would hit 8,000 miles apart. It would never. So in that direction, the way they have their longitude lines, it works out. But their latitude lines, the way they curve them, so that don't work out. So that falls in line with parallel light with using Polaris. But using the sun, seeing it, seeing it rise due east everywhere, that doesn't, man, because due east converges. And that's also a great circle. So it works looking east to west. I mean, it fails east to west, but it works fine north and south on their model. But they don't understand that. Or either I'm just pulling string lines wrong on this globe here of mine.
What I would like to see is all sides working together to figure this out instead of doing exactly what they want us to do, is argue with each other about things that we'll never be able to prove either way.
I like your sentiment, SE. I like your sentiment.
Yeah, divide and conquer. That's what they do.
But think about my argument, though. Think about my argument. If you're below the equator and you're looking in a great circle, looking up a longitude line, if you just kept going straight and didn't curve down with the Earth, you'd just go on forever spreading apart. And if you're at the equator looking toward the great circle, you'd converge, right? If you're at the equator, basically, if you don't go down with the longitude line, then you're just going to keep going straight off into space. It'd be parallel. So they're, like I'm saying, their parallel shit works north and south. As far as the ground, the longitude lines bending, the longitude lines bend and converge. But if you don't bend with the Earth, you keep going straight. Tangent with the horizon in their model, and you remain the same distance. And they say that we're seeing the same thing because of infinite distance and parallel light. That don't work east and fucking west. That doesn't work east and west because the lines are parallel. So you'd have to be looking fucking further north to be. I mean, you'd have to be looking away from each other, standing at 30 north and 30 south, for on their model for it to be parallel. Because looking due east, it converges, man. But their latitude lines don't show it on the globe. So in other words, going sideways, you don't have to bend. That has nothing to do with bending downward and following the tangent of the Earth, like north-south. If you're looking north-south, like I said, you'd stay parallel. If you didn't curve inward or curve downward, then you just stay the same distance apart. That doesn't apply east to west. I'm gonna make a video better explaining this, man. It's easier to show it than to try and describe it. In other words, think of if you're standing at the equator. If we're standing on the equator, but we're only 60 degrees apart, okay? Our initial sight, okay, eventually it's a great circle because they converge and they bend inward. But if you if you hold a ruler on it, it'll go off into space. The ruler, won't necessarily converge. The rulers won't converge north to south because they're straight. So they'll basically just shoot off. They'll start getting higher than the ground, and you'll see the lines underneath them start to curve inward. Basically. But the ruler won't. Now you take the same ruler, and you do due east from north and south, 60 degrees apart, 30 north, 30 south. They do converge. They converge right before Africa. So besides the ground, besides the latitude line, going down and bending away off to the left. Your line of sight is, if it's a great circle, it's supposed to be a straight line. And a due east line of sight is a great circle. And I mean, I don't know if anybody understands that or not, but they do converge. In other words, longitudes and latitudes are not the same. They're not the same. Latitudes are parallel and curving away from each other if you're talking about straight lines. But our line of sight is a straight line, and due east is also a great circle straight line in their model, just dropping down. So our line of sight doesn't follow the latitudes because the latitudes are parallel. They're equidistant. But straight lines of sight don't follow them parallel lines. So just by saying that, I'm not seeing straight then. If the light's coming in parallel, then my line of sight is curving. Crazy. Anybody could get a better insight on this, just go to Google Earth and go to 30 north, right on the coast of the United States or whatever, and then go 30 south, pull, and just draw a 90 from north, from dead center north, and that's called due east. You know, it'll look parallel with the latitude line at first, but the further you go, the latitude line curves around, you know, but your great circle that you're drawing, but you can wrap it all the way around the ball if you like. It'll come back and hit you right in the ass. That line of sight, that straight line of sight that's actually curving down and whatever is heading toward the equator. And then same thing from the south. So them lines, they cross each other like about 4,200 miles away before you even right at the horizon, basically. So where the sun probably is in reality, right there, just leaving Africa. We're all seeing it right there because that's where the fuck it is. And that's why our line of sight converges. Because if you're further north, you're going to be looking further south. The way Google Earth draws their lines, to me, that works better on a flat model. There'd still be a few kinks to work out, but for the most part, if due east is converging at the fucking equator, then that's a globe killer as far as parallel light. All these proofs, man, that they try and use for the globe, man. If you look in deep and look at the details, draw them out, map them out, man, most of them backfire and turn out to be flat Earth proofs, man. But they look like great proofs with the parallel light, anyway, like the shadow on the bottom of clouds. If you have a sun above the fucking horizon, I've said this before. If you have a sun sitting on the horizon at 1 degree, just sitting on the horizon, then if that light's coming in parallel, your shadow has to point down 1 degree, even though it's just sitting right there low on the horizon. And to break that, you'd have to go up 3,600 feet, and then the ground curves down. Okay, not the in their model anyway. That's the ground. That's not the light changing angle by 1 degree. That's the ground changing angle by 1 degree. So even having said that, you could delve in deeper and say, like the light shining on the bottom of clouds. There's no way, man. I've got pictures of the sun like a few degrees above the horizon, and shining on the bottom of clouds. That's a parallel light killer. And then that also equates to when you get up to 120,000 feet, like Felix Baumgartner height, then the horizon is supposed to be down an extra 7 degrees. But we all seen the fucking horizon looking out of his capsule without the fisheye lens. And even if somebody wants to argue and say it's not eye level, it's damn close. But it's damn sure not 7 degrees down over that distance. It'd be obvious, in my opinion.
Mic check.
You're good?
Yep, you're good.
I appreciate it. It's weird. There's so many people here and it's quiet. Never seen so many people here and being quiet.
Man, it's been buzzing all day, Elbow. Buzzing all day.
It's fun. I'm in Blue's chat, and they're trying to justify the 11 different vectors and all this movement, and it's just amazing to watch them defend the model.
We had a over a 3-hour chat today, SC, about how you can apparently get a angle from a curved line and a straight line.
Wow. What device did they use?
Oh man. It was actually hard. It was hard to listen to at times.
Yeah, that's WS's favorite argument until one day I told them, okay, tell me what device you use to measure that angle, straight line to a curve, please. Then he stopped asking me that question. Never asked me that question again, yeah?
I just asked the question, SC, what do you have to add to that curved line to be able to make an angle? What do you got to add to it? We don't have to add anything. We have to be able to add something because you can't get an angle if you don't add anything. No, all the information is there. It's all there. We don't have to add anything. Well, you do actually. And then one of the things that Bacon dropped, actually, I want to talk out of turn because he's not here, but in what he actually dropped, it actually said you have to draw a tangent line to that curved surface to be able to work out the angle.
Yeah.
It's actually in the stuff that they provide.
I know. It's crazy, bro. They don't see it. It's crazy. If you don't have two straight lines, you don't have an angle. Period. End of story.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It must be, I don't know. Maybe we're looking at things too simply, SE. That's the problem.
I thought straight lines for them are curve.
Well, they can be both. They can be both, depending on how you look at it. Shout out Bob, the science guy. If you look at it from the top, it's straight. But if you go just move a little bit to the side, oh, there's the curve.
I mean, they describe it as a straight line is just a big circle.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
The shortest distance between two lines is obviously a curved line.
Shout out Bob, the science guy. Obviously. And he doubles down on it. He made it first. He spoke with Rakia. Shout out Rakia. And he said 1,050 straight line. He traveled it in 900 something.
Oh,
then,
yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I
remember that one? Yeah.
Yeah, you told me about it. Yeah, I was gobsmacked, actually.
Yeah, then in here, I caught him another time, and I recorded and I put it out on my YouTube. Anybody could watch it. He doubled down on it, and he said a 4,400 mile distance, he traveled it in 1,700.
Really?
Yeah, on this server. Yeah, it's one of my videos. Check it out. He says it, and he doubles.
He cut 3,000 miles off his journey. Damn.
Approximately. Yeah. It's insanity, bro. It's sheer insanity. Next time he's here, if you don't believe me, ask him. Tell him, hey, SC has been saying this crazy stuff about you. He's going to say it again.
He won't talk to me, SC. He won't talk to me.
It's too funny. It's too easy at this point. It's like taking candy from a baby almost.
You should get him to come over here, Blue, and debate you. A neutral platform, neither his nor yours / Bev's.
I tried that.
Okay, no taker. No takers.
His response was "F you." I don't go to that server.
I don't know if he's ever been here.
I don't think he has. I told him this is a neutral platform.
He came here early on. I heard him talking about it early on. He was complaining about it, saying he'd never go back, trying to pretty much doing negative advertising to everybody at Jose's that it's not worth going to.
I swear, this is like the most neutral platform I've ever seen.
Yeah. If you're a baller, you're going to get a fair shake here. Absolutely. Shout out Gio. Look, I like this place, and I was a mod, and Gio demodded me. I don't take it bad. Maybe I'm not the right person for a mod, because if I see one of these ballers getting smart, you know what I'm going to do, right? So maybe it's better this way. We need stable people like our buddy Bandsaw.
Oh man, I'm far from stable, G. I mean, SE.
Yeah.
But, I do like to listen to you guys take it to them, I must say. It's good.
Yeah, well, you know me. I give what I get, right?
Mate,
so if I'm going to have a guy like Eggshells getting smart with me, well, you know what's going to happen, right?
I've only ever heard you start to lose it when the insults tend to come your way. SE, in all seriousness, like. But then when they start, it's like it's a free for all. Then it's just like you don't hold back, which is fair enough. You know?
Yeah.
Why should you take things just sitting down? There's no.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. As you can see, I never start things. I'm always polite. I talk regularly, but you know, I grew up on the street, Bandsaw, so I don't take kindly to smartasses. It's just the way people are, you know. Different people react different ways.
Yeah, and I think there's obviously characters here that rub other characters the wrong way consistently. So it seems that that is always brought into a conversation. Really, it's never let's start afresh. It kind of, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I don't blame Gio, because every time I would say something, they would say, "Oh, SC's a mod. Look how he's behaving," and they would use that, right? So now that I'm no longer a mod, well, they can't use that excuse, can they? Yeah. So I feel it's better for me not to be a mod and engage with these people, you know, because this way they can't use that as an excuse.
No. And all they're looking for is a excuse not to engage. Really, they'll grasp at any straw, Montreal. So
yeah, I would agree, Bandy. Yeah.
You know who I miss in the debates? Ali B. He was good.
Yeah, Ali is one of my favorites. Yeah, shout out Ali B.
Yeah.
But I've seen him here. As a matter of fact, I'm the one that invited him to come back here.
Yeah. No, you see him here quite regularly, but he just doesn't kind of partake anymore, I think.
Yeah, he got a little jaded. And I don't blame him, really.
Yeah. But he loves to listen in. He's always listening in, whether here or on YouTube. So yeah, shout out Ali if you're listening, mate.
Yeah, Ali B is one of the smartest dudes around. Yeah, definitely.
Very well read. Very well read, that man.
Yep. He's been a friend of mine for a while. And by the way, Ali B believes in the ISS and believes in the moon landing. And I consider him a friend.
Exactly.
Let that be known.
Yeah. No, he definitely does.
I don't care what you believe in. If you're good with me, I'll be good with you. That's just the way it is.
There's a funny saying, SE, friends are few and far between, but enemies accumulate.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't see how anybody could look at that old footage and think that's real. Like if they went to the moon landing, I mean, if they went to the moon, then I'm sure they have their real footage. You know, I don't believe they did. But who the fuck can look at that crap they show us and still believe it? Like, what do they think that our brains were different, or your eyes, or do they have 1969 eyeballs to look at that shit? I mean, I don't get it.
Look, all you need is half a brain. You don't even need a full brain to understand that that camera that they had could not have taken those pictures. The Hasselblad, there's no way that that camera could have taken those pictures. Impossible.
Hasselblad, they used to be one of your favorite topics, SE, back in the day.
Yeah. That's definite proof that those pictures were not taken in that atmosphere. Impossible. And that's that's one of the reasons why Ellen Evans booted me from Terry's server, but Terry let me back in after he found out. So
Yeah.
The camera expert from down under couldn't answer that question. Triggered the hell out of him. I asked him show me the blueprints of how they weathered the Hasselblad camera to operate on the moon in those conditions. And of course, they couldn't find any. I put that challenge out.
Do them cameras have batteries, SE?
Yep, it had batteries, yep.
I mean, ain't everybody pretty clear that batteries fail in extreme conditions and shit?
Yep, then there's the gears. You ever hear of cold welding? Anybody ever hear about that?
Mm-hmm.
When it gets to a certain degree, the gears, they freeze. Like, when you stick your tongue on a frozen pole? That kind of a thing. Then there's the radiation issue. Remember the old films when you used to go through the airport, you'd have to take the film, put them in your pocket and let the camera go through? Remember those days?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's because the radiation, the X-rays would ruin the film.
No, SE, they just wrapped it in tin foil. It was okay.
Yeah.
Besides all that, just look at the fucking one picture. I got it on my channel, man. It's in one of the clips about the moon landing. But the dude jumps up the fucking lander and goes significantly high, and he right when he touches it, it pulls him up and to the left. Like, what the fuck pulled you? He had to be suspended for that to even work. And then the one dude is sitting there going, and his leg gets caught up behind him. Like he's bunny hopping along. He's bunny hopping along the ground. His leg gets caught up behind him. Like, what the fuck stopped his leg and pulled it up toward his ass? It had to be a fucking wire or something invisible. Like, just seeing any one of those things. It's
There's so many of them. Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to even contemplate, to even for a minute think that that's real after all these things that you've been told, you know?
Then they do it on the debunk. They show, look, we're gonna recreate the converging shadows. We're gonna recreate it. We got to wait till certain time of night or something to do this. I'm like, to simulate the moon. Use the sun, motherfucker. That's what Bart Sabral said. He said, don't use wait till night and use artificial lights to try and debunk artificial lights. Use the sun and show converging shadows, 100 feet from each other. You can't. It doesn't work. That's desperate.
Yep, the model is full of holes, and when we point it out to them, they just don't like it.
They basically showed that you can make converging shadows with artificial light to disprove the converging shadows on the moon, which is supposedly sunlit. Like, come on, man. That's pulling a fast one, in my opinion.
See, all the ballers, where are they? Gone. As soon as we start talking logic, the bacons, the eggshells, they all disappear.
Oh, they put in a pretty good shift today, Montreal. They did. Bob was in here. Bacon, Gummy. A lot of them.
Bob was in here today? Yeah.
Yeah, Bob was in here today. Yeah, was live streaming his telescope for us all to say this is what the sky looks like, and this is how far away it is. We know these things. We can measure these things. Interesting.
Yeah, I got some stuff to do, guys. Nice talking with you. Maybe I'll pop in later.
Too easy, you see. Take it easy, man.
Yeah, I took my globe out to test that the lines, the parallel lines on the equinox. And if you take, I might have a better way of explaining this. If you take and turn the globe sideways, and because you pull due east is 90 degrees from the north, from Polaris basically. It doesn't follow the line of latitude because the line of latitude is wraps around. It's not a great circle, not a straight line. It curves down and around or up and around, whatever you want to call it. So if you do turn your globe sideways, the longitude lines converge, but your line of sight stays parallel. So if you were to picture pulling due north from let's say like the prime meridian, the equator, where the prime meridian hits, if you call that the North Pole, and the exact opposite for the other side, and you pull due north to due south, you'd get great circles. Okay, they would the longitude lines, okay, would converge, but your line of sight would not. The longitude lines, they converge. In other words, if you try this with Polaris at the equator, it seems like a better way of describing it. The longitude lines converge, but your line of sight keeps going straight off into infinity, whatever, starts rising above the tangent. In the tangent line, the lines curve and converge, but your straight line of sight doesn't. So, like I said, the parallel light works with Polaris, looking up and down, but it doesn't work east to west. Your line of sight does not stay with the latitude. And neither does Google Maps. So due east deviates from parallel latitudes. And I don't know, man. I get a lot of quiet when I bring this up, so I'll change the subject. I recommend every flat earther buy a globe and test all this shit out. You know, pull string lines, get some straight rulers, and test their shit out, man. There's a few things that to me are still unanswered. I try and do it like this too. I say that if you stand at the equator and you look straight out 4,200 miles, you're looking at the beginning coast of Africa. That's right off the coast of Africa, right before Africa. You stand at the equator. Now, if you move north, like to the left, still facing Africa, and you do not change angles, when you get to 10 degrees north latitude, so you didn't change angles, so the ground angled, but you still have the fucking orientation of the equator, and you're looking parallel with the equator, then that circle is gonna basically drop down, you know, but your line of sight will still be parallel, and it'll wrap around and come and hit you in the ass, but it's going to be a shorter circle than that at the equator. In other words, it's going to be a shorter circle. So if you went all the way to the North Pole, like if you went to the Arctic Circle with the same orientation as you were at the equator, and did the same thing, then you're going to have a real small circle. If you stay parallel with the equator, you keep the same orientation as the equator, and follow the straight line around. It's going to be a short trip. It's going to be a few thousand miles around, and then same thing in between the two. It's going to be a medium-sized circle because the latitude lines they're pretty much they're parallel with each other. If you maintain that orientation. If you don't maintain that orientation, then shit starts changing. But we still see straight. Okay, so due east does not follow the latitude lines. Due east is great circles, and as Google Maps would show, due east at 30 degrees north, and by Florida, by 80 longitude, hits the equator at 4,200 miles. So if I'm looking parallel with that dude, let's say I keep the same orientation. So I'm standing on my coast at 30 degrees north, and I'm standing like I hadn't had my V8 yet, and but I'm still level. I'm just a little bit off, a few degrees off, 10 degrees or 30 degrees from the guy at the equator, but I'm still looking.
Something real quick.
What?
Something real quick. I just want to say, I caught that joke you just said about the V8. I enjoyed it.
Okay. Yeah. So like you ain't had your V8.
Yeah, I like it. No one else is talking.
Yeah, that's cool, bro. So due east does not follow your latitude line. Due east does not follow it. Due east converges with the equator, 4,200 miles. So me and that guy at the equator, I'd be looking at that point over Africa. I mean, it might be down, you know, But as far as straight line of sight, still going to cross there. And same thing if somebody south of the equator. If so, we'd all be standing the same direction. So if you put your toothpicks on the globe, you just keep them the same orientation as the guy on the equator. Now our you can't. So in other words, great circles have to converge. They have to. But I just happened to do it on Google Earth to get the distance, and they converge at the equator. So how is it parallel light if we're all looking at the coast of Africa? Granted that it might drop down some if we follow the tangent, but it's only 4,200 miles, so it ain't like some unseen amount around the globe. But we would have to be seeing along our latitude line to be parallel. So somebody at the equator, we'd have to be seeing parallel with the equator, not converging with it.
What exactly are you trying to say, though? I mean, what's the actual like? What are you actually trying to get down to? What are you trying to say? I'm trying to get it, but I just kind of came in too, so attention. But don't rehash the whole thing, please, God, don't do that. But just what's like in a couple sentences. What's your main? Whatever you want to say.
Sorry, just dropped.
Oh, was that noise? I heard that. Hopefully it wasn't someone trying to tap my phone. Shit. So you're saying that great circle routes, they all have to converge or meet in the middle, or why do they have to do that? Or did I hear that wrong?
In other words, to get circles on a globe that don't converge, they can't be great circles. You can only have one great circle on a globe. All the other lines will either be great circles, or either will not be great circles, or they will converge. There's no getting around it.
Is there a rule on how big like a great circle has to be declared a great circle, or is there like what's the cutoff point?
No, it could be a part of a great circle, but the great circle is a circle that splits a ball in two equal. There went my globe. Damn it.
Yeah, but I was wondering if there's like a side, like, never mind. Holy crap! Now they just think about what I asked. Never mind.
Yeah, in other words, if you were to have lines parallel with the prime meridian, they couldn't be great circles. So, but they all are. All the longitude lines are great circles, so they all converge.
I see. Yeah.
What I was talking about with Polaris, like it works if you pull due north off of a common point in the east, let's say the equator where the prime meridian meets, and you pull due north or due south. When you first then you'd be heading north toward the equator. So if you're 30 longitude and negative 30 longitude, if you when you first go to pull your 90 on Google Earth, whatever, or on a globe, it's gonna be parallel at first, right? But then when you start zooming out, you'll see that your straight line going that way, them lines will converge. So you're in other words, your straight line of sight is going to, so picture on either side of a globe at the equator looking at Polaris. You're looking straight up at Polaris, 1 degree. Let's see, just half a degree on the horizon, and somebody on the opposite side is looking half a degree. Well, if we head off toward Polaris, we're 8,000 miles apart, right? if we had laser beams coming out of our eyes pointing toward Polaris, they would hit Polaris, and them laser beams would also be 8,000 miles apart. They'd be parallel. So the parallel light works with the stars, works north-south. It works fine. You could picture, and we might argue that they're looking off at two different places in space, but on the globe that it's infinite distance, but it's parallel light. So it does work that somebody's looking parallel with me on the other side of the equator, looking north. Okay. So our line of sight would go straight to Polaris, and it would start dropping down. And then them longitude lines, if we were only 60 degrees apart, they would start converging to the left. Not only would they start getting down lower than us, they would start converging to the left of our straight line of sight. Okay, but that doesn't happen looking to the east. In other words, if due east is a great circle, so everybody sees the equinox sunrise at 30 degrees north and 30 degrees south, we see it due east. Due east converges. It's not like for it to be parallel with somebody at the equator, it would have to follow the latitude lines. But if you pull a straight line due east from 30 degrees north, it converges at the equator, right over the beginning, before Africa, over the coast. So that's my point. Is that doesn't obey the parallel lines. On its face, you think it does, because we're a little bit confused the way the lines work on the globe. But you just try not to think about the globe and just think about the great circle being a straight line. Sure, it's dropping down underneath me. If I take a straight tangent, straight shot toward following my line of sight, but it doesn't wrap around with the latitude line. Great circle converges at the equator. So at 4,200 miles away. So somebody north 30 degrees, south 30 degrees of the equator, looking due east, are looking at the same spot on the Earth, according to Google Earth, according to this globe here. So that is not parallel light.
All I know is I can respect how much time you thought you put into this. No, I'll give you that much. Enough.
Fair enough.
I just don't see how. I don't know, man. Why do you got to get me thinking about this kind of stuff in the morning? Come on, I'm in Florida too, man. We're at the same time here. Killing me.
Yeah, we are at the same time. It's a nice day too where I'm at.
Yeah, it's pretty nice out. Yeah, pretty nice. I got to go do some work outside on this great circle I'm living on right now.
Are you on a coast?
No, right now I'm in Apopka. You know where Apopka is?
Is that by Orlando or?
Yeah, it's Altamont Springs. It's Apopka, then Altamont, then goes up Longwood.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? We're in Florida. You're not real far away from the coast, even if you're in dead center of this shit.
Right. You're like, it's an hour and a half to the right, hour and a half to the left, whatever, east or west. But I'm moving out of this place, man. I'm going up north, and then I'm going to go to California. No, Austin, Texas, I think I want to go to. got that condo sold. I bought a truck, got a truck and a mobile home, and I'm traveling the country. I'm done staying in one place.
That's smart, man. That's smart.
Yeah, man, I'm
If
sick
you
of
have
it.
no ties, you're not tied down by nothing. I assume.
No. No.
Yeah,
So
like my dad did. My dad got a winter home here in Florida, and a summer home, and well, his main home is in Kentucky. But in the wintertime, the dead of the winter, he comes here.
that's cool just to have that much like security or just money to where you could do that, you know. He must have been successful. That's impressive. I'm trying to catch up now. It feels like I've been a little too late, but
Yeah, everybody's poor until they get older and smarter.
yeah, until they realize, like, you know what the fuck? There's money out there, and we need that to live.
Yeah, until you realize, hey, I'm probably still going to be here in 5 years.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, depends on who when you figure that out, though.
I'll say two things, man. As far as anybody who wants to make money, advertising is key. Okay, advertising. You advertise good, and if it's something people want, then you'll do just as good as the other people getting the attention of that thing. Or you have the potential to anyway. The second thing is do anything you can to avoid fucking renting. Renting is the trap. Even no matter what crap interest rate you have to take or anything, do what you have to do, whatever means necessary, because owning a home is the first step to getting ahead anyway. Period. Having equity, you know, renting you have no equity at all, and most people rent, but so it's hard to ever get ahead. Once you pay your first house off, then your options like really just start, but quadruple, tenfold, whatever you want to call it. Then you have equity even before it's paid off. You'll have equity in it after so many years, and so yeah, try everything in your power to get out of renting and do anything you can. Cosigner, down payment, whatever you can. Even if you have to buy a shit house, just buy that fucker, fix it up, whatever. But buy it. Don't rent. But you will be tied down to a certain extent. Like you could do like Tony's doing and be a free agent. That's a way of life, though. That's a literal way of life, and that's not for everybody. But a lot of people, shit, like I'd be jealous to do that. To be honest, a lot of other people would too.
Sorry, I got a call there. don't want you to think I just.
Did y'all see them Nathan Oakley clips with the with MC Toon saying the sextant doesn't use triangulation and then saying how it does use triangulation on like sideways triangulation over plane?
Yeah. No, wait, no. I remember.
It's a 1 minute video, man. You should go watch it and come back and talk.
Yeah, I'll link it.
You should. I'll link it real quick. I'll link it, and like I said, it's I think a minute and a half.
Oh wait, that's way too much, man. I got too much to do, man. Minute and a half. Whew. We're cutting it pretty close here. Okay, I think I can fit a minute and a half in. Let me call some people. Just joking. God, my jokes aren't hitting today. Damn it. All right, where are you putting it? Okay, I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah, I'll put it in live stream. I mean, live stream text. This came from all them talking about. Well, I'll shut up while you watch it.
Damn it, I keep on getting calls. Okay, I'm gonna watch it, and when I get back, might be a couple minutes. So.
Roger that.
So I just started it, and then someone called. So.
Anyways, it's showing him talk about how the sextant, how celestial navigation doesn't involve triangulation, and then it has him revising that, saying it does use triangulation, but it's sideways, like planar triangulation. That was out of my debate or kind of a discussion with MC Toon when I gave him his coordinates he was looking for that challenge. But I just wanted you to watch it. Next time if you watch it, we can talk about it. The point of the whole thing is it does use triangulation. It's to get your GP. You use the triangulation, and you're using and it even showed me when I was learning it. You know, you take a top-down view of the globe, whatever it is. It's a top-down view, and to get your azimuth, and then your declination. It's not talking about declination like your elevation angle. It's talking about the declination and azimuth, or the point from the spot at the equator, like the vernal equinox point, and then from like Polaris. So that's where the triangulation comes from. It's angles. It's two-dimensional angles. You triangulate, so they could say that that you do trilateration after you have the GP. You could call that trilateration. But here's the thing: if you don't know where the star is, how can you trilaterate anything? I mean, people have the understanding that you just that somebody can just give you coordinates of the stars. I mean, give you the angles to stars, and you know right where it's at from doing distances. But where do you do your distance from? I mean, it's you got to get the position from the star to find out that location. If you're the one who took the angles, you can probably do that. But if you don't know, if you're trying to find the place, but I was disqualified because I used Google Earth. But my argument in my behalf was that I'm explaining why we see the celestial sphere on a flat plane, why it maps out as it would on Google Earth. That's empirical. That doesn't necessarily dictate the model, but with the light curving at that rate is the same thing as the ground bending at that rate. Was my argument. So it is what it is as far as empiricism. I just gave a different explanation of why it maps out like that, and that being the light changing 1 degree every 60 nautical miles instead of the ground changing degrees. But that didn't work. Another thing was he said that I used the radius, but that ain't true. I think they used the empirical evidence. If they travel 60 nautical miles and Polaris changes 1 degree, and then they travel another 60 miles and it's 2 degrees. But if you triangulate flat line, if you triangulate 60 nautical miles 1 degree, then it gives you a height of 3958.7. Exactly, their exact radius. So that's where they got the radius from. That's not a coincidence. Anybody who tells you it's a coincidence is a coincidence theorist. And so that was my argument, is that look, that's the only place we can get a reliable measurement without the bend, whatever it being, the light, the ground, was over a flat plane, would be directly up under the star. And so anything out further, and then refraction starts taking effect, the light bending or the ground curve, whatever you want to say. But in my model, it's the light changing angles. So that's empirical, man. That's not. But I wish I'd have just used a different height, because I've modeled this using a different height. But I just think it's important to put that in there to show people that on a flat plane, 60 nautical miles, 1 degree is 3958.7. Their exact fucking radius. I think it's important. If I could go back in time, I would have used a different degree as my baseline. I'd have probably used 45 degrees, or either even 2 degree, anything besides their magic number. If I use that number, no matter how you got it, it's their radius, and you can't use that number because that belongs to the globe.
You mean you can't use the actual radius of the Earth?
No, you can't use 39. prove a radius, Bob.
I have a number of ways. At least 5 different ways come back to the same number.
Within what percentage? What's your best?
Oh, within just a couple.
Yeah, within a couple percent. So you got an approximate whatever to a place you don't know exists for
Fill a
sure.
sphere. How close
Yeah, well,
to agree to satisfy you, Brian?
for model's sake, let's say this for model's sake, or just for math's sake, on a flat plane, doing triangulation, you'd agree that 69 miles, that a 1 degree over 69 miles is gives a height of 3958.7. Would you agree with the math?
If you say so.
Well, I mean, I know you know it's there or close to it, but so you think it's more likely that somebody measured a well 500 miles away, or is it likely that somebody on the way to that well noticed Polaris dropped they were tracking their distance, and when they got to 69 miles, they noticed that Polaris dropped 1 degree. What do you think's more likely?
I think that they actually measured it as indicated because I've done it myself. But, you know, here's the problem that you run into. Your math only works between 90 and 89 degrees, that 1 degree. If you look at the difference between 25 or 25.5 and 24.5, it's not 1 degree. It's just not. Not on a flat plane. Why don't you go ahead?
You gotta go a lot further, Bob. You gotta go a lot.
No,
further
why don't you go
than
ahead and do the math real quick? Get a triangle calculator and use 25.4 for one angle and 24.4 for the other angle, and see the height of Polaris. See if it's still.
Let me ask you a question.
It's not.
Just to see how your brain functions, just to see if it's how close it is without doing the math itself, just to see how in tune you are with angles. Just what degrees do you think you'll get with a flat baseline over let's say 180 nautical miles? What do you think the degrees will be?
Well, it depends on where it is.
Well, just give me a guess. Anywhere leaving Polaris.
On a flat plane or on a curved
flat plane.
Earth?
On a flat plane.
It'll be, well, why guess? Let's just find out.
I just want to see where your head's at.
My head is that you do the math and it doesn't give you 3959 is the height of a star. So we'll go ahead and do the math real quick.
No, I'm asking you. You said the degrees change, so I'm asking you what would the degrees be?
No, I'm saying on a flat Earth, the height of Polaris has to change if you're down in the 25s. So let's go ahead and have a look.
Well, yeah, we can do that. But you said the degrees change. Okay, so let's just say this. Let's say we don't know what we're standing on. Let's just entertain me for a second. I'm not trying to get I ain't trying to get argumentative. I'll just see if you'll entertain me for a second. And to see, you said it only works with 1 degree, and the degrees are off. So before we start talking about the height, let's just say we don't know what we're standing on, and then we try, but we can measure the distance. So let's say we go 180 nautical miles. What do you think the degrees will be to Polaris?
On a flat plane, it'll be a little different, but we'll do it. So 180 degrees.
Yeah, that was my point. It'll be a very little difference.
No, it'll be a big difference. For example, doing the difference between 45 degrees and 35 degrees means the Polaris changes in height by 400 miles. But we'll go ahead and we'll entertain you.
Yeah, that was my whole point.
Okay, so you say at 1 degree, the height of Polaris will be 3959. Okay, not a problem.
Well, if you want to go by height,
3959.
You're talking to yourself, bro.
Okay, so at 3959, at 180 miles from that, let's go see what the angle will be. Now, you would say that it would be 88 degrees exactly, correct? Is that your prediction?
No, not exact. My whole point was to show you that first 15, 20 degrees, it's pretty close, man. It's not a big difference. That was my point I was trying to make. And you answered right. I just wanted to see if your concept was of angles and distance was where it was, to see if it was just, paper wise or realistic wise,
So
he said it
with
would
180 degrees from the North Pole, or with 180 nautical miles from the North Pole, we're going to have 87.39 degrees. Okay. Now,
say that again. Say that one more time, Bob. I missed that.
87.39 degrees.
For what?
For the very question that you just asked me. What was the question you just asked me? What would the change
180 miles. 180 miles.
What would the change be at 180 miles?
Well, put in, don't do that. Put in 69. So put in 207.
Why?
If you're going to do it use statute miles.
What's 207?
Is 207 miles would be
Okay, so you want
6.
So you want me to use, instead of using 180, which would be 3 degrees, you want me to use 207. Okay, not a problem.
Use statute miles. Right. So
39,
because
59.
people, I know it's not as good of a sharp, tight as an angle, but it's still more people think in terms of statute miles. So.
All right, so there you go. So at 207 miles, it'll be 87.007 degrees. So that would be 3. Now, let's go ahead and look at it at 20 degrees north latitude. So what would that be? That would be 69 times 70, right? Do you by chance happen to have your calculator handy?
Say it again. I'll calculate it.
Okay, thank you. So at 20 degrees, it will be 70 degrees from the pole. So you have to multiply 70 by 69. What's that come up to?
Oh, you're going straight down to 20? Let's work our way out there to see where it starts to get obvious. Just for the hell of it, we're doing it. Let's do 20 degrees away, just out of curiosity. Let's do
all right. So go ahead and give me that.
Measure it. All right, hold on.
Now 20 degrees away would be how many miles?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
No, not you. Okay, 1380, and that would be a 70
1380 would be 20 times 69, right?
Yeah, and then 70 degree. Well, it should be close to 70 on a flat Earth, but it'll start deviating.
And the angle will be 70 degrees, right?
Yep, in reality.
In reality, the angle would be 70 degrees, yes, but on a flat Earth, is it going to be 70 degrees?
No, it already wasn't, but it wasn't that far off. I just want to see how far off it is on a flat plane.
70.7828 degrees, so almost a full degree off.
But not even a full degree off yet. And
but
now
it doesn't match reality.
I agree.
And
but let me.
It's quite a bit off. How many? Okay, so take 0.7828 and multiply that by 69. That'll be how far you're off with just 20 degrees from the pole.
So you're talking about 40 miles
Yep.
And so that's 40 miles accuracy over 1,380 miles. So
what's the error there?
My point is
no, what's 40 divided by 1380?
What are you talking about? You talking about the percentage of error? I was just guessing on the 0.7.
Well, no. Go ahead and figure it out. What's the percentage of error?
Well, we should just get it right the first time instead of backtracking to see how good my guess was.
Well, no, your guess was wrong. It doesn't match reality. Now let's do it. Let's do it at 50 degrees.
It'd be
let's
what,
do it
40?
at 60. Let's do it at 60 because at 45 it's going to match. That's the only place it'll match.
What do you mean it'll match?
It'll match at 50 or match at 45 degrees.
No, it won't.
What do you mean?
It definitely will not. What's 45 times 60?
What's 45 degrees? Times 69.
That's 3,105 miles.
3,105, correct? Okay.
Yeah.
And let's again solve for angle alpha, and it's going to be 45 degrees in reality.
Oh yeah. So if we're not changing the height, yeah, I'm with you. So I see what you're saying. That's the only place off. So it ain't that far off though.
Oh my goodness!
I know.
It's 51.8933 degrees.
Yeah.
Okay, so
and that's
gosh, you're almost.
Wait, what is it again? Say what it is again. I'm sorry. Say it one more time.
51.8933.
Okay.
All right. So you're already 7 degrees off.
So you're 469 miles off. Yeah, linear. So we know this then.
Okay, so you have to agree then that the flat Earth is not the case.
No, you don't.
You would be 400 miles off just where I am.
Why you say that?
Well, because it's
you
wrong.
Is that the only way for us to see angles change?
Yeah.
Okay,
absolutely. So the only way that you can make that work is that you have to change the height of Polaris to 3105 to get 45 degrees.
When you use corrections like 7/6R, it's because you have what you call the wrong angle.
Don't worry about 7/6R.
Bullshit.
Yeah. Okay.
If your angles are
how much is that going to change the angle?
Settle down, Bob.
How much will that change the angle?
I'm not using 7/6R.
Okay, so then don't worry about it.
It's about what, 20-something%, 23%, something like that. But
that has to do with the radius.
6/6 would be the full circle, right?
No, I asked you a very specific question. It's the radius. That's the change in the radius. So what would that change the angle?
Yeah, so about 23%, right there at.
You think it'll change the angle?
No. I'm talking about the distance. The distance. No. Fuck no. No, I'm talking about the distance. You can't talk about angles without knowing distance. I mean, you're just spitting in the wind.
You can most definitely.
Hold on. You're getting ahead of yourself, Bob. Hold on. Back up a little bit. Back up. I want to ask you a question. So, okay, if the angles, let's say we know for sure what the stars are and they're set and they're 3D, just like we everything else is in reality. Let's say they're tangible objects. I'm with you on that.
Okay.
Now, if the angles are changing and they're not matching the math, then it's one of three things. Either, and this is unlikely, but either the distances we measured are wrong, and when we start getting far out, if we're mapping the wrong distances, or number two, the ground is curving consistently to change the angle, or number three, the light is changing angles consistently. Okay,
well, let's go ahead and address that. First of all, you can't have one object at two different locations based on making your math fit from two different observers. So that we can just throw out of hand. Second of all, as far as light curving and changing, you have to show that that's actually happening. And quite frankly, I don't think that you can even come up with how much it would have to curve. So
yeah, I've got it. Not only do I have that, I have the fucking equation to model it.
Well, let's go ahead and have a look at it then.
All right,
I mean, you're already 400 miles off just at 45 degrees north.
Yeah, no.
So your understanding of this does not match reality. You do recognize that, right?
What don't you think I understand?
No, I'm saying your understanding of this does not match reality.
What part do you think I'm understanding wrong?
No, he's not saying that. He's saying you understand why is it not matching.
Yeah, if your understanding of how this works is right, Brian, you would have 45 degrees for this because that's what reality shows. However, you have 51.8933 degrees, which does not match reality. It's as simple as that.
Okay, try this.
Since it doesn't match your reality, your understanding is obviously wrong.
Okay, well, try this.
Again.
Okay, try this. Okay, so this is my refraction. This is my refraction ratio. Okay, and this is to convert the angle into distance. Okay, so it's a ratio. It's so what we do first is we check a 1 degree change. Okay, because this is where refraction is the least. So we're going to get a measurement over 69 miles and see what degree difference we get of the star. Okay, because this is where refraction is the least.
Now,
so we get
you're going from 90 to 89 degrees. That's the 1 degree that you're using, right?
Yeah. That's to plot. That's to plot something. The height without refraction.
Okay. So now we have the height to Polaris.
Okay, we got 39.59 for the height
to Polaris, right?
To Polaris. Now, as we start moving out, we're going to apply the refraction equation and to convert it to distance to see to find out our refracted amount in distance, and then we're going to subtract that from the triangulated distance. So that distance we got when we just triangulated 45 degrees, we're going to whatever distance it gives us on the triangle calculator or on paper, however you decide to do it, we're going to take that and we're going to run that in the formula. So this is empirical data, right? This ain't just making shit up.
So let me make sure that I understand this. So rather than use actual trigonometry over the actual,
you're going to use actual trigonometry.
You want to take that and you want to convert it to something else.
No, you're going to have to use actual trigonometry or it won't work.
Okay. So let's go ahead and have a look and make sure that we understand this. You're not going to change the height to Polaris at all. No. You're going to change the angle to Polaris based on your formula. Is that right?
We're going to give the ratio of refraction to distance.
Great. And
then we're going to correct that distance.
All right, so
we're going to use the triangulated distance that we get, and that's part of the formula.
Okay, settle down, Brian. So if you are right, I can pick any location, and it'll tell me what the angle is going to be. So I want to know the angle to Polaris at 15 degrees south latitude. Go ahead and plug that into your numbers.
Well, what are the numbers? Can we do that together? Because I want to hear it. I want to hear it go step through. If we could do that.
Polaris is not visible past 0 degrees. No stars. That's because of refraction, and because of just distance, pure distance, right?
Or the bulge.
Yeah, no, I mean it's a model, and there's no bulge in this model. It's just light changing. But it is using the flat triangulated distances. So, but it's not the ground curving. It's not the ground changing angles. It's the light changing angles.
What happened? Where'd he go?
I don't know.
Where's the dock at?
No, I was just saying about
But
my wife.
the only point I was trying to make,
Okay, so what's the angle to Polaris?
It's pretty close.
15 degrees south latitude, Brian.
You can't see Polaris 15 degrees south.
According to your angle, you can, and there is an angle on a flat plane to Polaris. According to you, you should be able to see Polaris down to about 23 degrees south latitude.
Negative.
Okay, so you acknowledge that you cannot see Polaris any significant distance below the equator, and that is because because it goes below the curvature.
You can't get an accurate angle. You can't get an accurate angle to Polaris below 15 degrees north on any model. Nothing reliable.
Okay, so you say, but you agree that you can't see Polaris.
Yeah,
because it's below the horizon once you start getting past the equator.
Sure.
Okay. Well, welcome to Globe Earth.
That's empirical, man. I try not to argue with anything empirical.
For Bob to say that is amazing. Like Bob, you chose 15 degrees because you know that, right? But you don't agree that once the angle gets to a certain degree and you get far enough away from a light that you couldn't see it? That's strange to me. I mean, it's funny how you're here saying the exact things and then saying it's a globe.
Can you see Polaris?
What are you scared of?
North?
Can you see a building from 1,000 miles away? No.
Can you see Polaris?
No.
Below 15
How many
degrees
times do you have
north?
to be told? No. Why would you? The angle gets too small and the distance gets too great. Hello, smart guy.
Yeah, well, you understand that when you're dealing with the Rayleigh criteria, that has to do only with being able to differentiate 2 points of light. It doesn't have anything to do with you being able to see the light.
What about looking through more distance, more dense atmosphere as it gets to that angle close to the surface? That would have
Well,
showed things too also.
last night on this channel, we were
You're not gonna
live
answer that?
streaming. Last night on this channel, we were live streaming satellites, which are about the size of an SUV, and they're almost 40,000 kilometers away. You can clearly see them.
Good for you. Are they at the horizon?
Eventually.
No. Yeah, some
Eventually
of them are.
Eventually they
Some
are.
of them are,
But
but
they're
you
not.
can see something the size of a VW microbus 40,000 kilometers away. So
Bob,
are you saying
I
that
showed it-
Polaris is smaller than that?
I'm saying you couldn't
Bob,
see
showed
that
a seven-
satellite 100 miles away on a flat plane if it was at a certain angle.
Sure.
And you know this. And the reason I know you're being deceptive is because I know you're smart enough to know that.
Sure, you could. You could easily see it. Now, can you see the
You
moon?
can put a
on the
satellite
horizon?
on the
How far away is it?
ground and look at it 100 miles away from the ground on a flat plane and see it. You're a liar.
Sure, you can.
You're a liar.
Can you see the moon on the horizon?
That's a lie. No one should talk to this guy from then on.
I
100
know,
miles
you're saying-
away, put a satellite on the ground and look from the ground 100 miles away, and you
Yeah.
can see that? Yeah,
You
you're a
can see
liar,
light.
Bob.
You can see a light 100 miles away.
I didn't
yes.
say a light. I said a satellite. I said an object, a physical object on a flat plane 100 miles away.
Yeah,
That's
we
not
see
curving.
objects because they reflect light.
No, you can't.
Oh.
Not from 100 miles away, close to the surface. No, you can't, sir. Too dense.
All right. Well, that's what you
Atmosphere's too
think.
dense. Yeah,
That's
talk
what
to you
think.
later,
Can you see
liar.
the moon on the horizon?
That's what I know.
Can you see the moon on the horizon? Yes or no?
Hey, Brian. Anyways, man, I like you. You're my new favorite flat earther, man. Brian. No joking. You're up.
I'm
you
about
just
to post
took-
a video. Hey, thank you, man. But I'm about to post a video of a 700-mile string of Starlink claims 700 miles apart, go across the sky. And if you look off to the beginning of it and off to the end, perspective should amplify the curvature, because like airplanes start getting lower the further away, and so do anything really that goes away gets lower, whatever model you're in. But this 700-mile string of satellites cruising across the sky is a dead straight line. So I'm about to post that video. It's a shorty.
I just like the fact that you actually know what, people are talking about, and you can keep up and stuff. You might be a little slow delivering it, like talking wise. I am too. When I think and talk, it's kind of hard sometimes. But anyways, yeah, I enjoy it. But I just do disagree with you in a lot of areas. But
hey, Brian, on your Starlink, did you go to Stellarium and pull up the path of that Starlink satellite?
No, I'm just going by looking at it.
Okay, so you didn't measure it. Okay.
No, I'm just going off the information it gave me, which I posted in the video.
Well, go ahead. If you want to convince people, go ahead and put up the path of Starlink from horizon to horizon. See if that curves for you.
Well, I got the most orthogonal view I could
Go
of Starlink.
Go to Stellarium and just highlight the path of that satellite from horizon to horizon. See if it's a straight line.
Why would I do that when I could show you?
Actually,
I could show you in real life.
Measure something rather than say it looks flat to me.
No, you can hold up a board or whatever, and you could just watch the video.
Why are you afraid of measurements, Brian?
What are you talking about? Why are you afraid of reality? You're trying to get me to go to a program.
No, I'm asking you to go ahead and post the actual path of the satellite from horizon to horizon. And to do that,
me to go into a program and don't worry about what reality's showing us.
It is reality. How do you think I found those satellites last night? Stellarium. How was I able to live stream satellites last night, Brian?
Some kind of miracle?
No, it's called technology. How did I know where to look for them? How did I know where the satellites would be?
Two-dimensional Cartesian coordinates.
Okay, and how did that help me?
You say your globe surface is two-dimensional, so that's how you mapped it. Mapped it as two-dimensional.
But how did I know where they were in the sky? How did I know where to look?
Wherever it is on the map, right? If you have it at 60 degrees, whatever, how did you do it? I mean, did you use a program or did you triangulate it? What'd you do?
I used a program to tell me where they would be in their orbit at that moment.
So they told you right where it would be.
Yep.
And
it
there
was right in the center of the frame.
Ta-da! That's proof that they're 20,000 miles high.
40,000 kilometers. It's amazing how that works, huh? It's almost like we know what's going on.
You act like that's the only explanation it could be. They can't be. You see them planes flying around with radars and shit on them with transponder, like receivers with radar, all that shit. It could be a fucking YouTube spy plane traveling a circuit.
It could be Santa Claus, but you have to provide evidence that
it could be Santa Claus because there's a tracker for that too. There's a tracker for Santa Claus. That means
you understand that's a joke, right?
Keeping up with Saint Nick. Isn't it called Keeping Up with Saint Nick?
You understand that's a joke, right?
Yeah,
bullshit. It's totally real.
I don't like pet rocks or jokes. Everybody knows they're jokes. You know what's
no? You could go up. No, they showed you where it was at certain times, and you go up and you'd see something.
Yes.
Wait, Rob. Do you actually have a original pet rock, or like one that most people do and just grab it and put pet rock on it?
Well, I had an original pet rock, and I've got one dedicated to P-Brain and another one dedicated to Nathan Oakley.
There's an actual app, bro, for Santa Tracker. Just so you know, there's an actual app.
It's also a joke.
Something that you see,
that, right?
and something that no. There's something that you see in an actual Santa app. Does that mean
you understand that that's a joke, right?
Well, your app. Okay, so if I could see what they say is Santa and track it, okay. So that doesn't mean that it's really Santa. So if they can give you a fucking app and a program and show you where a satellite is, that doesn't mean it's everything they're saying.
You're doing really well there, Brian, but you're descending into silliness now. The bottom line is, based on the orbital elements, I can point exactly to where a satellite is. And when I look at that exact point, there's the satellite. You can clearly see it.
What does that have to do with a globe, Bob? Please.
It has to do with the fact that what you said, that Stellarium was a program, implying that, it was just made up stuff, but it's not. It'll tell you exactly where to look for something. And if you look at that exact location, there it is in reality, in live time, using a camera that you could do, Brian, but you won't.
What's the problem though? Why is that exclusive to a ball?
Okay, so
your whole point.
So you understand that satellite is in orbit around the spherical Earth at a specific location. And when we look at that specific location, there it is.
How do you know it's an orbit, not a circuit?
What does that tell you?
That tells me that you only think there's only one possible answer to all of the shit you've been taught.
All right. So how would I know exactly where to look for that orbiting satellite if it wasn't an orbiting satellite?
Because there's a program that'll point you right to it.
Okay. Does it move?
I would hope it moves. Does Santa move?
Well, if it's moving, how do I know where it's going to be in 10 minutes? And look there, and by God, there it is.
What does that have to do with a globe, bro? That's not exclusive to a globe.
Okay, well, go ahead and give me a viable alternative that's not silly.
Okay, something traveling in a circuit. Okay, like them planes.
You mean like an orbit?
Yeah, like them planes up there with the fucking giant ass fucking radar fucking transceivers and shit.
All right, so here let's see whether or not that's a viable alternative.
It's just one possibility, right?
No. That's your claim that it's an airplane.
No, you asked for a possibility.
On an airplane, can you find a very specific location in the future where that plane will be exactly? There's no way it could be deviated by weather or winds wouldn't affect it. It'll be exactly right there.
Show me your shit being exact all the time.
I did last night. It was.
Okay, so no decaying in orbit, no any of your
that's
even
why
in your
you have
model,
to
that's
upload.
not true.
That's why you have to upload the orbital element file once a day or so, because there are certain things that affect the orbit of satellites. They're very tiny effects.
There's problems with that, man.
Completely accurate. You have to know what it's doing today.
Let's just start with your ISS, okay, Bob? Give me a shot now. I heard you out. Now let's just start with the ISS, something that more people have tracked. In a good 6 minutes, that's almost coast to coast viewing radius.
No.
If it's going 7
horizon to horizon, not coast
viewing
to
radius.
coast.
Viewing radius, right?
Yeah, it comes up over the horizon.
Say no.
It disappears.
Let me finish.
Generally, it's about 6 minutes.
Right. So if it's going 17,500 miles an hour, that is about almost the length of the United States. Okay, in about 6.5 minutes. Okay, so that's it's about 1,000 miles each direction. Okay.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Hold on. How come when it's over Kentucky, 600 miles away, I can't see it here from Florida when I would be able to see it all the way over, halfway across the country, east and west, but north and south, I can't see it.
Okay, so how far away would an object that is 400 kilometers above the surface of the Earth be seen on a globe?
It already breaks the curvature formula.
Okay, well, go ahead and show me how it breaks the curvature. How far away should you be able to see that on a ball Earth, as you like to say, if it's 400 kilometers above the ground?
Hold on, let me double check.
Let's go to Walter Bislin.
Yeah, go. You double check for me.
All right, so we're going to go to Walter Bislin.
Okay, it's been seen for 8 minutes, but we'll use 7. Use 7 minutes.
So what?
I'll do that. I'll do that part of it.
Okay, so we've got Advanced Earth Curve Calculator. And we're going to go 400 kilometers. That's 400,000 kilometers is the height, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And we're going to go, how far is it from Florida to Kentucky?
Let's say about 600 miles.
Well, let's not say 600 miles. So what we're going to do is
It takes me about 10 hours to drive there.
Well, let's just go ahead and have a look.
All right. I'm in North Florida, by the way. So just go from
I know where you're from.
Go from the borderline, Georgia, Florida borderline. That's about where I'm at.
Well, no,
yeah, about 20 miles from it. Yeah.
Yep. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Google Earth Pro.
I'm just saying, don't go to like the middle of Florida because that's not where I'm from.
No, I know where you're from. Just like you know where I'm from. We just don't talk about it.
Where you say you're from. No, I'm just kidding.
No, you know where I'm from.
I'm just joking, dude.
And we're going to go to Louisville, Kentucky, maybe?
Bowling Green.
Bowling Green, Kentucky.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 500 nautical miles. And let's do that in kilometers. Okay, that's going to be 933.5 kilometers.
Well, put it back in miles. Put it back in miles.
No, 933 kilometers. So target distance will be 933.
To get the distance, I'm using miles per hour, but we could convert that too. Okay.
I just measured it. So it's 933.5 kilometers. So let's go see what we have here. Now, according to this, with standard refraction, 56.33 kilometers will be hidden. So it'll be 56.33. It has to be over 460 kilometers high for you to even be able to see it on the horizon. So that's why you can't see it.
In 7 minutes, check this out. So say that again.
You can't see it. No, you can't see it from Bowling Green, Kentucky. It's as simple as that.
Okay, now check this out. I just did the math for if it's traveling 17,500 miles an hour for 7 minutes.
Yep.
That means if we can see it on a good night for 7 minutes, which 8 I think is the record, but we'll go at 7. That's 2,041 miles that it's traveled.
All right.
Okay, so I just watched that thing travel 2,041 miles. Okay, so that means that 1,000 and some change one direction and 1,000 and some change the other direction. So you're telling me that we can't see it, but we just did see it for 7 minutes, traveling at that speed?
No, I'm just telling you what.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, I'm just telling you specifically what's going on with it being over Kentucky, which is what you asked me, and it be hidden below the horizon. Now, of that 7 minutes, how much of it is coming and how much is going? It's 3.5 minutes coming, then it's overhead, and then it's 3.5 minutes going, right? Right? So how far is it going 3.5 minutes? Brian?
Have to go pretty far if you're on flat Earth.
No, my point was
no. Finish it up. No, we're going to go ahead and use your math to show why you're wrong. So,
well, you haven't addressed the problem itself. You're deviating.
I just
before
did.
we go there.
All right.
Hold on.
So
I said, well, welcome to Flat Earth. You just said that we can't see it. When if it traveled 2,000 miles, we've seen it 1,000 miles coming and 1,000 miles going. So if it's already blocked due to Earth curve, how did we see it 1,000 miles in either direction, Bob?
You can. So what's your point?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Why can't you see it 2,000 miles coming?
You know, I haven't tried to apply my formula to the ISS, but I don't believe it's doing the speed and at the height they're saying.
Yet we can triangulate the height and we can verify the speed. And Kepler verifies.
You have to know, you have to go by height or a speed, one or the other that they're giving you though. You can't use raw information. If you're going to use parallax, you're still going to need to know one or the other.
How far can you see the ISS?
But wait, you still got to explain to me how I can see it 1,000 miles away from me when Earth curve says that it's well blocked.
You're claiming you can see it 1,000 miles away from you. I just did the math for it based on an altitude of 400 kilometers. And you know the ISS also changes altitude, right? You know that, right?
So wait, how many kilometers before Earth curve gets in the way at that height? I think I might have misunderstood you. What did the curve calculator say?
Well, let's see. Hidden angle is 3.19 degrees. So it's about 3 degrees below the horizon, which is civil twilight.
No, I meant what's the distance that we could see an object 250 miles away?
Well, it'd be 250 miles then. Because you said what's the distance that you could see an object 250 miles away? It would be 250 miles. So it's about 3 degrees below the horizon.
I'm talking about it, that height, man, 250 miles high. What's the distance?
250 miles, it would be probably around 37 to 40,000 feet.
So if something's 250 miles high, we should see it for how many miles?
If it's 250 miles high?
Yeah.
Use kilometers, please.
Good God, man.
Yeah.
I'd have to leave and then
that would be about 500. That would be about 450 kilometers, right?
Sure.
No, does that sound about right?
That sounds pretty close.
All right, so let's go ahead and have a look. Because 200 would be, because 200 miles would be, or 250 miles would be about
402 kilometers. 402 kilometers.
Is 250 miles?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, well, so we did about 250 miles. That's what we've got here. And how far would
402? It's 402 kilometers, bro.
Okay, so how far away would the horizon be?
Yeah, for 250 miles or 402 kilometers high.
Let's see. I don't see where it's on here. Okay, 402 kilometers is the target size. And the target distance, let's say it's 1,000,000 meters just to make it simple.
So 1,000 kilometers.
Yeah, that's 1,000 kilometers. So let's go see what we have.
Now, if we can see it over 1,000 miles.
Hang on.
Okay.
I'm trying to find the distance to the horizon. I don't see the distance to the horizon on this thing. Why am I not seeing this?
Well, if you got 1,000,000 meters to the horizon, that's 1,000 kilometers. So that's about.
No, you got 1,000,000 meters. I just put the object at 1,000,000 meters, trying to get how far the horizon would be. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. For some reason, it's saying the distance on the surface is 5,500 meters, and I know that's not right.
Free at last.
There you go, Grim. You're out of jail.
Free at last.
Yeah, it's 17-degree drop. 64 meters hidden.
So it's less than 1,000. It's less than 1,000 kilometers. Just a little bit. We could say 1,000 kilometers safe.
Now let's go ahead and
fuck's sake. Just type in a simple.
We can do it a different way. Hang on.
Yeah, you find a way. Yeah.
No, what I'll do is I'll decrease the distance to the object until there's no more hidden.
Here's your problem. I mean, I've already done this. It doesn't work. But here's your problem: is that all this information was available before this debate. So by the time the shit came out, they couldn't change the fucking height and all this stuff. They had to stick with it, and it doesn't match their own fucking globe math. I didn't think it did.
This doesn't make any sense here.
Another question: why doesn't it change?
I don't know why this thing's saying that the target distance when it's on the horizon.
Just look for the horizon distance.
Would be 5.5 kilometers away. That doesn't make any sense.
Why doesn't it change angular size? At over 2,000 miles, you'd think it would change angular size? Like y'all say the sun should? You say the sun should change angular size, but the ISS is 250 miles up, and it's
it does
way
change angular size.
No, it's a spot on the horizon. It's a spot of light above us and a spot of light on the other horizon.
That's because you can't resolve it. But if you put a telescope on it, you can see the structures on it, and it changes in size as it goes overhead. You can clearly see it change in size. You just have to be able to see it with a telescope. But if it's just a dot doesn't change in size.
With a solar filter, why doesn't it change size, angular size with a solar filter?
What, the sun?
The ISS.
Why would you need a solar filter with the ISS?
You wouldn't even see the ISS with a solar filter.
Yeah, come on, guys.
I mean, I was being sarcastic, but no, just what we see on the horizon is the same thing we see above us. Whether you can zoom in and resolve it.
Well, you're missing the entire point, Brian. If it's down to the point that you can only see it as a point of light, that point of light is not going to change. All right. But if you zoom in on it so that you can actually see the structure, it definitely changes as it goes overhead. It starts
nothing to do with looking through all the atmosphere.
It's going to get smaller again.
Nothing to do with us looking through atmosphere and not being able to resolve it when it's low on the horizon. Then nothing common sense.
Far away.
You don't like common sense, do you?
Be able to resolve it with your eye. You need optics to see it. You know, come on, Brian. You're arguing a silly argument here. Don't you realize that?
No, I'm just saying, man. This is shit y'all throw at us. I'm throwing back at you and listening to you wiggle.
You can see it with a telescope, and you
still
can
ain't told me
on it.
I'm still waiting on the distance to horizon.
Well, apparently I'm doing something wrong with this. I've got an observer height of 2 minutes. I've got a distance to the target of 4,000 or 402,000 meters.
Just change the from.
Oh,
feet
wait a minute, hang on. I think that might be the problem.
Change from feet. Yeah, change from feet to miles, and just give the observer height at 250 miles, and then get the distance to the horizon. And we can figure it out like that, or just multiply 250 times 5,280.
All right. So what's that going to be?
Is it giving you the option to change it to miles?
Yes. But you have to get the height in feet.
Okay, hold on.
It is easier in metric.
That's why I use metric.
Yeah.
Well, you go ahead and tell me. You go ahead and tell me how. I
know
that
1 million. It's 1,320,000 feet.
Okay, got that.
Okay,
and I've got observer height of 6.5 feet.
No, that is your observer height.
Yeah, well, that's what I've got. 6.5 feet.
Yeah. No, put in the 1,320,000 for your observer height, and you'll get the distance to the horizon.
Yeah, but you've got to have it far enough away. You've got to have it far enough away that you'll get it below the horizon. So let's go see what we have here.
Let's just use the 17 degrees and let's do the 17 degrees and do it like that.
Hey, Mr. Grimm.
I need a second. Hold on.
Discord, and he is asking about his roles. If you guys can, one of the mods,
He's already
let him
fixed
in or whatever you got to do.
It was fixed up about 5 minutes ago.
Oh, was? Oh, I'm so late.
All right, I know what we have to do. I know the mistake that I made. I did it backwards.
I don't want to think I left him hanging.
All right, so the observer height would have to be the 1,320,000 feet, and the target size will be 6 feet. So now let's try that again. Okay, the distance on the surface from that would be 1,371.33 miles. So
if we use if we use the 17 degrees with a 250 mile height, then we get like 855 miles to the horizon. Okay. So you're off by a whole lot.
So you're only about your math is only about 500 miles off, which is about
what's your math? I don't even know if I did that right. I don't even know if I did that right, but yeah, it sounds right. What did you come up with?
Off.
Wait, what did you just come up with? What did you say you come up with?
1,371.33 miles to the horizon from the ISS. So anybody within that distance should be able to see the ISS.
How'd you come up with that?
Well, I used an observer height of 1,320,000 feet, which is 250 miles based on your math.
Yeah.
And I said, a target size of 6 feet, which is a person standing on the ground. And according to that,
you're using the height. No, you got to use 0.
Why?
You can't use the observer height is 250 miles and then put the target height at 6 feet.
It's not going to change anything. You can use 0. There you go. And what does that change the horizon to? Oh, it doesn't change it a bit. It's still 1,371.33 miles. So it's
how can you be a 6-foot observer and see a fucking horizon 1,000 miles away, Bob?
All right, this is the problem that we run into. All right, in order for you to see the ISS.
You just found a way to fucking pencil whip the globe
No,
map.
I did it correctly. I didn't do it right.
You said it was 17 degrees, and 17 degrees comes out to 855 miles.
I made a mistake. So if you draw it out, and it's 250 miles above the surface of the Earth, the horizon from the ISS will be 1,371 miles away. If you're 1,000 miles away, you'll be able to see it. It's above your horizon. You're within. You're before the horizon for the ISS, and if you're before the horizon,
why didn't you just do it? Why didn't you just put in 250 miles and then distance to horizon? It's that simple.
I did.
What is all this 6 feet shit? What? I don't get it.
It doesn't matter what you put in for the target size.
It does. Sure, it does.
So the observer height is 1,320,000 feet, which is 250 miles. How far away is the horizon? 1,371.33 miles.
Where's that? Where'd you get that?
I just told you.
Where? What program?
Earth curve calculator.
All right. Let me check.
I'll show it to you. Here you go. And then I got to go. All right. There you are. There's all the math right there. So yeah, you would be able to see it if it was over Kentucky. I was wrong on the last one because I didn't do it right. So no problem. Glad I could help you out. Welcome to Glover.
I should be able to see it. I should be able to see 1,000 miles to the north, right? So Kentucky's only 500 miles, and I can't see it over Kentucky.
Yeah. Well, you should
but
be
I
able
can see it 1,000 miles to the north, right?
1,371 miles before it hits the horizon. Now, you'll be able to see it just after it breaks the horizon within a few seconds.
Yeah, but we don't. Now look at the past.
Have you ever looked at the ISS? You know that it
No,
rises.
I've looked at the listen. I've looked at the app. Listen, I've looked at the app.
Okay, so it rises at a certain time. It takes you a moment to acquire it. You have to be able to pick it out.
It gives you different paths over the United States. Okay, it doesn't. I can't here in Florida. I can't see it when it's over Kentucky, much less twice that distance. Sure. No, you can't. Look at the website. It's got different. Look how wide the thing is. There's different paths over the United States, like a northern, a central, and a southern.
Yeah, but I think those are distance paths, like from the last spot it was. You know, like
yeah. All you have to do, Brian, is give me the time and the day, and I'll tell you whether or not you can see the ISS from your house or your city, I should say. Just give me a time and a day when it's over Kentucky.
Hold on a minute.
Well, we're going to have to continue this a little bit later, but put it into Stellarium and you'll see whether or not you can see it and where it'll be, what the altitude will be, and what the azimuth will be. I have a little box in the other room that Where's Wally sent me that tells me exactly where the ISS is at any given time. I know where I can tell where it is right this second. As a matter of fact, I'll go ahead and do it. And then I got to go. We're hosting Easter dinner this year for the family, so we've got all sorts of crap that we're doing right now. I don't really have time to spend out here. So currently, the ISS is from my house is at an azimuth of 322 degrees, and it's 45 degrees below the horizon. That's where it is right now. I can point to it. And guess what? I have to point down because it's beyond the curve of the Earth. Now it's at 321 degrees and 46 degrees below the horizon. It's moving away from me. But it's still to my northwest.
I just went and did to the Earth curve calculator, and I put 6 feet for observer height. I put 1,000 miles distance. Okay. And the target hidden height is 652,683 feet.
What did you put in for the target height?
I'm telling you the target hidden height. So
what
you
did
have
you put in for the target height?
I didn't. I put it. It doesn't ask for target height. It asks for distance, right?
No, it asks for target height. Look at the math. Look at how I set it up. That's the way you set it up.
I didn't go to his. I went to a different one. I have to. I'll double check that one, dude.
You said the ISS.
There it is, right there. Just go ahead and read it right there. That's the way you do it.
Your ISSing might be fucked up because I looked at the ground track. It's over the Pacific Ocean, just north of Australia. Are you in Australia? Uh-oh.
No, it's right. It's at an azimuth of 316 degrees, and it's 46 degrees below the horizon.
Yeah, you got different competing sources here.
Nope. Do a great circle between Michigan and that point where the ISS is right now and find out what direction it goes for Michigan.
And you said that's north.
Yeah, it's over the top. Yeah, it's going to be to the northwest. Let's pull it up on Stellarium real quick and see exactly where it is. Remember, you're dealing with a great circle. You're not dealing with a Mercator map.
In your idea, this direction's northwest.
You're dealing with a great circle, not a Mercator map.
Okay, so I'm saying, yeah, in your worldview, this is northwest, this arrow.
I'm going to go find out right now. So let's go see what we have. Okay, so there's the ISS, and let's change this over to azimuth.
Is it northwest pointing up?
Yeah, this is what the best part. You can fact check these guys, and it's just that easy to debunk them.
No, it's right here.
If it's
Yeah.
pointing down towards Australia, Bob, it would be southwest, not northwest.
Why would it be southwest? I don't know where it is right now. I don't know its exact location right now. But according to this, let's go see what we got here. That is a little different. Let's go see if I've got the right date in here.
See, look at. I mean, you make it seem like you're infallible. It's easy to fact check.
I'm sure I heard you say it was northwest from where you
Yeah.
are.
According to this, it's a little bit more west right now. But here it is. I'll show it to you.
Bob, it says on here the ISS must be 40 degrees above the horizon to be visible.
Right now, to me?
No, this is what this ISS site says. So we're not seeing it low on the horizon. No, I'm saying you didn't factor that in your calculations either. If you're talking about the Earth curve and all that, if we're seeing it for 2,000 miles,
that's the direction
a lot bigger than
right now.
a lot bigger than the radius they claim. If it says that we can't see it until it's 40 degrees above the horizon, that's still pretty low. But
let me see what I've got here. Give me a second. Let me see what I've got.
On frequently asked questions, it says the ISS must be 40 degrees or higher above the horizon to be visible to the.
That's not true. I don't agree with that at all.
I'm going to take a picture and post it real quick for you.
I don't really care what you found. All right. I've seen it. And I've seen it below 40 degrees above the horizon. It's not a problem.
40 degrees is pretty low, man. I mean,
yeah. But it's still, you can still see it below that. So
what
that's
do you think?
what
would be your guess? What would be your guess on let's say these people are wrong on Google. What's a guess? I ain't gonna hold you to it, but just from
25 degrees maybe. But there it is right there.
Okay, so
towards
25
the west
degrees
right now.
Okay, so
it's
25
north
degrees
west right now, and according to Where's Wally's tracker, it should be at 302 degrees.
So if it's 25 degrees from so that's 25 on each horizon.
All right. Well,
so
you go ahead and figure all that out. We'll talk about it another time. But here's where the IS is. No, I've got stuff to do. I told you that.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I wasn't being sarcastic. I said, all right, I'll try and put these numbers together and
put them together. But here's the location of the ISS right now. And according to my tracker, it's at 301 degrees. And according to this tracker, it is at 274 degrees. And this tracker is not at and the Stellarium is not set up for my location. It's set up for about an hour away.
So you're getting differing.
Yeah, it'll be slightly different.
Yeah, it's because that's what I started off with. You're saying that it proves a globe, all this stuff. And you're saying you could look up to a satellite and see right where it is. Yeah. According to one program, and then it's further away, it might tell you something different. I was just making a point that. None of that information.
I'm looking at it from two different locations.
You said a plane. You said if it was an airplane.
Location right now.
You said if it was an airplane, it'd get blown off track a little bit or something like that. And
and that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
The tracker ain't perfect. Is the point. Any of these satellite tracking apps aren't perfect.
I didn't say anything about the satellite tracker being wrong. It's right. I'm saying that Stellarium is using a different location than I'm at right now. That location is about an hour away.
All right,
So
yeah, we'll pick this
location
up, man.
you know, if you're measuring from two different locations, you're going to get two different answers. But the bottom line is it's north of west right now, and it's about 45 degrees, almost 50 degrees below the horizon.
Well, fair warning for our next combo. So if you care to look into it first, will it come with a prepared answer? Is if even if we go by what you're saying, 25 degrees, that gives us 130 degrees of visible horizon. That means if we've seen that thing travel 2,040 miles over in 130 degrees, then you got some splaining to do. So we'll talk about that next
How
time.
so?
Because even from horizon to horizon, okay, would be 1,000-mile
How far
horizon.
away would it be? How far away would it be if it was 25 degrees in altitude?
That's what we got to.
There's a guess
what I'm
that you were
saying.
holding
That's
me
what we
to.
need
Now
to
you're
pick up.
holding me to it.
Well, we need to do the numbers and pick up on that next combo.
So how far away would it be?
I got to do the numbers.
Okay, so why do you say it's wrong?
Well, because you based everything from horizon to horizon.
Yeah, and we can see much further than horizon to horizon. So tell me how the number's wrong.
If we're basing it off 0 degrees to 0 degrees and basing
that's
that
further than 25 degrees.
Right.
Going to 0 degrees is further than 25 degrees.
Right. So it traveled even further than if it was horizon to horizon. How far would it have actually traveled? It'd be a lot further than 2,000 miles if it had went from horizon to horizon.
Yeah, but 2,000 miles from horizon to horizon.
Gotta redo the calculator.
All right, Brian, listen very carefully.
I know what you're saying, Bob, but we still got to redo
miles,
the calculator.
Brian, please stop talking. If it's 2,000 miles total transit, that means that it's 1,000 miles away because you're in the middle watching it go overhead, right? If you have to wait until it's 25 degrees above the horizon, it's even closer than 1,000 miles.
So let's just say we only seen it 2 degrees above us, 1 degree one side of zenith and 1 degree on the other. So if it traveled 2,000 miles in them 2 degrees, you don't see a problem, Bob?
It wouldn't travel 2,000 miles in those 2 degrees. You'd only see it for a matter of seconds.
According to the speed and the time we've seen it travel, that is empirical.
Okay,
that's
Brian, you're just not getting it. I'm going to have to draw it out for you.
I see what you're saying, Bob. I see what you're saying, but we still. I understand what you're saying, but we still have to change the distances because 25 degrees is no longer a 0 degree horizon. Is my only point. Yeah.
He ran.
Yeah, he ran.
Well, that's the point I was making. It's 25 degrees above the horizon. We got to change the distance. We're not talking about a horizon no more. We're talking about 25 degrees away. That's a drastic. That's like a 30% difference in only one direction, much less both directions. So that's 50 degrees out of 180 degrees. That's like over 30% change in target hidden. But I see what he's saying.
You're like a dog with a bone, Brian. You are no joke. I swear to God, man.
It's hard sometimes just trying to throw different possibilities without making positive claims, you know. I'm trying to say I don't know for sure what it is. I'm just trying to show the problems I've come up with and just other possibilities, man. That's all.
It's holding their
Jerry, what the
fire.
Fuck?
Oh, go ahead, Jerry. Sorry. You got it.
Jerry, what's going on with that other flat Earth server there, the official one?
I don't even know.
I go in there, them guys, there's 2 kids in the voice chat. One of them's playing Lego Star Wars. They sound like they're fucking 15 years old or something. Is that like a serious place or?
No, like none of the mods believe. Well, there's like one who's a flat earther. No one really ever talks about flat Earth except me and, trolls. And I just sit there and just field questions from trolls all day long. It's a great way to get, practice. It's just like no one cares, man. It's crazy. I don't know what the point of I don't know what the point of the server is.
Well, it's probably to get people that are interested in it thrown off the scent. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it could be.
If somebody's interested in flat Earth and like, oh, the official flat Earth server, And then they go in there and it's goofy shit and no one's serious. And then that might throw people off like, oh, this is a joke. And then never look into it again or something, you know?
Right.
And Bob thinks Southwest is really Northwest because of some gizmo he's got somewhere in his house.
Yeah, that's tough.
But Solarium because Easter dinner.
I got Bob to concede on my Coriolis example the other day. That was neat. Took him weeks. We're making progress, guys. We're making progress.
Yeah, just getting them to admit that they keep coming back. Because in their model the other day, he said he wouldn't come back, but he's back. So that's progress right there. That he knows that he's got some questions about the globe too. He's just worried about he's worried to ask them. There's no update for Artemis. I thought for sure they would have said something.
Oh.
So they canceled again. They can't fuel it for the third time. And I don't know. I guess with now they're just gonna wait a couple more days and then take it down. I mean, it just seems like.
Are they going to refund the tax money or what?
No, I think it's like that's it. It's gone.
Oh, that's tough, man. Gotta ask Bob about that.
I mean, it's still so. Yeah. So okay. Yeah. So they did they canceled it, and they explained. Then the next day they explained why, and then it says it's in critical phase right now. It's in a critical phase. So what does that mean? Oh, crucial. Okay. It's a crucial phase. Okay, so if you've got a crucial phase, does that mean they're going to take it down? I mean, how many? Like it's been standing for a month. Is it supposed to stay in that position for that long? Can it just indefinitely just stay on the launch pad and just people get to point and take pictures? Like, is it become a tourist trap at this point? Come down.
Maybe.
Oh, go ahead. I was.
No, I was gonna say maybe they're just gonna turn it into the Artemis Monument.
Yeah.
Come take a look.
Okay, so they're okay. So technicians are currently collecting data and draining the tanks, hoping that, or with the intent that it remains safe and stable. Despite the leaks, the teams will work through a number of critical tests that happened during the third attempt. Okay, this is the last thing they released. After troubleshooting, the team decided to knock it off for the day because when you have hydrogen mixed with ambient oxygen out there, then you just need an ignition source to close a triangle. So it's a flammable risk, stated Mike Sarfin, Artemis mission manager, NASA headquarters, during press release on Friday. The moon rocket's fine. The mega moon rocket's fine. All issues we're encountering are procedural and are lessons learned. Okay, here it is. They're going to try again on the 21st. So in 5 days. And if that doesn't work, it looks like they got to take it down. Because at that point, they're going to need the launch pad for a different mission. So one more again. Because at that point, on the 23rd, SpaceX is planning to have that launch pad. Okay, here's a good one here. Serafin did not disclose the exact plan to run through the track. Given it's only been 24 hours since the leak, he has said that the team is looking into options to increase readable accessibility. It's a nice little government buzzword for you. What do you got going on? Ready accessibility. Yeah, they're setting it up for a takedown. It was an ambitious mission. It was just a little too ambitious. They bit off just a little more than they could chew.
Oh. Well, live and learn.
Okay, here's a quote. History has shown it's been a challenge for pretty much anybody that's done anything of this magnitude. Except
man, I just looked. Man, I just want to brush back to the previous conversation for 1 second.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
This doesn't match the Earth curve calculator. What he just said is we could see, according to him, according to Bob, we could see the ISS. The horizon would be 1,000 miles, which matches observation, but not if we can't see it till it's 40 degrees above the horizon, or even 25, according to him. So if it's an infinite light or whatever, if it's a reflection of sunlight, infinite point of light, then we should have seen it for that 1,000 miles that the calculator he came up with. But he'll change it. He'll change his argument because it'll be a different argument now. Now, we just changed the whole thing. Now, he'll change his whole calculation and shit. What? Mark my words.
I want to know if Stellarium shows star trails appearing to converge and diverge. That would be neat to see if it does that.
It does. It shows them diverging. I did a video on that showing Stellarium, showing a program, and at the horizon, at the point of the horizon coming and going, they converge and diverge, which means that's measurable, right? That means we can measure them motherfuckers separating away from each other, or it's perspective. Either way, it's a globe killer. Either way, if it's perspective, it's a globe killer because they say the stars are infinite distance.
If Stellarium is showing the stars converging and diverging, measurable position, if it's accurate, if Stellarium's accurate, be able to measure the relative angle between two stars at any given point, and boom, there you go.
Globe killer. The only thing they could try and claim is perspective, and that's a globe killer on its face.
Kosho was trying to claim perspective with it yesterday. We went through this yesterday, big time. Kosho was actually on my side a little bit, kind of. The other people were saying you wouldn't be able to measure an angle change in relation to two stars over the course of a night, and I'm like, well, we can see it happening with star trails.
Yeah, on the horizon. Yeah.
on the horizon in the middle and at the
So
end.
what's that tell you though?
The
That
whole
tells you that
way
there's
through, dude.
that tells you that
Horizon.
there's at least two separate. What that tells me is there's at least 3 star rotations because the one's going straight. Then you have some diverging off, going one direction. Then you have some diverging off going the other direction. So that means, well, at the very least, there's 2 separate star rotations. You know, but that couldn't be a globe because we're only falling over backwards in one direction. No matter what way you're looking. If you're just looking off straight ahead to the horizon, then you're falling over backwards one direction. What would make the stars separate?
Yeah, it's not just at the horizon, dude. It's throughout the course. It's not just at the horizon. It's through the course of the whole night.
I tell you, when I look at Stellarium, I feel like I'm drunk. Like that's what they have to do to try and show 360 degrees and fucking in reality, and they try and put the reality on a ball, and look what happens. You fucking get drunk perspective.
It's reverse perspective. You should make a video on that. Measure the angles between them. Right,
I did. I showed them. I made a video. I showed them coming up the screen, and then I showed them the ones that that are going off to the horizon were actually spreading out and leaving the screen where you couldn't even see them. So I didn't even have to measure the angle, and unless you want to say my screen's getting smaller at the horizon.
Maybe Stellarium's using a wide angle lens. It doesn't matter. Whatever they have it as, that needs to be an accurate representation of reality. That's what they've been claiming for years. It's an accurate representation of reality. It's always where the stars are when you look up in the sky. So measurable arc, measurable angle differences between the stars throughout the course of the night.
To me, in reality, they stay together, fixed position, and they look like one big screen. Looks like one big screen, no matter where the fuck you're at.
You know, Zanuck is going to build us a model, eh, guys?
Yeah, either him or Rumpus.
Yep. Model of the 3 different star rotations. I can't wait for that, man. Oh, boy. Keep hounding Zanuck. Whenever you guys see him, keep asking him, so where's that model of yours?
I've already got something I'm waiting on. I'm waiting on him to show a fucking video, an ever-changing video of a robot arm scooping up a fucking jar of water at the bottom of the ocean and bringing it up and watching it crack in a diver's hand on a dock.
Wow.
He's so full of shit, dude. It's funny. Dude, we were just talking about a diver, and it was by the dock where it broke. And where a guy even said, back when we were talking about it, one of the guys was like, I'd be interested in putting a bucket underneath it and measuring the amount of water that spilt into it after it broke and shit on the dock. And then when I pointed out to him the next conversation that, dude, if it was somewhere with enough pressure to compress water by 2% or whatever, however many percent, then it'd kill a fucking diver if it could squish fucking water. And he's like, and then I was like, what was it? A submarine? He's like, yeah, it was a submarine. And I said, well, did it have a fucking, like a mechanical arm? Did the Canadians make a fucking mechanical arm to take a lid off a fucking jar? He's like, yeah, it was a robot arm. I'm like, dude, you're so full of shit, dude.
Because you were guessing.
No offense to Canadians,
because you were just
Montreal.
guessing he's full of shit. Like you were like.
He said everybody's seen this video, you know. I'm like, just admit you never seen a fucking video, or you know. He's like, oh, I just can't find it. You say everybody's seen that video of the jaw cracking, like, for fuck's sake, man.
Now that bottom part there, Rakia, the blue part, is that where the barnacles stick on, and that's some sort of special paint? Have I got that right? Like in the water line?
Say that again. I'm sorry. Say that again.
They used to make crazy paint for the barnacles, but it ended up being toxic, so they changed it to some other kind of paint. But yeah, it is like kind of. I do think they try to use like barnacle resistant paint.
Yeah. Nice paint job, by the way.
But back to the argument, man. I just showed the professor at MIT, Walter Lewin, talking about hydraulics and everything, and he's showing in the video that I've made, Zanuck versus Professor Walter Lewin. He's showing that water is not compressible, not even a little bit, and he's showing the implications and how hydraulics and shit works due to that fact, and then he's talking about. Then I went and just looking at buoyancy, and I was asking, do things get more buoyant the deeper you go? And it says right on its face, since water cannot compress, you can put pressure on water, but you can't compress it, would be my argument. But you could put outside pressure on it, but you're not going to squeeze more than a liter into a liter bottle. But that's the first thing it says on Wikipedia. Yeah,
Zanuck said you could put 102 gallons of fuel in a 100-gallon tank.
Yeah, I said you need to tell that to NASA. You might save some lives, dude. Extra 2 gallons of fucking water on their missions to Mars. Shit, they need to know this shit.
That's a good point there. Putting more water into a container than you can. That sounds like them.
I'm wondering which molecule, which atom it is that's changing its mass, its atomic makeup. Are you squeezing the fucking oxygen or the two hydrogens? Which one's fucking changing its atomic mass?
That sounds like a job for Bob. He can probably do it because he can travel a shorter line, shorter than the shortest distance. So that sounds like a job for Bob, the science guy.
Yo, these guys are on some straight crazy shit. You can fit 102 gallons in a 100-gallon tank. I could travel a curved line and get there and travel less distance in a straight line. Like, what are these guys on?
If what Bob's saying is true, then when I go to drive to say if I go to drive east, say to San Diego, I should drive a great circle, right? I should go north up toward Tennessee, toward like Arizona, start coming back down, and it'd be a lot faster if I drove up north, and did a great circle to San Diego. That's such fucking horseshit. Yeah, I'd like to see you drive up fucking in an arch direction and watch it take you an extra couple days.
Well, he said he cut 2,000 miles off of a shorter distance, somewhere in Australia between this place and that place. The original distance was 4,400 miles, and he did it in 1,700 something miles.
See, now I thought they said Australia's like 2,000 or 2,200 miles wide. They're pretty stringent on fucking keeping Australia skinny. And when I was looking at the speeds of the train, like that one train that goes across, there seem to be a couple anomalies, man. Like it matches up somewhat, but it's like there was some fuzzy info in some of the stops and shit. And but what fucking drive anywhere on Earth, east to west, can he go 4,000? That's 4,500 miles or 44 whatever 100 miles. I don't get it.
It could be in the water. It doesn't matter where. The thing is, listen to the statement. He traveled a 4,400 distance, right, on a plane.
1,000 miles, yeah.
And 1,700 miles, yeah.
That just shows you. So in the Vendée Globe race, okay, which I've already showed the bullshit distances. in between the continents. In my opinion, I did a thorough job of that. But whether you argue that or not, they only dropped down close to 60 at South America to go around the tip of South America, and then they come back up to like 40 north. 40 south. They come directly back up. But if the Earth was a globe, they would want to stay down lower. They wouldn't want to come back up. They'd want to stay at 60 degrees. It'd be way shorter of a trip around. But that ain't what they do. And it's a race, okay? And they don't have to go below 60. It's still going to be a marginally shorter trip at 55 or 60 without going below 60 than going up to 40 degrees. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I hope you're not skipping over my point. What I'm saying. It doesn't matter which way they turn on a race on a globe. Bob said that he can travel the shortest distance between point A and B in a shorter distance. That is the dumbest, craziest shit I've ever heard. Shout out Rakia.
His fucking crazy curved line is straighter than your straight line.
Yeah.
Well, straight curved line. Yeah. Great circle.
Surely, no matter what side you're on, Grim, right? That's an absurd statement, right?
It's counterintuitive for sure. It doesn't swing with me either. I don't.
Yeah.
I can't initially just hop on that idea and say, yeah.
When he's claiming, what was it? SE? How many short? It was insane.
More than 2,000 miles shorter.
More than 2,000 miles.
2/3 of the trip.
Yeah. Boom.
He started off with Rakia. Rakia brought this out originally. Shout out Rakia. He started off with Rakia, 1,050.
Oh my God. Wait a minute. Listen. Sorry. I almost said sort. SE. If you're thinking of, he had to go. You'd have to be. The path would have to be starting off as a screw to get 2/3 of the trip shortened out.
Yeah, something crazy like that. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to go to like a Fibonacci screw in order to get to, the initial trip would have had to have been a Fibonacci screw in order to straighten it out enough to get rid of 2/3 of the trip over that much distance.
Yeah, we're talking
Think about that,
Land
guys.
territory. Yeah.
Now I know what you mean by La La Land.
He's definitely screwed something, that is for sure.
Yeah. I just wanted to throw the word screw in there somehow, maybe incorporate it. Because that shit is screwy, man.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he makes ballers look bad. Very bad.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
No.
No.
Nope.
Not at all.
Listen, I would cut half of the distance off of my trip. I would do that in a nanosecond. The problem is we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again, okay?
Damn it.
Seriously. The hell?
Damn it. I was really hoping.
Well, remember, we don't have to work at the really is level, Bob.
Oh, yeah, we can experiment our way there. Right, guys?
So what would happen if there was a leak?
2 gallons into a 100-gallon container.
Yeah, that's sheer crazy lunacy. Yeah.
Here's the thing when he's thinking about the bottom of the ocean too. What he's failing to understand is the pressure above is only the immediate pressure above. In other words, you're not going to get any more pressure with a bowl of water that at the bottom of the bowl of water is 1 inch. And
check out that video.
Diameter, right? Hold on, it's 1 inch in diameter. Hold on, the bottom of the bowl is 1 inch wide, and the top of the bowl is 12 inches wide. So it spreads out, right? You're only going to get the same pressure as if you had a cylinder 1 inch wide all the way to the top. So he's thinking about a big giant ocean of water on top, but the pressure don't work like that. The pressure only works no matter what the shape is. The pressure only works on what's immediately above it because it spreads out, and that's part of the calculations and everything. And it's one of the first things I learned. So he's thinking there's this immense amount of pressure because of the whole ocean, but it's not. It's spread out. The pressure's spread out, and it is a lot of pressure, but that don't mean it's compressed. You know, so I don't buy that shit. I agree with Walter Lewin and Wikipedia that water is incompressible.
I don't think it's the compressibility of the water that makes it heavy. It's the other stacking of the water on top of it. That's what gives you the pressure. You don't have to compress the water because water is very hard to compress. It only compresses, I don't know, what is it, 0.1?
Not at all, according to Walter Lewin, not even a little bit.
No, it does a little bit. We did it in science.
I'm gonna post a video real quick. Just watch about a minute of it. No, you didn't.
Yeah, we actually did.
If you did that, then you could go down
temperature, and change the densities.
If you did that, you can go down and yeah, you could change you could put different amounts of external pressure onto water.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Can I finish? It's just a real quick one. We would change the
while you're doing
density,
that,
we'd pour it into a known volume, seal the volume, and let it warm back up, and it would crack the little beaker. That would show there was no air in there, and that would show that the water was compressed a bit due to its
that would show that cold water expands.
No,
cold
warm
water expands. That's not the same as compression.
No, the warmer
ice. Listen, ice expands. It's got to turn to ice to expand, though. And you can watch it under a microscope, bro.
I know that's true, but snowflakes, they collect air. Yeah, we know. I mean, that's ice cubes float. They're less dense.
Until it's not going to crack until it freezes, though. Was my point. We did that experiment.
Yeah, if you heat it up, it'll crack too, Brian.
They're less dense, but would a glacier crush you? It's less dense than water.
I'm not talking about external pressures. I'm talking about. Just let me post this video and y'all argue with fucking Wikipedia and Walter Lewin.
Water's density, I mean, it's easy to understand. It's most dense at just above freezing. And if you freeze it, the ice expands and it will crack whatever it's in, just like it'll freeze your pipes at home. But if you take a bigger cold water, say at 35 degrees, and you seal it up, and then you warm that vessel up, it'll crack as well because it gets less dense as it gets hotter. It expands.
That was a cool video, Grim. That one you posted. Damn.
What's up, Andrew?
Hey, Howard.
Back on the road again.
On the road.
Anyway, so I posted the video so y'all could argue with Wikipedia, Walter Lewin, and all the buoyancy equations and all that. But here's the thing. I'm not saying that pressure. Yeah, we can change the pressure of water. We can have different water pressures, external pressure. I'm talking about compressing water. That's what I'm talking about. And they all say that, no, you can't.
It's slightly
I've always heard you.
That's why something doesn't get more buoyant. As the deeper it goes, it doesn't get more buoyant because water doesn't get more. It's just, I don't know how else to explain it.
I've always heard you could compress it a very tiny bit.
Yeah, it's just lightly.
I've also seen what you're showing.
Yeah, you should watch that video. Just watch a minute of it.
I realize that. I've also seen what you're showing where they say you can't compress water. There's a lot of places that say water isn't compressible. I understand.
That's why
look it up on Google. Hey, look it up on Google, dude.
Not on it right.
Yeah, they refer to it as incompressible, but only because
ambiguous, bro. They're so
there's no
ambiguous when they
utility
say
to
that
it.
it's compressible. They're so ambiguous, dude. It's funny. They say, "Well, water." No, they won't never tell you how much or this or that. How much? They never speak about fitting an amount of water inside anything. They're so ambiguous. The people that water compressing, they're speaking in terms of pressure, and they make it act like it's compressing, but they're so ambiguous about it, dude. I've never found a clear cut answer about how much pressure do you have to compress 1 liter or 101 liters into a 100-gallon container. You won't get that information. It's not practical. It's not reality.
But what is the significance of that anyway?
I forgot.
What does it mean? What's it all mean?
On its face, dude, it means that if you're going to have a quasar and a teaspoon weighing 4 billion pounds, then you're going to have to take compressing fucking a tiny smidge of water to a whole different level. And what kind of pressures? I mean, it's just the absurdity that has to happen in the heliocentric model when you start talking such vast distances and vast sizes and shit. And it's why the model starts breaking down on itself, man.
Yeah, on a globe, gravity compresses the water to keep it on the ball, all around it.
Mm-hmm.
Gravity must be compressing the water around the ball.
But when you measure the pressures, like you could shape something where the bottom of it, where the scale is 1 inch wide, and the top of it could be a container that stretches out 100 miles on top of it, where the top of your container can be a mile high and 100 miles wide, and condensing down all the way to 1 inch where the scale is. The pressure you get will always be the same, even if you have a mile high 1 inch cylinder straight up, you'll get the same amount of pressure, and it'll spread equally sideways in every direction, down and out. And so if you poke a hole in the bottom of that 1 inch cylinder, as you do the 100 mile up top, you poke a hole at the same height, the same amount of water is going to come out. It's going to stream the same distance, same pressure.
So if it's not compressing, why does it make the glass break?
No, when something turns to ice, when the water turns to ice, it expands.
There's no ice involved with this.
It can break glass, but until that, and in fact,
Brian,
if you take pure water, hold on. Go ahead.
There's no ice involved. There's no ice involved.
Okay, take pure water. You can freeze it down, okay, until you move it or take it up, get a particle. It's a chain reaction, and then it'll crack. You can show that. You can crack a glass, but you can take pure water and get it below freezing, and it still won't freeze, and it won't crack the glass. It won't, crack the glass. I know you've seen that trick where if you hit the bottle of pure water on a table and shake it up a little bit, and it starts a chain reaction and cracks the glass. But until you shake it up, it doesn't crack.
Right, we're not talking about ice. We're talking about just water, liquid water.
What about
why does it break the glass? Why does it break the glass when you get it warm?
Pressure.
I mean, it would have to expand, right?
No, pressure, man. Energy.
Pressure of the water,
right?
The water pressing on the inside of the glass.
You're on the.
Is it the pressure of the water, Brian? Is it the pressure of the water? Is it the water pressing on the inside of the glass?
I think it expands. I think it's fucking trying to turn into vapor. Right? Ain't it trying to boil itself? You know, it's trying to boil. It's trying to expand, right? I'm wrong, dude.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, that's a good reason.
Yeah, it's trying to expand.
The water is letting off. You're saying there's a phase change going on into gas? Because that's what
It's
happens
attempting
with the
to.
ice.
It takes a lot of heat.
With the ice, there's a phase change, right? So that's why the ice thing happens, only because of the phase change. Otherwise, nothing happens. But when you get it hot, you're saying it's turning into a gas. There's a phase change. All right. Does anyone have any problem with that, or?
Well, what they're saying is the reason why the temperature rises when you squeeze it is because the atoms are compressing. That's the friction from the compression of the atoms. Therefore, that's how they would tell if there's more pressure by squeezing it, is by taking its temperature before and after the squeezing.
Well, we're just talking about this glass breaking for now. The little science experiment you did in school or whatever.
Yeah, but that might have to do with the, like you said, the temperature, or like my teacher said.
Is it a phase? I'm saying, is there a phase change?
An isotropic or some, I can't remember, change that happens, yeah, where the energy of the system is converted to heat. But or actually reverse of a cooler system, when heat is added, then the pressure would increase and to find its equilibrium. That's not where it started. If you know what I mean, we brought it to room temperature from a colder and much colder environment, like you said, near freezing. But there's some tricky things that go on with water and liquids, because they do the same thing. It's still hard to compress even as a gas. Water, it's compressible though. But I mean,
water gas.
Yeah, water vapor.
Water gas. Shouts out to Dallas State.
Oh, is it? But you're bringing me back to high school, man. That's 30-something years ago.
You old fart.
I know.
So the glass breaking might not be the compressibility of water then, or?
Yeah, well, it's those little super thin. It's not a real beaker. It's one of those super thin. It's for that thing. It's made so thin that most of us were breaking them before we even got the, you know what I mean, the project done. So, like,
I tried to make a fucking coffee margarita in one or something. I know. Oh, he left.
Yeah, I just blew in mine with my mouth and it broke, and I was like, "Whoops, I don't get another one."
No one blows as good as you, Grim.
Yeah,
that dragon. He got that dragon breath.
That your breath was so hot.
I didn't want to tell the truth. I wasn't really blowing in it. I sucked in it, and I didn't want to say that out loud to the class. Like, oh, I sucked on it and it popped. I was like, I just blew on it. But yeah, I remember that.
I had one kid one time we're at a party. Listen, this one kid one time we're at a party and he never smoked weed before, and we had to bong out. And he's like, "All right," we're like, "We'll light it for you. You fucking hit it." He puts his mouth over the whole thing, like a straw.
Yeah,
first of
man,
all,
I see it already.
I'm like, "Yo," we all start cracking up. Then we're like, we got him to, we showed him how to put his mouth on it, right? And then we're like, all right, when we put the flame to it, just inhale, inhale, or whatever we said. This guy fucking blew out. Shot. You know what happens when that happens? Yeah.
Yeah, the water out the hole.
Yeah, the shit was gone. It was a party at night. We're in a backyard somewhere. Like, the shit was gone.
Dude, that reminded me of my buddy's brother, man. He went to hit the bong and he hardly ever hit it. Dude, I had to light it for him. And he's sitting there as he's hitting it. He's tilting his head back a little bit further, a little bit further, a little bit further.
Did he get the water? Did he get the water?
He got a mouthful of the fucking water, dude. That shit was funny as shit.
It's not bad if it's like brand new and you just cleaned it and shit. But if it's like some old ass bong water for fucking 3 months, disgusting. Brian, stop being lazy. Okay, dig a trench. You're not gonna do this shit with your line in the ocean, bro. That's not in the cards. That's not gonna work, dude. You got barnacles. Fucking, you're looking for Nemo. Turtles, fucking birds are fucking diving at like tides, waves, boats, jet ski. Like, dude, you can't do this shit in the ocean, bro.
No,
You gotta
you can't
stop
do it in the
being
ocean.
lazy. Stop being lazy. All you need, look, I don't even know, man. I don't even know, because if you do dig a trench and sand, you now need to keep away. You now need to figure out how to keep the water in the trench, which you could do with. You could melt plastic, like painter's plastic. You get hundreds of yards of that shit for like $10 or something at Home Depot or whatever. But if you line the whole thing with
I got a
painter's
ton of
plastic,
plastic, man. I got a ton of
that's
that
what I
shit.
mean. Yeah, all you got to do is melt it together or whatever. That little sealer thing they use, like melt two pieces of plastic together. Just use that, and that way you can connect it and line the whole trench.
It'd be more
And then
feasible
you
to
fill
find
it
a
with
canal
water.
or something, man. I wish I had a canal. I'm jealous of Bev.
Bro, the
with that.
canal's got the same problems, dude. You're gonna have fish, all kinds of shit, bro. I'm telling you, you need to dig a trench somewhere. You don't have a mile's worth of land?
No, not even close.
Yeah, no doubt. That's tough to come by. We need a mile long trench, waterproof trench. Oh, or what would this would be a way more expensive way than a trench, but you could do a PVC pipe and cut in half. Then you'd have to cut all that PVC. PVC itself, a mile's worth of PVC is fucking expensive. It's not cheap. It's better to just dig a trench, use the painter's plastic. Now you have a calm, stable, controlled body of water. You know what I mean? You can even build the sides up with the dirt you took out of the trench. Build the sides up as like a wind block, so that the wind don't even. You know what I mean?
Only a janitor would come up with some shit like that. Some cool ass shit like that. Sure.
Yeah, bro.
I'm doing it.
That's how it's got to be done, man. It'd be better to just do it indoors. If you had a mile long indoor thing.
Fuck yeah. Eliminate a lot of those other variables.
Yeah.
Especially if you could pressurize the container in different ways, like the hollow. Or
you don't need to pressurize it. You don't need to do any of that. You're just going to pull a string in water.
Oh, no, I know what you mean. I'm just mean other experiments. A mile-long hallway with all the shit we talk about, that would fix a lot of our issues.
Jeremy's just trying to figure out how he can get a mile-long pool for free.
Working that into my PayPal. Fucking.
We could go to LIGO and just take some 1-inch PVC or even cheaper or whatever, and just couple it all together basically, and lay it down flat on the. We could lay it down flat on top of the concrete slab that LIGO sits on, and the water would have to pull up in the middle of the arm if it's a straight line.
No, that doesn't tell you if it's a straight line, though. If you do that, that just means it's a curved line, and there's a fucking pump going down where all the water pools at. Going to LIGO doesn't really do anything for you, because how do you know that?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to do it from the ditch beside it. That's the only way.
If you now see if you catch the play on words. Do you stay true if you go to LIGO? No.
Wasn't good, Gary. I'm sorry.
I don't know. Can
LIGO and stay true?
It's a reach, but
It's a smart people joke. No, I'm just kidding. I like to say that when my jokes flop. Yeah, it's for smart people.
Smart people would have got that one.
I don't take I'm not gonna take the fucking L on that. LIGO. I remember when they were first like, oh hell yeah, LIGO just did this thing. It was so fucking awesome. And then like a couple weeks later, it turns out it was some birds pecking on the That shit made me laugh so hard, man. Some birds are just simultaneously pecking on multiple stations at the same time. They're picking up birds pecking. But now they're sure that these other things are exactly from these 70 million light year black hole nova events, and they're not birds pecking on their equipment again, for sure.
Dude, even the people that work in the same field,
That's so stupid. Sorry,
even the
yeah.
people that work in the same field as the people in LIGO, they say you have to just trust what they're doing in there. There's no way to verify it. Also, Kosho was telling me the other day that no one's claiming space moves, empty space moves, but they literally have that all over their model. Like, what do you think's happening at LIGO? They claim that it's the Lorentz contraction. That's why the laser takes longer to go the distance of the thing. And they have dark energy. They literally claim space is moving all over the place.
Yeah, they got rubbery measuring sticks. Big time. What do you think the Hubble constant is? What is the space expansion? What do you think that is? If that's a real thing, then why isn't why isn't it also happening right there? Of course they're trying to say it's happening right there, and they have to try and all these things, these little effects. See, you realize they're always looking at plasma, right? Plasma emits this type of light. So come the fuck on, guys. Every time they go to do something, it's looking at a plasma, and it doesn't matter.
You should have seen what I had them with the
photons
last night.
When they say laser, that's a plasma. It's ionizing the fucking air around it, and plasma light is happening. Light.
Grim, you should have seen. You should have seen what I had them going through with the light speed shit last night, bro. They were trying to say C's, even if light's doesn't travel at the same speed in a vacuum, C's still constant.
Wrong.
I'm like, what do you think C is? Yeah, they give you a specific number.
That's like saying I'm a Caucasian, even though I'm black. It's just like saying that. It doesn't make any sense. I am actually a actual Caucasian. I just happen to be a black dude at the same time. There you go. I am super positioning myself in physics I'm in two places at the same time and relativistic to each other. I'm a different thing.
That light speed in the vacuum tank. That light speed in the vacuum tank scares them, bro. They're scared of it. I can see them scrambling all the time whenever I bring it up.
Yeah, I know. And it's even the people doing the experiment, they don't try to put themselves out there against the standard narrative. They're just going, well, now we'll have to ad hoc this into our shit because here this is. Right? This isn't supposed to be here if we were perfectly correct with all of our understandings. This couldn't happen.
They were trying to use the thing last night where they were saying all photons aren't light. And but the thing is, a photon's a massless particle, and their speed in a vacuum is 2 million whatever meters a second. It doesn't matter if it's light or not, right?
No, yeah, it's any object. If we can get anything to pass the speed of light.
No, I'm saying with these other photons, whatever photons they were using for that test, they're saying.
Well, it wouldn't matter. They all travel at the speed of light. So is their theory goes.
It's a massless object, yeah. It doesn't matter if it's I tried to explain that to them. They didn't. Dude, I had citations, definitions, all types of shit last night. They were fumbling, mumbling all over the place.
Yeah, there's no massless object with any special attributes over another in their model, other than the muons and electrons, which they don't even consider absolutely massless. which is weird.
It's just weird how they're arguing that C is still a constant, even though light doesn't travel the same speed through a vacuum. That shit don't even make sense.
And you know this lattice, crystalline lattice mask or whatever they're calling it that they pass these photons through. That's like a thing that actually happens in nature too, with the plasma crystals in space.
And we didn't even get there yet, bro. We're not even there yet. Slow down.
We just
Hold your
discovered
horses.
that. Yeah, I know.
Letting the cat. Hold your horses. We gotta get this shit through to them. For you always gotta start at the bottom.
I know. But
Between me and you, we can't. Yeah, no doubt.
It's so much. It's so revealing. It's like a thump. Once you realize that this is something, then this has to be recognized now. Hey, thump on the head, man. That means all your space light is fucking interfered with by this effect. All your space light. That's all your wonky. I can't figure out how far things away, distances and bullshit and space expansion, all explained by this little wonky effect.
No doubt. We just got to get them to realize that C is not a constant and light travels at different speeds through vacuums. But they're not even there yet. They're not even like on the ABCs yet with this.
Which would put some of these things at considerable less. They wouldn't be moving away from you in your model anymore.
Possibly less. Could possibly.
There's no
definitely
expansion necessary. Might even be things showing to be much more stationary than we ever imagined. Whoa.
What's up? Absolutely. This changes everything. That's why they're so scared of it, and they're always scrambling around with it. It scares them. That's a paradigm shift right there.
Yeah. Well, why do you think I'm actually not liked even more than flat earthers in there, for the most part? Because of this paradigm shift thing. This electric universe stuff is literally like, it's already been shaken at their back door for a while, you know? And then they've conformed to certain arguments, which I've been able to easily outmaneuver and show them that, you know, a lot of their arguments are falsely placed, false premises, claiming that some electric universe proponents say there aren't any neutrinos from hit pieces that they've all given me. And I got the rebuttals to those hit pieces. And I show the actual dates that things were said. It was said that there weren't enough neutrinos, and that was said before their little I found neutrinos flipping discovery ad hocery. But these guys already explained the reason why the electrical flipping and the dropping off from the current and all that kind of stuff.
Hold on. There's not enough neutrinos, meaning that if the sun's letting off neutrinos and all the stars should be letting off neutrinos, then there should be fucking neutrinos everywhere. Right?
No. It's if the sun was this nuclear fusion happening from within on the inside, then there would be a lot more neutrinos. All right, and so they're saying,
how many are there?
How
many do they say there are right now?
Just enough to be happening on the outside of the surface, not the inside. So that, you know, a third of what is expected. The whole entire core is supposed to be producing these things, and they take 100 years to escape the magical sun. Yeah, this kind of bullshit, right?
Yeah. I mean, who knows? That could be how it's happening, but how the fuck?
No, this shit's happening super fast, and they're flipping and changing right over at the switchbacks, which is what they call them, and that's like just past the corona, about where the solar Parker probe went, and they detected the switchbacks there, just like it's all in the electric model that was already told to them. All that shit was being detected now. The extreme heating, the friction happening all out on the outside of the surface. All the internal, all the pressures and things, all the fission and fusion and all that kind of stuff reported on the outside. And they've got new models of star formation and stuff, and new models of electric star models and stuff, showing that even from the standard guys, they're showing that the fusion may be happening far closer to the surface than previously, in previous ideas of the sun. And these are new papers that are coming out from their people. Because of the information, the data just can't be ignored. It's being looked at now, and they're like, oh, okay, how do we fix this? Because how do they change a paradigm without losing the respect of the people? That's a problem with paradigm shifting, right? When you shift a paradigm that greatly, it's like, well, then how are you so wrong for so long? Are we supposed to just believe you now at this?
That's like massively wrong. That's not like, oh, we incrementally move the distance to the sun up 1 million miles every year and just say we were inaccurate. This is like, that's like a whole,
yeah,
that's not even.
There's a whole space paradigm where black holes are just electrical events happening in plasmas and not not near infinite densities and bullshit like that. Supernova are not stars blowing up from the inside out. They're just the stars that are moving further away from the central Berkeley current that fuels them until they get larger and redder. And that's what happens in a plasmoid. When it gets less current, the surface area begins to swell so that it can draw in more current, because it needs more current to survive, and that's what plasmoids work. And stars.
You're saying it's You're saying it's a fractal from the smallest to the biggest.
Like if you imagine this column, right, and in the center of the column, like imagine the column going straight up and down, right, and in the center of the column is the most current, and further out from the column that you go is less and less current. It drops off, right? So if this star that's formed within this current as a Z-pinch begins to drift outside of that central.
Bro, you lost me. You lost me, Grim. Grim, you lost me. I'm just saying you're saying that it's a fractal from the micro to the macro, as in like a plasmoid does the same thing that like black holes and shit are doing. Yeah.
Yep.
You lost me on a Z pinch, dude. How long have you known me for?
Well, a Z pinch is, look it up on YouTube. You see it. It's like they do it in a lab where they crush cans. Electric current creates a magnetic field that wraps around a central point. It pinches there, and then it'll cause like a ball lightning, but you still have the current going in and out of the poles. But with a ball of electricity there now, well, that ball is really very crazily wrapped intermagnetic fields wrapped around each other in a way that makes them look like a sphere, just like the sun.
Oh.
So that's fun stuff. And these electrical systems, I mean, they vary when they get in size, but in general, they have the same concepts. A current going in and out, Mark-Levin currents on the circular pull, drawing currents in, non-ionized material inwards towards the center. And then as it's ionized, it's spewed into different energies out the poles. And at the same time, once those out currents develop, in currents from the poles also develop. So there's just like a huge transistor type situation going on where currents are changed and relativistic speeds are met by magnetic fields, pushing these particles and even faster and faster electrons. It's really fun stuff, but it's really not, all this theoretical shit. It's like experimental shit that these things can be shown in the light of like physical things you can experiment with in a laboratory to produce those effects. Paradigm shifts. I feel like it's already happening sometimes when I hear them talk. Like I think they're fully aware. That's why they're moving into like ion propulsion and things that as a kid thinking about this electric universe stuff, I used to always think, why didn't they just put electric sails up there? You know, two different materials, one that would collect ions faster on one side than the other, and it would push or pull. You just flip the sail depending on where in the magnetic field or the current you are. I always wondered why they didn't just do that. It was probably just like a sailboat, and you flip the sails, and you look. You could probably make ships look like ancient old sailboats, and they'd be the fastest things fucking out there, dude. If you just like neoprene or something or whatever. One side has a lot of slip to it, as far as like, you know, slides electrons slide over it, and the other sides collect. And you just keep flipping them.
You're talking about airships?
Yeah.
Airplanes? Oh, I thought you were
Well,
talking
not in
about
the air
space.
though, in space.
In space, yeah, no doubt.
Right, yeah. It would sort of be like similar to the effect, but using electrons and pressure for drag and lift. Wouldn't need necessarily call it drag and lift. You know, you call it like attraction and repulsion. But it's
Do
still
they already
pressure
know about
mediation.
that? And you think they might
Well,
already know
they do
about
on
that?
Earth.
And
Yeah, they
some of
do
the
it in
shit,
labs.
some of those like UFO sightings we see. No, I mean, and actual, like, they could
Oh, yeah,
actually
for
have
sure.
implemented this.
Yeah, that's what Roswell and all that was, man. That shit was, they've been doing that since the Nazis and shit. That's why they're shaped like that, those discs, because they have an electric field differential on one side
Yo,
than
is
the
there
other.
mercury? Is there any mercury involved with any of that? Like, would you need mercury for any of this stuff you're saying?
Well,
Or could
rotating
you?
Mercury induces hella strong magnetic fields. If you spin Mercury, you can induce current around it, make current go faster. So it would be like a generator in a sense, of amplifier of electric, voltage, an amplifier. Yeah. So
Because
you would probably
Hitler,
spin.
they found U-boats full of mercury from World War II, I think. I don't know. That's what I heard, anyways. For Hitler was in all kinds of what's that goofy shit called? Occultism shit, all that. So, and he was definitely trying to figure out new ways to do shit. So, I mean, I don't know. Hitler might have been onto that.
I think they all were. I don't think. I mean, I'm not. I hate to get into too much, but like, I don't think they were all enemies in the first place. I think they just culled their populations together and pretended to be on separate teams. And then somebody was like, "Fuck, man, I can't deal with this anymore," and killed myself. I think they were just culling their populations and redistributing the wealth, and it was a plan from the beginning.
Maybe, yeah. Oh, I don't believe any of this shit they tell.
And
That
to
history.
develop a Zion country for Israel, all part of the plan. And then, because we're not allowed to talk about it, really.
I saw a funny TikTok thing. It's like, as a German, I just want to be clear. You want us to raise a huge army, march through Poland, and attack Russia?
Let's be clear.
He's like, I just want to be clear on this. That's what the world wants.
Because isn't that what we were getting in trouble for in the first place? That's the whole point, right? So look at the goal happening again, right? So now who's directing it? Now who's pushing that march, right? Like, where did those scientists go in the first place? Over here. Now look what we're doing. Who won that war? I wonder. Or if it really was a war, I wonder. I mean, it was to other people who had to fight it. I'm not trying to take away that. You know what I mean? Like, I believe that people
no doubt.
had a terrible time.
So they move us like pawns. They move us like pawns on the board. So,
like, I'm not
playing with a bigger
saying I don't
chessboard.
think any of it happened and all that.
Yeah,
and I know some people do say that, but they're crazy. I mean, my grandmother's Jewish.
That'd be tough to, make that massive of a thing.
But that being said, there is talk around the synagogue.
I mean, they had a lot of reasons to go after Hitler. He wasn't part of the money system. That's a red flag right there. You know, if you have your own get your own economy going and you're doing good, and you're not part of the money system and you're getting big, that's when they're going to start looking at you.
Yeah.
We don't care what people.
They thought he was like a Trump, you know. They thought he was
we
like
legit don't care what people do to other people. We let Idi Amin run wild, like just fucking slaughtering people in Africa. Like we're not
well,
worried
as long
about
as you
people.
use the American dollar to do it, you're good.
Yeah, we're not worried about people dying. That's what I mean. Yeah, we're the people dying thing. They don't give a fuck. People dying.
Yeah,
They can
you
care
just got to
less
make sure
when the
you're a part of
money.
the IMF and you have to pay your share of the poor people's livelihood. As long as we get a little piece of your poor people, we'll let you kill them all day if you want. But not so many that we don't get a big enough piece, because we want this much of your poor people every year from them, their taxes or work. You know what I mean? We want to loan them money and have them pay us back through their blood.
Yeah, they
and
need that
fuel.
loan system there. Without the interest thing, without like the interest thing, that's
Isn't
how
that
rich
why?
people.
Isn't that why certain groups were kicked out of all these countries in the first place? Usury.
I mean, I don't know. The Jewish people have been kicked out of over 100, and that's a short list, by the way. 100 regions throughout history.
You know who else? The Jesuits.
The long list has 300 on it.
I wonder why people don't consider Jesuits and Jews as a team effort. They don't see them together. Is it because one is called the Society of Jesus and that we are supposed to believe that there are no Jews in that Society of Jesus? Because you know what I mean? I think it's because I looked into it, right? I looked into it real deeply and I saw that they do accept Jews into the Society of Jesus. And there are a lot of them. And I wonder why, since Jews don't believe in Jesus. Does the Society of Jesus believe in Jesus, or is it actually a hidden society using the badge of Christianity or whatever to hide its agendas and give it credence?
Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, could be.
I guess after being kicked out of 86 countries, the
That was
Pope.
like 100, like 100 something, bro.
Oh no, I just meant the Jesuits.
Oh,
they're similar to the
86.
Jews in that aspect.
To 86? What the fuck? That's crazy. I didn't think there was any other group that would have even came close, but
That's what made me think of them when you said that. 82
what were they
or
doing?
86, something like that. Oh, all kinds of shit. Fucking inverting governments, like infiltrating, occupying, subversion, like all kinds of shit, like all the dirty shit, dude. Here, let me see if I can find even a Wikipedia article on it.
Fucking cat shit. I don't know. I'd like to know who owns BlackRock, though. I keep seeing shit on TikTok for them guys.
Isn't that the world BlackRock?
What'd you say? You cut out.
The World Bank. You're talking about BlackRock, that huge financial.
Yeah, but it's all anonymous, though. No one knows who owns it, right?
No, it's the World Bank owns it. That's the.
Well, who owns that?
That's the members of the Committee of 300. I think some of them.
Committee? Do we have any names or?
Yeah, there's a lot of people. Look up the Committee of 300, the most updated list.
And those are the people that own BlackRock.
Well, they don't own it. They're all together, like shareholders in it.
Yeah, those are the conglomerate.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, all right. I didn't know we know who owned it. Because it's private. You can't just get into that, right? I can't just be like, I want to buy $5 worth of BlackRock stock or something.
Right. No, you can't. Right. They come to you. They just give you your.
They're not gonna come to me with $5.
You are now a holder of BlackRock. You know. You don't even go to them. You're just born into it.
Yeah, no doubt. You'll know.
Yeah.
They'll have their people call your people.
But it's all in, like you said, they don't do shit like that out in the open.
Yeah. You can't. If you're the world's richest person, nobody knows who the world's richest person is. I don't even think the Rothschilds or Rockefellers and shit are the richest people. They might, there might be somebody above them even.
Well, no, you look at like King of Spain and shit, and the Black Pope, who's Adolfo Nicholas, whatever his name is, and you start seeing people that have more money than all of the people who we thought together were the number one richest people. You know what I mean? Like, oh, okay. So if you include all the land owned and all the things,
I think the Catholic Church is probably the Catholic Church. I think the Catholic Church is probably one of the richest organizations because they got. Last I checked, they had 60 billion, which I know is probably not much, but if you add it up, that wasn't count. That was just their that was just like in the funds and mutual stock, the stocks and shit. They had 60 billion. Like that's not counting the land they own. They own a city block in every city in America, probably all around the world. They got the Vatican. That's their own city. Like that's not counting all the land. The land they own's got to be worth fucking trillions of dollars. They got shit in Manhattan. You know what I'm saying? New York City, LA, like all over the place. That's where it would be worth a fortune. Like a small for their land.
The elders of Zion, the Knights Templars. The
their
military
land would be worth if they were to sell all their land right now. That shit, they would probably be the richest people on the book, at least.
Right, but that's why they don't put their eggs all in that one front basket. They have those proxies that I was just talking about, and
they
even pretend to be Jewish. They do all kinds of stuff. They pretend to be religious. They're not fucking religious. That's the thing. They use the religions as tools to control mankind and put themselves in positions of power over other men. It's really simple.
That's what that guy from the book of Eli with Denzel. That's what that one dude was trying to do. He was trying to get a Bible really bad. Control.
That's right.
He knew
So he
could.
could. Fuck yeah.
Yeah. He's like, if I have these, he's like, I don't have the words. He's like, but if I had these words, the people would listen to me and follow me or whatever, you know?
Right.
I'm living fast and taking chances, man. Dropping a tree between the house and the cars.
You got a rope on it? Well, I would move the cars.
Nah, they're broken. They're my daughter's car. She broke some years ago and bought a new one and left it here.
Fucking
And
insurance.
Yeah. So you got a rope on the tree?
No, I did it all with the proper cut and careful planning. But
Dude,
there
even
was
with
always that chance that it would go the wrong way.
even with a good cut, I would still put a rope on it and have someone pull it because that's just one
And
extra.
normally I would, but there's nobody here to help me today.
Don't worry
Dude,
about it,
that's when
Jeremy.
you gotta
He science the crap out of it. All right.
do it with the right.
I measured
cut.
it and I found that it would.
Really, the rope's unnecessary, but
yeah, I found that it
Somewhere.
would hit the house most definitely. It was about 30 feet beyond the house, so it definitely would have hit right at the peak of my house.
You know, if you cut a tree down yourself and it hits your house, the insurance company does not pay for that.
That's why I didn't hit it.
I'm just saying. Unless you got Coriolis insurance, that might cover it, but definitely not without the Coriolis insurance.
Yeah, I have a rider on my insurance that says I can hit my house with trees.
Do you?
I don't know how they'd write that. It's like, if you cut trees down and hit your house, you are covered. I'll tell you though, I am in line for, perfect hurricane. I'm in line for probably 50 to 60 trees that could hit my house.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's just dumb. That's how dumb we are. You know what ancient Rome used to do every time they built a road? They would cut every tree down within 100 yards of the road for multiple reasons. However, one of the reasons was you don't want to have a tree fall on your fucking on the road and block the whole road off.
Well, if I could hire some slaves.
That was the the reason they told the regular
They had
people.
the army did it, dude.
For security reasons, they did it so nobody could hide along the road. And
that was another reason.
Yeah.
Ambushes, yes. But a big reason though was you don't want a tree falling on your road and then block the road up for however long. But they didn't have. I don't think they had slaves doing it. I think they had the army used to do it because when the army wasn't at war, they would just send the army out to go do stuff, build infrastructure.
Yeah,
why not? The guys dudes just sitting around doing nothing.
I saw some of the Caesar movie on Netflix. It wasn't absolutely historically accurate, but some of the things I think were based on tales that had happened. And when he was up with the Germanic tribes, they built a wall around a city to siege the city.
It was the Battle of Alesia.
And then they built a wall around themselves to protect from the other people coming the other direction. It's like, fucking hey, man, before you know it, you're doing a lot of work.
That's my favorite battle. It's the Battle of Alesia. And if you want to see a good Caesar thing, we'll try watching Rome. It was 2 seasons. It was fucking great.
Yeah, that was
what was the name of the thing? What was the name of the thing you watched?
I think it was Rome. It went through all the different emperors, or at least several of the popular ones.
Well, they started off at the end of that battle, right? The Battle of Alesia, where the guy surrendered.
This one was at the beginning, where he was going up there to put down an uprising or something, or take over land.
Oh, dude, you got to give me the name of that. That's not Rome.
Okay. Yeah, this was one that went through a series of different emperors. And I think they did, them for their beginnings to their they did Caligula from his childhood to adulthood.
I think I saw the thing you're talking about. It did a whole bunch of emperors. It just did sections. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I saw that.
And I was going to say, I don't know how true it was. I've been really enthralled with Vikings, everything Viking, and most of Europe. The Romans and shit. It's just like, man, these were some.
There's a good documentary. bunch of good documentaries on the Black Plague. That was neat. If you like that like time period kind of thing.
Yeah, it's more just like how all the different cultures and how they mushed together, beat each other up, and lost land, shared. Every time like I hear about like the American Indian complaining about their lot in life, everybody had their land stolen from them. They're just more recent, and they weren't melded into the population. Like in Europe, you killed everybody you could, and then then you slept with the women, and you kind of included everybody in your new culture. Indians, we kind of left at the sidelines. But nobody can really complain about having the land taken. Once you lose it, it's gone. You're fucked. I had to cut down that tree because first off, it was a dead one near my house, and second off, because I'm putting them in my planter boxes as fill. Am I still online? Test, test.
We hear you.
I can
Okay.
hear you. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm putting them in planter boxes. I put like half a tree in each planter box to take up, a couple cubic yards of dirt space where the dirt would go in. And then over the next few years, I'll just keep topping it off as the logs rot away.
As the what runs away?
As the logs rot away.
Should have used pressure treated or something.
No. I'm using this my planter boxes are like 28 inches tall and 8 feet long and 2 feet wide. That's a shitload of dirt. And I don't need that much dirt to grow anything. So I filled up the bottom of them with logs that I'm planning on over the next 10, 15 years, having them rot away.
Oh, I see
and
what
then
you're saying. Okay.
I'll toss new fresh soil on the top as the years go by.
It's better than having to fill it up all at once, basically. Like in 10 years, it'll be all dirt, but you could just fill it up slow. Yeah. That makes sense.
And that way I don't have to buy myself 3 truckloads of dirt to fill them.
Yeah. Have the fucking 6 yards delivered or something crazy.
Yeah. Oh, but man, this one sucks. The other trees I used were a little bit older. This one's kind of fresh. These logs are heavy. Yeah, I'm cutting them 7 feet long.
You should have just used that tree you cut down, dude. You could have used a tree you just cut.
That's what I'm doing. That's why I cut this one down. Why I chose to do it now.
All right. No doubt.
Yeah, I could have waited a year to chop it down. It still was pretty fresh. But the last of the greenery died on top. Oh man, but those logs are still very sappy. This one is fresh and it is heavy. I got 7-foot sections of log and they're like 10 inches in diameter. The other tree I did like this were only like 70 pounds a piece. This is over 100 pounds a piece. And I got to walk 100 yards with them.
And then
My connection is all fucked up. Keep it going quiet.
One of those days.
No, you're good. We hear you.
Did you just hear me?
No, we've been hearing you.
Okay. I was just say that's a hell of a delay. That was like 20 seconds.
I don't think it's even possible on the internet to have a 20-second delay.
Yeah, that's why I was surprised. I'm like, shit. Yeah, that would be considered a lost packet, and let's give up on it. Oh, I don't want to carry those logs back there. I should get out my garden cart, but it's not like I couldn't use the exercise.
Drag him over to like a man. Kosho would go get the garden cart, okay? He'd get the garden cart and his flower pots.
Yeah, but this bitch is 100 pounds with bumpily bark sitting on your shoulder.
Suck it up.
Oh, man. And this is like that bumpily pine bark, you know, it's like, you'll be like jamming in little
Dude,
quarter-inch
oh my
razor sharp
God,
edges.
you're getting soft. You're
I
getting
am.
soft. We're gonna put you in a Kosho
I'm more than
category.
a half a century old, motherfucker.
You're supposed to get stronger. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
That's bullshit. That's horseshit. My fucking bad back. Oh yeah, it doesn't kill me. No, it's fucking made me weaker.
That's why I always laugh. It's always funny when people say that phrase because it's like, all right, I'm gonna chop both your arms off, and then if you're stronger now, we're gonna have a boxing match, and we'll see who's stronger.
Poke both your eyes out. Oh, sorry.
You'll end up like the Black Knight, and get him on. You know the movie.
I'll bite your head off. And after cutting this tree down, it's time to sharpen that blade. That thing is that chainsaw is being annoying. You use chainsaws, Jeremy? Like real one,
I
gas
have an
powered?
electric chainsaw. No, I don't just have an electric one. Honestly, my Sawzall, if you get one of those 12 or 14-inch blades, I forget how long they are, but if you like a 12 or 14-inch Sawzall, you can cut almost anything. I cut giant trees down with that.
My kid's home. Talk to you in a minute.
All right. I mean, you can honestly cut a tree down with anything, though, so that's not really saying much.
Well, it's about efficiency. You could cut a tree down with an axe, but you probably won't be able to walk for a few weeks. Unless you're some kind of sicko lumberjack. My growing up, we had one of those like giant saws, those like 2-man saws where you like rock back and forth. We never used it. It was just like a family heirloom, but I guess some people know how to use it, know how to cut down a tree with that. Seems to be like one of the easiest ways to cut down a tree with if you only had like a hand tool. Just use a giant 2-person saw. where are people at with the seed oil question? French fries good or bad?
Answer: the globe is real.
Glue is real?
Globe.
Globe is real?
Yep. Earth is a sphere.
Globe
Spheroid.
is real?
Yep.
Let me see. Let me look that up. I'll Google that. See if that's true. Is Earth a globe? Let me see. Huh, interesting. Doesn't tell you right off the bat.
Oh, really?
It says the first answer I get is Earth is an irregularly shaped ellipsoid.
Yeah.
Okay.
But what's the closest shape it is to that has a name? You say irregularly shaped ellipsoid. That leaves a really wide range of possibility.
I think globe was like an astroturf word. It was like a word.
AstroTurf word?
It was like a word made up for like the Earth. Because they didn't want to call it a ball. They didn't want to call it a sphere. So they made maybe they took like Globe Theater from London, where they had all the Shakespeare plays. I don't know.
All right, I'm going to pick up the next log. This one's going to be heavy.
Tree work's a
die,
bitch.
you can call it a belief.
Retired.
Oh.
I retired from tree work. I've had enough of that. Because I used to live in a house in the middle of the woods in the countryside, so we had to do like that stuff. Yeah.
I just dropped a tree in between the cars and the house, and now I got to get it out of there. The 100-foot walk. Oh God, more than that. 200-foot walk.
What kind of tree? What species tree?
Long leaf
200-foot
pine.
walk uphill both ways in the snow. We know, my
No,
we
it's
know.
dead flat. Dead flat.
What kind
Trying
of
to put it on the muscle of my shoulder instead of the bones.
Palm tree? What kind of tree?
Long leaf pine.
You said Long Beach pine?
Long leaf.
Long leaf pine. Never heard of it. I've probably seen one, just never heard of it.
Species.
I'm looking at pictures of it.
That's 200 pounds of tree I've moved.
Like a high altitude tree, right?
No, low. Sea level, man.
Is it? It looks like
You
there's
look
all
up,
kinds of species of longleaf.
Yeah, it's yellow pine. Longleaf yellow pine, I think. I didn't plant the fuckers. Somebody else did 50 years ago.
Oh, so is this like North Carolina area?
Hey, Techbot.
Okay.
You're doxing me. The tree doxed me.
Yeah, it looks like those trees they have there in Lawson, North Carolina.
Now, what is that? They grow about 75 feet, maybe 75 to 80 feet.
Pretty tall.
And then they just get thicker and thicker. I carry on my left shoulder. I found one log I'm not moving. That one's like 150 pounds. I'm not putting that up on my shoulder. My back will give. There we go. When I was a young whippersnapper, this wouldn't have hurt so much.
I googled how many trees are there in the world, and Google claims there's 3 trillion trees in the world.
What's a tree, though? What's the definition of tree?
I just went with just tree, just the word tree. How many trees in the world? Maybe there's a scientific definition of tree, like something that has like roots and leaves and stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't want to call like that little sapling over there a tree.
I think that they would count that as soon as it starts doing stuff like that, getting in the mix.
Trees spend the first 5-6 years of their life being bushes.
Huh.
In my book.
So it says 3 trillion trees. 3 trillion. That's a lot of trees.
That's like more than 1 trillion tigers.
Mm-hmm. So every person in the world could, in theory, have, I don't know the math on that one. I would guess like, I would guess that's what, like 9,000 trees apiece? Why don't we do that? Give everyone 9,000 trees.
My wife took all the water for her trip. I am going to have some of this ruby red grapefruit juice. It's here and I'm pumped. Should have done this a couple weeks ago when it was cool out.
My numbers were off. 428. So everybody in the world could have 428 trees.
I got more than my share. Haha.
Huh.
If everybody had as many trees as me, we would have 5 trillion.
Oh my god, why did I even do that math? The website already did the math for me. 422 trees for every person. Oh, this answer is staring me in the face. You could do a lot with these numbers. You could do like challenge someone, ask them, are there more trees in the world? Or are there more like seagulls or something? Just compare and contrast.
Are there more axles or wheels than trees?
Oh, I would say probably more trees. I would definitely guess that.
You gotta actually talk to Jeremy about that. Depends on what you call a wheel. You got the rollers. You got the rollers inside of your car. You got bearings, pulleys.
Well, the thing is I think a lot of technology is trying to get rid of wheels, like try to, streamline things, get rid of moving parts. So it's kind of, the wheels aren't in the up and up in this world.
This time I'm going to count the number of paces. And we'll call it 210 feet I'm carrying this tree.
Here's a fun fact: when you see a tree falling, it's hard to resist the urge to say timber.
I didn't say it.
I think you're supposed to, in case somebody's in the area, they would know.
I think the only thing that was in my way is a house and cars.
Okay.
They don't respond well to timber. Oh, there was a little motorcycle also. I didn't drop it on that, but I'm getting rid of that motorcycle.
I think in the jungle, you're supposed to say Timber Louie.
King Louie. All right, I'm going for the next heaviest log. Fuck me. Oh, over. Fuck me. Can you hear me huffing and puffing?
No.
Thank God for noise cancellation. Ah, fuck me.
Tomorrow's Easter. Easter
For
Sunday.
how much? Easter. Easter.
Yep.
Move about 2,000 pounds of tree and 3 cubic yards of dirt today.
Hmm. Let's check out the DLive page. There's an Earth Awakenings DLive. Wow, it's got more followers than I guessed. There's somebody pretty active in the chat. Yeah, DLive is delayed by like 5 seconds. I forgot about DLive. Forgot it was still a thing.
I said, you used to live in a wooded area?
Yep.
How old are you? You sound young.
No, I'm in my 30s.
Oh, okay.
So yeah. People are still living in the woods. Still a thing. In theory, there should be more people living in the woods because we have more technology now. It's more possible. It's not as daunting anymore.
The way I've been working lately, I could live anywhere in the world. I mean, within reason. I just found out we might be getting fiber.
Like Apple fiber or fiber optics?
Fiber optics.
Oh.
Looks like it's coming to the area. Fios. 100, 200, 300, 400.
Fios faster.
Fios digital, yeah. Right now I'm doing DSL. No, DSL? Yeah, DSL.
DSL is pretty fast, right?
I think I'm getting 25, maybe 30.
Yeah, all that tech stuff's over my head. Kind of lost track of all that stuff. I just use my phone, so I think if you have a 4G internet connection, that might be maybe one of the slowest internets you can have.
No, trust me, no. 4G is a little bit faster than what I have. 4G ideally. Not if it's laden with too many people, it'll be slower. Okay, all the logs now, except for that one, are lighter than the one I've carried.
But yeah, we have now like the 5G towers are in everywhere. They got people renting out their churches, steeples, and you got water towers leased out. They put this 5G up real quick all over the place. I don't even know.
Telephone poles.
Telephone poles. I don't even know if all those things are 5G, to be honest. Maybe some of it's something else. But
there's usually like 3 or 4 companies vying for space, so probably a lot of it is 5G. But they also did a lot of fake 5G.
Right.
Fake 5Gs where they use the old frequencies and have no bandwidth, but it says 5G on your phone.
Huh. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they use the old cellular frequencies.
Well, my carrier doesn't do that.
No, they do it. It's temporary stopgap. I don't know if there's any real improvement. Like it's a little bit of a different protocol, so there may be somewhat less lag.
Oh,
it's fine.
Well, we should by now have fast internet. It's not much excuse anymore.
Yeah, well, for me, the nearest tower is 2.5 miles away.
That sounds pretty close.
It's getting to the edge of serviceable. My mother, an additional 1/4 mile away on the same piece of land, is right on the razor's edge of not having service. It goes in and out.
I guess if you live in a valley, you're kind of shit out of luck for now.
Yeah, there's 10 acres of trees between my mother's house and mine, and that knocks the fuck out of the signal. Do I take that one big ass log? That one's scaring me. I think I'll be shorter if I carry that one. My son's gonna come blab at me.
I've seen this thing on Facebook where there's this website called like RSO or there's like a Facebook group type page called like RSO Watchers or something, and this person just shares photos of sex offenders, like their mugshots, and just spreads it across Facebook. So it tells you the name and the residence of sex offenders, and their face just gets sent all over Facebook. Like people just keep like resharing this Facebook page. It's pretty wild. So yeah, if you're honest, if you're a sex offender, you're probably gonna eventually see your face just.
I think the only thing that bugs me about that is I want to know when there's a sex offender next door to me that's a child rapist or whatever. But if a guy was riding down the road and chucked a moon at somebody when he was 15, 18, and he ends up on the list, he might not be quite such a bad person.
Yeah, it's just pretty funny. I mean, this is why people say like Facebook is like the most like reactionary. It's like the most right wing social media site, because you got stuff like that just effortlessly just gets passed around. That's stuff that like some people would be objected to. I think it was like the new Supreme Court Justice, this Katanji lady. I think her Harvard dissertation was about how there shouldn't be sex offender registries. And so in the wake of her getting put on the Supreme Court, you now have this like social media Facebook trend going around. Yeah, some people think there shouldn't be like a sex offender registry. Just
idiot. Not you, my son. Come on over here, get along.
Maybe if Elon Musk doesn't buy Twitter, maybe he'll buy Discord instead. Maybe he'll settle. He could probably save half as much money. If Twitter cost $47 billion, maybe Discord would cost like a couple $1 billion.
I'm going to call it 1,000 pounds that I moved 300 feet.
1,000 pounds moved 300 feet, you said?
Yeah.
So are you trying to do like a work calculation?
Yeah. I was just actually
simple
talking
formula
about
for
my project.
See, now it's perfectly understandable how they built the pyramids. They just did that times like 100,000. And voila.
You know, some people have been talking about like they don't understand how they moved the stones for the pyramids, and I mean I guess nobody really knows how they did that, but they're being incredulous about it, and they'll cite that they might have used concrete. And you know what? It doesn't help you much. You're still moving the same number of tons.
Yep. Definitely. Yeah, concrete takes a lot of work.
Yeah, now you got to build forms, mix it.
Yep. Good point.
And the fact that the rocks don't look anything like concrete.
I don't know about that, to be honest. I think those rocks
They have striations from how they were formed. And when you mix concrete, it's kind of a uniform mixture.
Yeah, I don't even know where the rocks came from. I guess there's like a nearby like hillside or something that was.
Some of them are from hundreds of miles away. Some of the big granite ones, but most of the limestone ones and stuff, they found the quarries that they actually came from by matching the stone to the quarry.
I didn't even know they used granite. I thought it was all just like limestone or something like that.
Yeah, in the ceilings of the chambers and stuff, they needed something a little bit more robust to span distances. So they would put big capstones over them and then build on top of that.
We've seen some of the tricks they use. Like you've probably seen like the thing where the guy puts the little stone on the ground and then he swivels
right, just pivots it.
Heavy stone over the top of it.
And then one man can pivot a 10-ton stone.
Yeah, so if they knew that kind of stuff, then it's kind of way more plausible.
There's lots of different ways you can do it. I think some of the more outlandish ones I've seen are that they built water channels up the side of the pyramid and essentially floated shit up to the top.
That's
I'm not sure how they decided that they were able to put the stone into basically it was a tube that ran the whole length up, and then they would float it into the tube, not like pull it uphill. It would just they put like bags on it and float it to the top. But I don't know how they assert that you could have gotten the stone in there to do that.
It's really wild.
Well, that's when you just randomly come in. Let's say, well, what if they did this?
Building the base would take a long time. Build the base, then you build the second layer, third layer. I could probably look up like how many layers there are to go.
Logarithmically less for each layer.
Yeah.
Square of yeah, square of less.
I think the Great Pyramid is like the tallest one.
Yeah, that one's 700 by 481. 750 by 481. 41 tall.
I thought it would have been square. Didn't know that. I thought they were square pyramids.
Yeah, a little bit taller. A little bit shorter, I mean. They probably got tired.
I think they built like mini
fuck
pyramids.
you, King. Fuck you, King Khufu. I'm not bringing that shit all the way up there at 700 feet. Boy, where are you?
Remember, like back in the day, I don't know if they still say this, but the word was that you weren't allowed to go into the pyramids. Like as a visitor, you can't like just go in there, even with like a tour guide. And they used to say this on like television, so I don't know how sincere it was, but they used to say that like it's because they think there's like parasites in there. I don't know if you heard that before, but the word was like oh, there's like, I don't know.
I'm ducking out. I'm
MERS,
sorry, I got to duck out for a little while.
fungus. Yeah, they used to say there's like diseases in the pyramid, and that's why people weren't allowed in there. And then there was another thing where they said like your exhale, like the air you breathe or whatever, would cause the inside of the pyramid to decay faster. That was another reason given. So these days, I don't know what the reason is. I think you're generally not allowed to go in the pyramids. And if you're not allowed to, I'm not exactly sure what the reason they give is. It's probably something similar. They probably think that humans are gonna like deface or erode what's going on in
the
there.
first thing is, you release a bunch of carbon dioxide in there, and you're making carbonic acid, which will destroy any effigies they have in there and stuff, any paintings and markings.
I guess that's it, right?
I got to duck out. My son's here.
But you would think there's all kinds of things in the air that would just naturally go in there. Like you don't need humans to traffic in that stuff. Like what about all the bugs that go in there, the mice, all those other things? What do they do about that? What about all the air pollution and rain? Well, it doesn't rain much there, but then again, I don't think anybody should even go in there, to be honest. In theory, there's nothing in there. Everything's gone. It's just dark and kind of dangerous. And who knows, you might run into like a mummy or something. A mummy that's alive and running around, eating people's faces off.
Oh shit! You sucked me back in. Or a daddy.
Or a flesh-eating those cockroach things from the movie The Mummy. Flesh-eating termites.
Arab beetles.
Yeah, beetles. Flesh-eating beetles. Yeah, too much liability going in those pyramids. It's like urban legends of man-eating plants. They got these like I guess they belong in the cryptid family. There's like legends of man-eating plants in like the tropics and Africa, and there was that movie, I forgot what it was called, but it took place in the Mexican like pyramid, and it was a story about like a man-eating plant, and then the people, they were hikers, these hipsters went to the Mexico pyramid, and they fell inside and they all got eaten by the plant.
Where?
In Mexico. It was a movie though, so I don't know if there's any real life accounts of man-eating plants. There's plants that eat like bugs and I think mice, but I've never heard of or seen credible evidence of a plant eating a whole person. There was a cryptid I heard about a few days ago, which I never heard of before, which I'm surprised I never heard of it. It's called the jackalope. So supposedly there are these jackrabbits out in the West that have antlers, like an antelope, and so they call it a jackalope because it really does look like a bunny with antlers. It's some sort of like mutation. Sorry. So yeah, it's a movie about these people that visit Mexico and they get eaten by a Mayan plant vine, a vine species that kills people. And this movie was made in 2008, and if I remember right, it was in 2012 or 11 when the two, I think, Danish females, they went to Costa Rica and they disappeared in the woods. I remember one of them was named Lassane Froon, and they famously, both of them got lost in the jungle. They were doing like a routine hike, like a 2-mile loop hike, and I think the dog they had with them started wandering off, and so they followed the dog, and then eventually they were lost, and they had with them their camera phones, and so they took numerous pictures at night, particularly with the flash on. But eventually they died, and all that was like left of them were like just like a pile of bones or something. So they're killed and eaten by all kinds of stuff. It's probably the most famous example of a tourist death disappearance in I think they came from Denmark, probably in Danish history. And to this day, there's really no explanation. Nobody really knows exactly what killed them exactly, like what animal, or if it was like natives. If natives had been following them around. And I think another similarity between that, the case of the two Danish girls and this movie, The Ruins, is the role of cell phones. So in the movie, the people have their cell phone, and the cell phone is part of the movie plot because like they're trying to call for help and the battery's dying and all that stuff. And if I remember right in the movie, something like the plant was like disturbed or bothered by like the noises coming from the phone. And in the case of the two hikers, the two Danish hikers, they had a phone with them that of course was losing cell phone power, and they were trying to make calls, of course, for help. But eventually it seemed like they gave up on trying to make calls, and instead they saved their battery to use as a flashlight. It's also possible that one reason they got lost is from a false sense of security. So you get people that go out into the woods with their phone, and they think that like something bad can't happen to them because I got a phone with me. But at a certain point, there's bad connection, and you're fucked basically if you can't reach somebody. Or if you reach somebody, maybe you get connected for like a couple seconds and you don't really get like the word out properly.
Oh, you still doing that thing with that video thing on the phone you got?
Are you talking about Panda TV?
Yeah, Hideout, yeah.
A little bit. I kind of forgot about it.
Yeah,
I need
no
to do
doubt.
it though, because I can get. I have to check the offer details, but you can get like a $10 gift card if you just rack up. If you just rack up the points.
Yeah, hell yeah. I don't know. I cashed out in crypto from that place.
Okay. Smash and
I just
pass.
bought it.
But
I just bought another phone today.
I've been playing a lot of the games on the Just Play app, but honestly, it gets tiring because I play those games, and you really get sick of it. You know, you rack up
Yeah,
the
that's why.
points, you get the money, and then you uninstall the app, and then you're like, "Fuck."
That's why I go for like the more passive, semi-passive shit.
Right. It's like taking care of like a gigapet, like a little fucking toy game. You have to like pay attention to it, make sure it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. Make sure those little points are adding up. You know,
Looking for a crypto. What's up?
I was at CVS the other day, and I was surprised that they still make and sell these things. You ever have those like little handheld games, like a handheld golf game or handheld like Star Fox
Bro, those
game?
were the first ones. Dude, those were the first ones back in the fucking early 90s. They were
Yeah,
so bad, though.
Little bullshit
They were
games.
so
Yeah.
bad, though. I mean, it was like a football game would just be dots. It was
Yeah,
terrible.
exactly right. A little fishing game. Some of the fishing games, it was like a rod. You could like throw it with your arm a little bit, collect a couple points here and there.
Dude, we ain't from the same era, bro.
Well, those came out
That
like
was way
maybe
after me.
2002 or something. But
Yeah, that was way after me. We were high tech at that point.
But anyway, 2002 is still like 20 years ago. So they still make these fucking games, and I saw them at CVS. I can't believe they're still doing this. I guess people are buying them. Somebody's buying them. You probably get like 80-year-old grandmas in there, and they think of like, oh, I have a
Well, they probably
7-year-old
made a
grandson right
warehouse
now.
full. They probably made a
Probably.
warehouse full of them. Once you have the production set and line of set to make some of this stuff, like you're just gonna want to make as many as you can, and then move on to another thing that people are gonna want. So they probably just ripped off like a billion of them or something back in the early 2000s, put them in a fucking warehouse and just sold them off slow. You know, they're like, oh, we'll sell 1 million of these a year. We'll make fucking 100 million of them, stack them in his warehouse.
Yeah, maybe like a lot of them were supposed to go to Russia or something, and then they like diverted the ship over to like San Diego or something. So now we're stuck with them. But yeah, it depends. They still make and sell those like disposable phones as well, or disposable cameras. I meant to say, I messed that up.
I buy
yeah,
disposable phones. Oh, what?
cameras. They still make
Yeah.
Polaroid disposable cameras.
For
They still
people
got
in a pinch, I don't know. Everyone's walking around with a camera. We're carrying around so many tools now. Before, when you left the house, you had nothing. Now you have a fucking cell phone, a calculator, a GPS, all kinds of shit on your phone. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were saying. Okay, so you're saying it's all built into the phone.
Yeah, with all the stuff on your phone, you have a compass. You have so many things on your cell phone. It's crazy.
Of course, right. Yep.
You would have needed a book bag to carry all the shit that your phone has in it.
Right?
For real.
Yeah, more than that.
You would have needed a map. You would have had to carry around a fucking paper map the size of a book.
Those paper maps, right? That is funny.
Yeah, you'd be in B3. You had to figure out how to get to quadrant G4 or some shit.
Highlight your favorite route on that map. Keep that thing ready. You used to be able to buy those like spiral bound like map books. Those were like the nicer ones.
Yeah, and it had all the quadrants in it. You'd be in like G4. You had to get to J6.
Right. Yeah, I'm kind of, a lot of this stuff's coming back to me. The only time I see maps is when I go to like a visitor center and they still got the rack of those laid out. I think they're free now. They used to charge money for those. used to be able to spend a lot of money on maps and little tour guide books. Yeah, sometimes I'm surprised by what I see. Like personal CD players, they still fucking sell those. Still see those. Those are so cheap now. They don't sell for more than like $16. I remember back in the day when I was a kid, I would have to scrape together like every dollar to my name just to buy one of those. And they were
Yeah.
like $25 were like the cheapest ones. The more expensive ones had like the memory built in. So if you shook the CD player and it skipped, it didn't affect the playback.
Oh, bro,
So
you don't know the struggles we used to have. I used to have a tape. I used to have a cassette tape that had a wire on it that would go to one of those so you could play CDs in the car.
yeah, right. Cassette adapter. You'd have your cassette adapter plugged into your CD player. You'd have all that shit set up. Did you ever have an XM radio? Did you ever have one of those?
My wife got that shit in her car.
Well, you ever seen like the handheld ones, like the ones that
No,
aren't
I
bells?
never seen it. Never seen it.
Yeah, I used to have that shit. Those things were pretty cool, actually. When XM first came out and they had those portable XM players, it was pretty legit. Those things were pretty fun. That was the first time I ever like paid for like media. Like that was the first time I got behind a paywall essentially. Like I paid for like my favorite like radio shows to listen to, like O&A. Remember them? O&A back in the day, and maybe Howard Stern was on, I think, Sirius. I think Howard Stern signed with Sirius back in, I'd guess, like 2005 or something. Because I think Howard Stern was on normal radio, and throughout the 90s, his content was getting like raunchier and raunchier. And so when Sirius came around, he jumped all over that and got signed.
Yeah, I remember that.
And now it's the opposite. Now Howard Stern doesn't really do any content. He still does like poop and pee jokes and stuff like that, like basic kind of basic junior high humor and stuff. He still does that stuff, raunchy stuff. Like he'll ask females like, "Hey, you ever have anal sex? When's the first time you ever had sex?" He still does that stuff, but that's about it. He doesn't do like. He's kind of calling it a career now. He's not the controversial guy anymore. Now he just looks like now Howard Stern just looks like a buzzard. Just looks like a bird, like an old black bird. But I don't know if Robin is still around. Robin Quivers. I can't believe I forgot her last name. Oh, God. I looked up Robin Quivers on Google, and one of the questions asked was, what happened to Robin from Howard Stern Show? And it says, in her 1995 autobiography. And just right there, it's like, this bitch wrote an autobiography? Did anybody fucking read that? Well, apparently somebody did. She reveals that she was molested by her father at a young age. What a fucking surprise. Quivers was inducted into the National Radio Hall of Fame in 2017. That would be a good one. Maybe that's a good Earth Awakenings show content idea. Let's read through the autobiography of Robin Quivers, also known as the colored lady from the Howard Stern show. The wise black lady keeping Howard Stern on message, on point, paying attention to the itinerary. Imagine someone out there probably bought the book, read the book, and if she hadn't written in the book that she was molested by her father, if she doesn't write that in the book, I mean, is it even worth reading? Like, you read through a book like that, and there's no raunchy stuff like that, probably feel like you want your money back. Maybe I should read through that book, find the part where she talks about her father, see if there's any good content there. I mean, her life story is probably more interesting than Howard Stern's. I mean, what is Howard Stern's life story? At the age of 9, he's like, at the age of 9, I finger banged my mom's best friend. It was pretty eye-opening experience. It was that time I felt like broadcasting was my calling. Reading about Gilbert Gottfried here. Gilbert Gottfried appeared on Stern's radio show 122 times. That's a lot. On Wednesday, Howard Stern eulogized Gottfried for an hour, calling him one of the most naturally funny, most gifted human beings on the planet. Seems legit. Comedians Colin Quinn, Susie Essman, Dave Attell attended Gottfried's star-studded funeral. I didn't even know he already had his funeral. Never got into Gilbert Gottfried personally. He always reminded me of like a really loud version of Billy Crystal. Just similar types of jokes. He just said it more like his delivery was more impolite. I got this news story from today. Gay dads with 2 young children say they were harassed on Amtrak. 2 dads and their 2 young children were called an abomination and pedophiles who rape kids by a stranger while riding on an Amtrak earlier this week. an ordeal that left the children crying for nearly an hour. Robbie Pierce and his husband, Neil Broverman. Those are two very aristocratic names. Robbie Pierce and Neil Broverman. The editorial director for print at Pride Media. They both had planned a trip for their two young children for spring break. On Tuesday, the two dads and the kids, a 6-year-old boy and a 5-year-old girl, hopped on Amtrak's Coast Starlight from Los Angeles to Oakland. Okay. According to the Advocate, the attack began when the train stopped at San Jose. A man was suddenly standing next to me, shouting across me at my 6-year-old son. Remember what I told you? They stole you. They're pedophiles. After telling the man to get away from my family, the man replied, "Family? That's not a family. You're rapists. You steal black and Asian kids." Wow. That didn't seem to move the man, who began to yell at the children. "These guys aren't natural. Homosexuals are an abomination. They steal and rape kids." Wow. I'm reading through this news website, and I get all these pop-up ads. Getting killed with pop-up ads right now. Just getting put through a gauntlet of ads right now. The kids cried for almost an hour. We got cookies and processed their emotions while the train waited at a stop for the police. Wow, they called the cops on this guy? They wanted to be away from windows so they wouldn't see him again. They wanted to practice screaming loud enough for help to come. I want to scream too, he added. Well, looks like somebody had enough. We're in desperate need of content. See, life's about setting goals, even in the world of streaming on Discord. I think Geo needs to come up with a big number, like 1,000. How's Geo going to come up with 1,000 unique viewers? Or maybe just 1,000 viewers? 1,000 live stream viewers at one time. How are you going to get there? The biggest streamers, they get, who knows, 100,000 viewers. 100,000 live stream viewers. Now that's for like a scheduled stream. That's not for like a 24/7 thing, but who can get 1,000? Can Geo get 1,000? Can you break 50? You have to come up with a big idea. A big idea, and you need people to like and subscribe and share and comment. Engagement. Sitting on this office chair and I got a fucking wheel broke. I can't fucking believe it. I've had this chair for such a long time. It's way more than 10 years. I've had this chair for a very long time. The wheel broke. So now I'm basically sitting on the side of a hill right now. It sucks. I'm gonna have to throw this chair out. It's a perfectly good chair. The only problem is one wheel is missing. Well, it is an old chair. So I guess it's not perfectly good. It's just an old chair. But still. It was working fine until the wheel broke. I don't even know how that's possible. I thought these wheels would be like indestructible. All good things come to an end, right?
Check.
Good. Roger, Roger.
I'm looking into getting into somebody's crypto. Somebody's
Really,
crypto
what's hot now?
games, huh?
Which games?
I don't know. I'm looking into it.
I need to see if they got any of these.
This one guy just told me in Discord. This one guy just told me in Discord room. It's called like Hive Pizza or something. He's like $280 gets you $3 a day. You got to hit level 50 first. So I don't know how long that takes. Maybe a week, couple weeks or something. I don't even know.
High.
Most of the games aren't even games. Somebody's camera's on. Car, your camera's on. Most of it. What up, Car? What up? How we doing?
You're on mute.
Let me get that real quick.
You look like fucking air traffic control. Were you about to land a plane over there with those what are you cutting a tree down or something? You're on mute.
Yeah, I'm just doing some yard work.
No doubt.
But yeah, I could land a plane. I've done
it. What kind of crypto shit you got going on, Car? Anything good? I'm trying to get my fucking income up over here, man.
I'm kind of out of it right now.
Yeah, I haven't even checked my shit in dumb long.
Yeah, that's where I'm at right now.
Fuck.
Let me check the Bitcoin price. Bitcoin usually on the weekend.
I get interest on my Bitcoin. I get 15 cents a day from my Bitcoin interest.
Where are you staking it at?
One of these sites. I've been using it for years. It's a faucet. It started off as a faucet, but they implemented a whole bunch of other shit over the years. You know, they used to give out the free. It's a free faucet. You can roll once an hour, and the minimum amount you would win was like 100 or 200,000. I remember it giving hundreds of thousands of satoshis an hour, which is fucking crazy. That's like $100. You would have been getting $100 an hour back then if you had saved it till now. But they also have a thing where it'll pay interest on your balance. So I do that. I only got a few bucks there, but it's like 15 cents a day or something.
What's it called? Bitcoin faucet?
No, I'll give you the link if you want it. It's easy, dude. I put it on my iPhone. I put it on my iPhone as a on the home screen. I don't know if you can do that with your phone, but on my phone, like you can go to a website and then make that website an icon on your home screen. So I do that, and then just every hour I just tap it. It only gives 4 satoshis now. I'll send you the link for it. Hold on. Because I got a referral link. I get a tiny little piece for referring you.
You see, the North Koreans a few days ago stole like $600 million of like Ethereum.
Did they?
Yeah, well, some sort of Ethereum like retard fork. There's this hacking network in North Korea. It's called Lazarus. Kind of a badass sounding name, but it's like this hacking group, and they stole it from I guess in Asia. There's this popular like gaming platform, a platform that makes like these like Candy Crush style cell phone games, and they just hacked into it and just took all their shit. And so they're saying that like the US feds are already looking into it, and the North Koreans are working on, of course, like laundering all that money. And so I think, if I remember reading it about it correctly, but they're gonna the North Koreans launder it through like cell phone games. Like the North Koreans already have their own like network of these cell phone games you play. So it's crazy to think that you might end up just playing one of these cryptocurrency games and you're actually helping the North Koreans wash their money. It's kind of hilarious.
It's funny. Yo, I sent you the link. Just sign up for that, and
yeah, I'll do that.
You could roll once. I do it just whenever I'm not bored and shit. Whenever I'm bored, I'll just roll real quick. Like I said, I already get interest from there, and I bought some of their fun tokens, so I get like free reward spins. I probably get like, I don't know, 500 Satoshi a day or something. It's like 15 cents. There's another place that I earn money on my Dogecoin interest too. I don't have all my Dogecoins there though, because I don't trust them that much.
Well, Bitcoin's, yeah, bigger money there. Let's see, North Korea's Lazarus Group, $540 million Ronin theft.
Oh, the Axie game, yeah, Axie Infinity.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna get into that game. I might get into it now. I don't know if it's dead or not. I just asked someone about it in a different chat room. Yeah, I'm trying to get up on something. It's one of these play to earn games.
Says Lazarus hackers have been on cybercriminal rampage for years, breaching companies, orchestrating scams. So man, imagine how many of these cell phone games I've played that were involved with these guys. How come the North Koreans get to have such a badass sounding name? The Lazarus Group. It sounds so much cooler than the Social Network.
Oh my god, could you imagine if you're a leader of a country and you just get like all your hackers, be like, yo, here, just go wild with it. And you gave them all the resources and everything they needed.
Yeah, that's the thing, because North Korea is run by like a dictator, and so he can tell his top computer scientists to do that. Meanwhile, the U.S. president can't really do that because our computer guys are doing whatever. They're working for the NSA or they're working for NASA or doing all kinds of shit. They can't just like say no. or our guys. Well, they can say no to the president. North Korea has total control over their own technology.
I mean, dude, all I need to do is make $35 a day for my house. How fucking hard is it? These guys are out there hacking millions of dollars. Like, yo.
A lot of money, yeah. Yep. A lot of times money just vanishes. You get those like emails from like Coinbase and stuff telling you about like just tons of money just stolen. They'll give you updates like, oh, I'm sure you heard about such and such hack. This is what we're doing to make sure you're all right. Just every day, just money just vanishing. But it happens to the US dollar as well, you know. Pentagon has lost money. There's all kinds of currency hacks involving, you know, major fiats. I think there was the if I remember, was it the Capital One? Was it Capital One that was hacked? A famous hacking. Maybe it was Capital One. Which financial institute was it? But there was a big one, like 4 years ago. Yeah, it says here the Capital One hack. Well, they just stole data from 100 million Americans. It was a Paige Thompson. He was a Amazon Web Services engineer who hacked into Capital One. And then recently, the U.S. stole money from the Russians, basically. The Russians had, I think it was almost $1 billion. They had the U.S. government just took it. I don't know exactly how you do that, but hopefully maybe you can claim a credit on your taxes for that. So much of the money in this world just comes and goes. That's why they say there's going to be a big financial meltdown. Could be any day now. Could be next week. Could be 3 years from now. They got these crypto markets blowing up. They got all these weird sanctions around the world. Basically every country in the world, every normal country, large country, basically every country is under sanction right now. Of course, the most significant being financial sanctions. Because financial sanctions are damaging and they're also just easy to inflict.
I'll be right back. I'm about to make a TikTok.
Hey, we're making TikTok?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a TikTok. Yeah.
Wow. What a Chad.
What's up?
I said, what a Chad.
I don't know what that means.
What a Chad
My
move.
name's Jeremy. What?
I said, what a Chad move.
I don't know who Chad is.
Like an alpha male, like a archetypal alpha male, cool guy, life of the party.
That's me. That's me. All right, I'll be back. I hated it. Bye. Oops.
What
What are you saying?
TikTok channel called?
I don't know. I'll post it in the thing. Hold on. How do you even link people to it? Oh, here, I know what to do.
I'm actually not even on TikTok, so if you make bad videos, I won't even see.
You said you're not on TikTok?
No, I never got into it.
Oh, then I'm not going to link you. I'm not going to link
Oh,
it then.
I thought I might be able to see a couple videos or something. Because TikTok allows you to just click on stuff and watch.
All right, I'll paste it in the thing then.
The only reason I don't go on there is because I don't want it to be too addicting, eat up too much of my time. Oh, you got your setup there? That's funny.
That's not how I usually have it set up, but
People are going to see your TikTok account in 100 years from now, and they're going to think you're an Indian guy. They're going to call you Jeremy the Pidgeot. Well, to be fair, that's just how I imagined it. That definitely looks like a crypto setup.
I mean, most of the shit pays in PayPal. Some of it in gift cards and shit.
Easy Crypto 777.
Some of it you could get cashed out in cryptocurrency. It's just easier to do it right in PayPal, though.
Yep. PayPal is very sophisticated. Fast. I counted, 10 phones there? More than that? $11, 12 phones. What's the name of the other video viewing money generator? Because I'm on that Hideout TV. What's another one called?
What'd you say?
What's the other video watching site to earn crypto on? I've been on Hideout TV, but what's the name of the other site?
It's called Loot TV.
You said Lou?
Loot, LOOT. You got to sign up for
Loot
something
TV.
else first, though. It's like, dude, if you're gonna do anything, let me know because I'll give you my referral link.
Yeah, just send me the referral link when you got time.
For the Loot TV one?
Yeah.
That's my best one. That shit runs automatic. All right, I'll send you a thing on where to cash it out. You got it. It's just like Hideout. You got to sign up for 2 things.
Sure.
Oh God, this one has a terrible commission. It's only 5%. Whatever. I'll send you the link. I'll sign up for that one, and then
Equity.
let me see if Loot TV itself has a referral link. Actually, hold on a second.
So Chequity is a lot like Cointoply. It's another one of those.
But yeah, it's just a different place to cash out. You don't want to do 2 of those on one thing because you're not really supposed to be watching 2 videos. Like Hideout has a lot of partners. You can't use it simultaneously with them either.
Figure it out.
Hold on, I'm gonna send you. Let's see if the other one's got a referral link. Hold on. I need that, please. I need that. Thank you. Oh, you can't have that thing. It's big boy stuff. You're a little guy. Hold on. Give me a minute.
Time. We're not dealing with hundreds of dollars here. Hey Jeremy, was the Will Smith slap real or fake? Would you say it was scripted, spontaneous?
Just sign up and check what he won. Check what he only gives 5% for the referral. That's fucking terrible. Whatever now.
Figure it out later. Right now, I'm too lazy to get up, pick up my other phone. It's only 5 feet away.
Oh, no doubt. No
It's
doubt.
too much work.
Yeah, Loot TV doesn't even have a referral thing, so whatever.
So yeah, you go to Chequity, and then from there you go into Loot TV.
Yeah, you'll find the Loot TV thing out there. It might be called Lootably. It's either Loot TV or Lootably. Or you could just go to Loot, or you could just go to loot.tv. If you do it in the same browser that you're logged into Chequity with, when you go to cash out, it'll let you link your account. Just same thing like Hideout.
Right. Right. Funny, all these little names they got for these apps, like Chequity and all these weird coin supply. You think in 50 years from now, maybe 10 years from now, whatever it may be, they're going to run out of these little names? What are they going to start calling them? They're going to switch
They'll
to
come up with new ways.
new numbers, just add numbers to the end of them. Like Twitter
I
2,
mean, yeah, you
Twitter
could do
4.
that.
PayPal.
Yeah, I don't know why
PayPal
Elon Musk.
number
I don't know.
1020.
I don't know why Elon Musk. I don't know why Elon Musk didn't just do that shit. Like, yo, I'm gonna make a site and an app. I'm gonna call it Twitter 2, or just make his own app.
Twitter 2.
Could you not just, with his influence, with the amount of influence he has, he could have made one from scratch. He could have had a couple guys paid him a couple $1 million to make him an app like that from scratch, and he could have just tweeted about it a few dozen times, and people would have just fucking got it. He would have been all over that shit. He could have been like, yo, I'm giving away a fucking Tesla a day. Literally, there's like 1 million options he could have done that would have been way cheaper than trying to buy Twitter.
But he wants all those big name guys, all those people that have like tens and tens of millions of followers to one day open up their Twitter app, and then now they're using Elon Musk's app. He wants to like just pull the rug out from underneath people.
Yeah, but he could have pulled the rug just by doing what I just said.
I hear you.
By starting his own app from scratch. Look what happened to MySpace. That shit sucked people in elsewhere. Like, I'm not saying everyone would leave Twitter, but his would be the pop and shit. Like, yo, let me get your Musk page or whatever he would call it.
Call it Musk. Just musk.com. Elongated muskrat, something like that. Musk apply. You could do all kinds of things with that name. And he's still got all those cars to sell. I don't even know how SpaceX makes money. They charge people money to go up there? Or does SpaceX send satellites up there? I don't know. How does SpaceX even
Well, he gets money off of the Starlink thing. He probably gets a lot of government subsidies and shit. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't even know what Starlink is. Sounds familiar.
It's the
Using
internet.
satellites in a low Earth orbit, Starlink enables video calls, online gaming, streaming. Oh, it's just information.
Internet. It's an ISP.
Okay. Then why did he call it Starlink? Could have just called it like.
I don't know.
He could have just called it like relay.com or something.
Dude, Starlink sounds dope as fuck, though.
It sounds way more than it really is. I mean, if you set up a repeater in your attic, I mean, you're basically operating a Starlink. There's a Starlink up in your house. I guess Russia wants to destroy those Starlink satellites. Good luck with that.
Yeah, I got enough points to cash out on my Loot TV. I'm waiting until tomorrow though. I'm cashing out tomorrow for my
Good things come to
hideout
those
and
who
my
wait.
loot. No, I just want to make sure I cashed out on Sunday so that I can see how much I make throughout the week. Like I never keep good track of anything. I just want to see how much them two phones are clocking a week. Anything's better than what I used to do. I used to farm Bitcoin on them, and that shit used to make like 50 cents a month per phone, which is like nothing.
Nope. It's not much. You can't buy much with 50 cents.
I don't even know if it had paid for the electricity for the phones.
Probably not. Probably not.
They were iPhones though, and I didn't know what to do with them at the time.
Well, the thing is as you do it more and more, you become more savvy. You know, you learn what you got to do. Kind of, you gamify it. You figure out how to make more money, how to be more efficient. Like anything else in life, just you got to do it. And once you're in there, you start finding things that you didn't know before. It gets easier. That's what they
I just
say.
bought in.
Is that 80% of success is just showing up? At the old cliche.
Maybe.
There's all kinds of cliches like that. I think growing up, we used to have those coffee table books just filled with like cliches, Yogi Berra-isms. See a fork in the road, take it. That kind of shit.
Yeah, that wasn't Yogi Bear though. That was Muhammad Ali, right?
I think your volume's low. Oh yeah, I think I gotta turn you up.
Change your mind, Mopus.
All right, I turned you up. Muhammad Ali. I don't know if Muhammad Ali said anything. I think he said something like, "I've fly like a butterfly, sting like a bee."
Oh, that was Evander Holyfield.
Turn up your volume, man.
You can't hear me?
Conspiracy Santa looks like he's still in the North Pole.
Oh, you got me, Jeremy?
Your volume's a little low, man. I don't know what happened. Maybe you're got some other stuff going on.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to tell you.
It is a little low. Plugged in all the way.
All right, how about that?
A little bit better. Say Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers.
Or not?
Yeah, you're still a little low. I would be terrible if I did tech support. People would call in with their problems and I'd just be like, yep, no good. Try again. Nope. Try it. Nope. You're wrong. Nope. Try again. Still not working? Okay, sorry. Can't send you to my other department. Call back tomorrow. Put it on my tab. You guys see the video of the Russian tank just hitting the Ukrainian people at point blank? There was like a group of like 10 Ukrainians just standing around, and a tank just goes right up to them from about 40 feet away and just blasts them. It's wild, dude. They got the camera. They got camera. Somebody took film of it from off in the distance, and then there was like a body cam of one of the people that got blasted. That video got leaked as well. In the aftermath, those videos were leaked. It's pretty wild. It happened a couple weeks ago. You gotta make this stuff up, man. I don't even really see that shit in the movies, man. Just people just getting blasted. Just a tank. I read that some of those tank missiles, they go 2,400 feet per second. Damn. Imagine getting hit with that. Some sort of rocket going 2,400 feet per second. I don't know what the cube root of that would be. 2,400 feet. Maybe 80. 80 feet per second per second. I was way off. Square root of 2,400. What's that? Square root. I'm really bad at quick math. 48. 49. Okay, that's good to know. 49 squared is 2,400.
What? Chicken nuggets? You never eat them when I make them. No. Hey, you want some chicken nuggets? Want some chicken nuggets? No, I don't know. Bring me the toaster oven, babe. No, you can't play with the toaster oven. Here, eat that.
It's
Let's put some remote up here.
Jesus. Players in this investigation. Well, no, there's nothing else to do without to consider. When I was doing research on this, is being arrested. That was just looking on the side. Jurisdiction of it. So we were basically doing legwork for one of our missions. We took pictures of the resident, we did a comparable investigate, a day or two. And the good news about it, the good news is you can sort of this DNA search warrant because we found the good news is to kill themselves. Six words. Sweet. Focus. So, as soon as possible, yeah. You did everything to line up. These people, Jimmy.
Here's your paragraph. Us with the kids. With Noah, Ryan, and Adam in the back. Oh, if we rent an SUV, then yeah, that's fine. Yeah, if we had an SUV, that'd be all right. We could, we'd probably have to stay the night in like NC or something. Or we could knock it out in a 24-hour shift, me and you. 12 and 12 hours, which is say like 24 hours, 22 hours. So me and you could knock that out in one shift if we. You do 10 hours, I'll do 10 hours or something. Probably have to make us pee stop about 50 times. Probably have to make about 50 pit stops to go pee and shit and poop. Okay, here's your card. Cash. What do you want? What do you want, babe? Order garlic knots, the pizzas, mushroom and sausage. What else? Those are banging. Yeah, fried dough, all right.
Hello?
What up? What up? How we doing?
Still alive. Hanging in
Bob
there.
Dole in the house.
Hello.
Still sounds like a fag. That was kind of mean. Sorry.
Yeah, are you guys cool like that, or?
Fag is a cigarette. Last time I checked.
How do I sound?
Wow, beautiful. You could be the voice of America right now if you wanted to be.
Still coming in low.
It just sounds like you're talking low. Must be truck day for Santa. The date Santa has to unload the truck. All the building materials. Has Gio been in here today? I haven't seen him.
Not yet.
No?
Not yet. Why, are you looking for him?
No, it's just funny to just not see him. To not see him at his own party.
I mean, he can't be. The party's going 24/7. He can't be here 24/7.
It's true, right? I always imagine. I think he's like out in the woods in California somewhere in his prefab house or something. The solar panels and Earthship setup or whatever.
Boy, I love Earthships, dude. I had the Earthship. There was actually a book called Earthships that I have, and it was about the guy that made them and shit. How to make them, what they're made of. I love that they use so much thermal mass, because our houses right now don't use jack shit for thermal mass. But the more thermal mass your house has, the better it's going to keep its temperature is a huge thing for a house, right? We want our house the right temperature. That's one of the main reasons why we build houses, is so we can have it the temperature we need it to be, you know? Very few climates is yeah. So the more thermal mass, though, the more your house retains its the temperature you have it at.
I had a friend, he was like a hipster, and he went out there to New Mexico and did the whole Earthship cult thing, building those
It's not a
tire
cult.
houses.
It's not a cult. It's just an efficient way to live. Like, we should all be living like those. Those houses were too efficient in the beginning.
Right.
They were they were so efficient it was a problem. If that's weird sounding. Like they had too much glass. They used to use south facing glass.
Yeah.
Like, they'd have a huge chunk of the house be south facing glass, and it actually got too hot. You know what I'm saying? So they had to cut down on the amount of glass.
Eventually that
That's
glass
another thing you want to utilize too. No matter where you are, the sun shines. Like, even bandsaw will tell you, even on days where it's cloudy, you still get solar power from his panels. So, like, you want to have south facing. You want to have a nice chunk of your house be south facing glass if you're in a climate that dictates it. If not, you know, if you're in the equator or something. Yeah, if you're in the equator, you don't want to have a lot of south facing or whatever glass around your shit because you don't want the heat getting in. They make special glass now though that can block that and shit, so it's not even a big deal.
UV glass.
It's like tint you could put over your glass. It's not even nothing special. I'm surprised we don't do that in the winter, or my bad, in the summertime.
Mm-hmm.
I may actually start looking into that because I think it's something easy you can like easily apply yourself, and it blocks a huge chunk of the heat. Then you can still see through your glass though. Like it's not even like a tint thing where it's like darker now. It's still bright, but it just blocks out like the UV or whatever the heat part is of it.
You live up near Niagara Falls, right?
Not quite that far.
Okay. But
Albany.
Imagine if they built.
It's the capital of New York. No one knows about.
I know about it. Everybody should know about it. It's one of
Nobody
the easiest.
knows.
It's one of the easiest state capitals to know, in my opinion. Because it's counterintuitive, right? Because everybody would normally think New York City is the capital, but then it's like, no, actually, Albany is.
Yeah.
It's like the subvert your expectation kind of thing. But anyway, you got Niagara Falls up there. So imagine if they built like a city that was like 100% like hydro, like you had like old fashioned like mills just like connected to the water, and then people could just
Dude, I
like
don't know why. There's a
get
bunch
all their
of rivers
electricity
near me.
from there.
Yeah, there's a bunch of rivers near me, and I don't know why there's not just tons of those old school wood. I mean, obviously they wouldn't have to be now, but there should be like one of those turbines like every like 10 feet. Like, yo, catch the movement from this river.
Because that
It's
river
just
probably
free
flows
energy flowing
year
by
round, right?
nonstop. Yeah.
All year round, right?
Yes.
All that water from Canada.
The one I'm near freezes over, but you could just pop the thing out. You could, like I'm not saying make like a giant, massive one, but you can make like a little small one that would power your house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could have 1 million people live off that, right off the Niagara Falls. That water comes in fast, and the Hudson River is pretty wide, I think, right?
The Hudson, yeah, in spots, yeah, that's why.
Well, just to go along with the Earthship thing, you can do like you can integrate like the solar stuff and then the hydroelectric stuff together. I think you even got a lot of like wind up in the west
Yo,
side
the best combination. The best combination. They have things called VOTs and HOTs. It's a horizontal axis wind turbine and a vertical axis wind turbine, and they can catch one of them or both of them. I forget. They have wind turbines that it doesn't matter which way the wind blows, the shit gets the wind. You know what I mean? Some of them are like a spiral DNA type thing going up it and shit. Like, however which way the wind blows, this thing's gonna catch it and move and make electricity. And they're not even that big. Like, you put like one of those on your roof, and in conjunction with the solar panels, and you're good. If you have hydro, that's just like an extra bonus. Like, we don't even need hydro really. We could get so much. Elon Musk was just talking about all we need to do is cover a corner of Utah with solar panels, and we could power the world.
That's funny.
Yeah, like it's like a little corner of Utah. Little corner.
Probably the Mormon lobby's holding that back.
I think it was like 100. Well, no, you're not going to put them all in Utah, and you nincompoop.
Well, okay.
You can't put them all in one spot. Yeah, you can't put them all in one spot. You put them where you need it.
You're saying it like Elon Musk was like familiar with Utah, and he was like he knew how to. He already had the
He was
idea.
just using it as a comparison. He was just using it as a comparison to the amount of square miles you need to cover.
Right, maybe like 800 square miles or something.
No, I think it was like 160 or something.
That's not much. Okay.
It might have been 6.
Sorry, mate. Surely water is the most endless supply of force, whereas solar and wind is dependent. You know, I don't know why if we're going to go to this, then I don't know why no one's like concentrating their energies on just the flow of water itself, rivers, everything that sewage. You know, there's endless supply of water flow. Sorry.
Yeah, but if somebody like cuts off your water, if somebody like bombs or like dams it up or something, then like water can be cut off a little bit, but turn off the sun.
Well, I mean, you could implement micro hydro turbines with like your gutters or the drain in your sink. You know, if you put one underneath your sink, the drain and water flow would flow through that. There's a bunch of micro things
really
you can
thinking
do, but
outside the box. Yeah.
it is constant though. If you have a river that doesn't freeze over, then yeah, it's constant. But I mean, the solar and wind thing's pretty constant too, though. If you use those in conjunction.
Yeah, but the problem
Need
is
to diversify.
Well, we can't produce enough to eradicate having to use other fuels. You know.
Well, the normal person doesn't. Normal average house, if you covered the roof in solar panels, it's going to produce way more electricity than you need for the year. That's just solar panels. If you combine it with wind, you're over the top.
Yeah. Well, you would
Like
think
not a lot of us. Go ahead.
No. It's exactly what you're saying. You know, if we can produce enough doing all these things, everyone's got solar panels, etc., then in some ways, no energy company's going to make any money, and then it's the whole light bulb conversation, isn't it? It's purposely delayed, maybe because we need money flowing in.
Oh, they probably put the kibosh on solar panel technology. Yeah, they don't want, if you could just put a little panel outside and power your whole house. Yeah, they make it now, so where you got to cover it. I mean, they make it generally easy now. The thing is that we should be producing, like, we need to cover whatever Elon Musk said, 160, he said he random numbers or whatever. He said it's like 160 square miles or something. Forget the number, but whatever square miles we need to cover, we need to be producing like enough to where we can get that covered within like, a few years, because energy consumption keeps rising. So, and if it takes us 5 years to hit that number could be way higher in 5 years. So you got to have we should be building a solar panel factory right now to make sure we could build that and cover that area.
You ever find that you have these little sort of little toys at home, and they move because they've got solar panels on them, and when there's no sun but there's light in the sky, they're still working, like almost saying that is the energy coming from the light of the sun or just the fact that the sun is near, is over above us or whatever, it's nearby.
Yeah, Bandsaw gets energy from his solar panels even on a cloudy day.
Exactly.
Like
so
if it's super cloudy out, he still gets.
You know what I mean? So if there's no light coming down, then it can't be it can't necessarily be the light doing the job. It's actually the radiation.
Mm-hmm.
So every fucking have the windows. People with windows, see-through windows that could have solar, that could have like filaments inside the windows. You could be just absorbing this fucking stuff all over the time, all the time. Windows, car windows. I think shit like that or something.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do with the windows?
No, I'm saying is like if you had like film that could go on windows that was translucent, shit like that, you could pretty much, I guess, you could pretty much cover your houses in this shit. You know what I mean?
They used to talk about solar paint back in the day. They never came out with that shit though.
Yeah, and tiles as well. You can buy solar panel tiles, so your entire roof is tiled. I don't know what your roofs are like over there.
They got that.
Yeah,
solar trees. Trees with leaves that produce solar.
Fuck yeah!
I'm telling you, a little tiny wind turbine turbine. Not even nothing big. The thing can be tiny. You put two of those. You put two of those on your. Go ahead.
No, sorry, sorry, mate. If this annoys you, it's if you could make enough electricity off your yard that you could sell back, you could just live off the land, couldn't you? You can live off the money they give back to you. You
definitely can. You could do it cheap too. If you live in a nice windy place, there's a way to make some nice fucking wind turbines for cheap. Like it costs like next to nothing. You know, yeah, you could definitely produce more electricity than you need and sell it back. Bandsaw does that with solar panels.
Yeah. So basically, you wouldn't actually have to pay energy bill ever again if you put solar panels with an agreement. Don't they benefit more than you benefit? Like they pay you like fuck all or something?
Oh yeah, they kill you. Some places won't even buy it back. There's places I think that won't buy it back. Most probably will, but yeah, they give you only so much money for it, and then they sell. It's like interest at a bank. They got to give you less interest than they charge.
So does Bandsaw sort of reckon that he's not paying energy bills anymore? Ish.
He doesn't. He has no electric bill.
Sweet, man. I think I might look into that and make my fucking roof look nicer.
You should look into moving in with Bandsaw. See if he's got an empty.
Oh, I already asked him if he would adopt me. Yeah.
Be hilarious.
I wonder how much he gets back.
Set up the Discord adoption agency.
I'll be interested.
Orphan Flat Earth Annie.
I wonder how much money Bandsaw does make a month.
It makes a couple bucks. I don't think it's anything too crazy, but
it ain't gonna fucking pay your life sort of costs, daily costs and shit.
It is wild to see how many farms have been converted over to solar panel farms. Like so many farms I saw growing up where they grew whatever corn or whatever have become solar. It's kind of ugly, admittedly. It looks kind of terrible. However, if some of these farms weren't converted to solar farming, then they probably would have become strip malls or something else terrible, like nursing homes or something else. I don't know. I don't even know what it takes to maintain all those solar panels. I assume you have to go out there every once in a while and clean them off or something. Maybe sometimes go first through the wires or something to that effect. As far as selling electricity back to the grid, just depends where you're at. What's up? I think a lot of grids in the US, they already have plenty of power on them, and so they're not interested in buying your stuff.
yeah, they got pretty cheap systems now where you don't need batteries. If you got to get batteries, it's fucking expensive. But maybe I don't know. Brian Leakey's. I think you might be able to make batteries cheap. I don't know, but they got really cheap systems. They're called grid tie inverters, and you could just plug it into an outlet inside your thing. It's for if you have an apartment or something, you could even have solar power because all you got to do is plug it in your wall, plug the solar panel into that box, and boom. But the kicker is though, it doesn't feed it back into the grid and count it. It'll only go towards what you're using right there, right then and there.
That still sounds pretty convenient.
Yeah, but if you're at work all day and then you come home and turn everything on, like that doesn't really. It's not like really the most ideal situation.
Right.
I guess if you had like a Bitcoin miner going or something all day.
Right. Yeah, you'll be Bitcoin mining during the day while you're at your job, like at Subway or something. Come back, you make like $150 a day at Subway, and then you come back and you mine like $20,000 Bitcoin.
Nah, them guys be getting like $5-10 a day, depending on how many miners you got. I mean, some people have warehouses set up, and they're getting $100,000 a day. You know, most average dudes are getting like $5, $10, $20, maybe 50 if you got a lot going.
Yo, someday there's gonna be a crypto that comes along that's even better than Bitcoin and Ethereum. I'm gonna be on that shit. I'm gonna have my own warehouse mining that shit. I'll be on the ground with that shit. I got plenty of warehouses around me. Fill that shit up with microchips, computers. Start mining that shit. But why mine Bitcoin when you could just fucking buy it off Coinbase or something? So much more convenient.
Yeah, but if you buy it, you just have X amount of Bitcoin. If you mine it, you're just getting Bitcoin every day.
Right, yeah, if you're just buying Bitcoin, you just have to mostly get lucky and have the...
You could spend $1,000. You spend $1,000, you're getting $1,000 worth of Bitcoin. You buy a $1,000 Bitcoin miner, you know, you're getting, I don't know, $5 a day or something. I don't know what it is, but you just be getting Bitcoins for a long time.
That's tough TV. You've been over there, Jeremy, right? That's tough. They're trying to set up a TV show. Hey, Jeremy, you think the days of lots of flat Earth YouTube views, you think those days are gone? You think it's kind of come and gone? Maybe the peak was back a few years ago. Now YouTube is not lucrative anymore. I mean, who's the biggest flat Earth YouTuber right now? Is it Nathan Oakley? I don't know.
I mean, it's the Globers that make the big bucks.
Right.
Oh, being a flat earther, yeah, I don't think there's ever been that much money in it.
There must have been some money. I mean, something. There must have been a few guys that did all right. Like one guy had enough money to buy the gyroscope, right? Some people had enough money to throw.
I don't think that came off of YouTube. I don't think that came off of YouTube money, though.
I think it came from some notoriety, right? From online. Well, so since the Globers are making so much money, do you think that kind of shows the Globers have better arguments? Like there's a reason why they're leaving a bigger impression. Maybe it's just
or
easier
it could
for
be
them.
or it could be that YouTube's actively, downgrading the flat Earth content that's being pushed to the globe content. So all the globers are getting, getting put. The algorithm works so that the bunkers and all that, they get pushed to the top of the list. So of course they're going to get more money. They're getting pushed more by YouTube as to where we're getting downgraded in the algorithm.
I'm gonna go on YouTube and search the term flat Earth and see what my top results
Go
are.
search flat Earth, see what pops up. It's going to be, mostly the debunkers.
Okay. Yeah,
What's the top
number
one?
one video here is Professor Dave Explains. Professor Dave
Oh, there you
humiliates
go.
flat earther David Weiss. That's number one.
Okay.
And then the second video I see comes from 2 years ago. It's called Flat Earthers versus Scientists. Can we trust science? That's a Jubilee video. So basically neutral. It's a neutral video title. And then the third video is Mr. Beast. Flat Earth proven by independent research. So actually the number 3 recommended video is kind of a silly video from Mr. Beast.
So the top guy is the debunker, Professor Dave.
Right. I never even watched his videos, to be honest.
Those were the results you got from typing in flat Earth into YouTube?
Yep. About 6 videos down is a CNN video titled Why Some People Still Believe the Earth is Flat. So it's kind of a neutral video and thumbnail.
Oh yeah, I bet that sounds real neutral from CNN.
I haven't actually watched the video, but I mean it presents itself as kind of like whatever, kind of middle of the road. But
the content's not.
I'm scrubbing through the video and it compares flat earthers to neo-Nazis.
All right, see, there you go.
Flat earther also supported neo-Nazis, police say. He's not the only one. Okay then.
Definitely not neutral.
I've seen worse. There's other stuff out there that gets worse press. I'm not sure which so maybe that guy, Professor Dave, maybe he's the highest earning debunker. I don't know. Maybe Fight the Flat Earth is doing well. I don't know if he's still doing well. I mean, I think Fight the Flat Earth gets maybe like 4,000 views per video. I think years ago he used to do more than that. Who's that guy? T-Jump? I think T-Jump does alright. Oops, I just dropped something. In my hand here, I got the an Arnold Palmer drink, 99 cents. I saw an article recently about explaining how come Arnold Palmer is still able to sell their stuff for 99 cents. How's that possible when inflation is, over the last 3 years, has been at like 7% per year inflation? So how's that possible? I could pull up the article again. I skimmed through it, and if I remember right, the article didn't really explain why Arizona is able to maintain its price at 99 cents. It was more like the article was saying that Arizona has just decided to not make as much money as they used to. So I'm going to look this article up. Arizona iced tea, 99 cents. Article is titled, Why Arizona iced tea price has stayed the same for 30 years. So 30 years ago, a gallon of milk cost $2.78. A gallon of gas was $1.13. 30 years ago, the year 1990, gas was $1.13 per gallon. A 23-ounce can of Arizona iced tea was 99 cents 30 years ago. Still is. So, according to the Los Angeles Times, the company has decided that it is willing to make less money from those oversized cans, if that means it has to stay at 99 cents. I'm committed to that 99-cent price. When things go against you, you tighten your belt. Don Voltaggio, Arizona's founder and chairman, said. He also says, I don't want to do what the bread guys and the gas guys and everybody else are doing. Consumers don't need another price increase from a guy like me. He's such a nice guy. Voltaggio told the Times that the company sells around 1 billion of those 99-cent cans every year, and they account for around 1/4 of the company's total revenue. Didn't know that. For starters, Arizona doesn't blow its money on advertisements or marketing campaigns. We feel like it's more important to spend money on something that our customer really cares about instead of advertising. He says he uses production methods such as recycled materials, and its truck drives its products at night to cut down on the spend time in traffic. Okay, so I guess he tries to streamline transportation costs. There has to be more to this though, like how come he's willing to just make less money? Just this week, Krispy Kreme launched its donut deflation promotion, which means that it will price a dozen of its original glazed donuts at whatever the national average of 1 gallon of gas is. This week, a dozen is $4.11, but that price will be adjusted every Wednesday. So apparently Krispy Kreme is going to adjust the price of their donuts every Wednesday. A dozen donuts adjusted every Wednesday. So maybe other companies are going to try to do this kind of pricing scheme. By the way, the founder of Arizona Iced Tea is Don Foltaggio. He's 70 years old. He's 6'8". He's a 6'8", 70-year-old. He must be the tallest 70-year-old in the world. Actually, interesting, Jeremy. This guy is near you. He's Arizona Iced Tea. His headquarters is in Long Island, New York. Didn't know that. I thought it was in Arizona. Well, why does he call his company Arizona if he's in Long Island, New York? I mean, is there somebody in Arizona that's calling their iced tea company Long Island Iced Tea? Probably. Maybe that's why it's a tit for tat thing. Apparently, Arizona sells to wholesale distributors about 50 cents per can. So Arizona will sell to the distributors at about 50 cents per can, and then when it gets to your store, your local store, it's like at $1, the recommended price, the MSRP.
Yeah, when people see the drinks in the stores and they're like, oh shit, I get all this for 99 cents when there's like a 20 ounces now cost you like $2.50. So it's a lot of people's decision on whether they want to spend $2.50 or just $1.
Right. Well, the Arizona can is 23 fluid ounces, so you're getting then comparative. I mean, what competitors are there? Snapple Iced Tea, and what are the most popular competitors? Snapple and I don't know, Tropicana. But the competitors are definitely not anywhere near 99 cents. Apparently, okay, so we figured out why this guy from Long Island, New York calls his company Arizona. And it says here, the brand name itself and the pastel Southwest color scheme were inspired by the aesthetics of Don's wife, Eileen, who had already redone their home in a seaside New York City neighborhood in faux adobe style by the time Don started the company. Okay, the name Arizona came to me because Arizona, when I was a kid, it was dry, it was healthy. You have asthma, you move to Arizona. Eileen came up with the capital Z in the middle of the name. Then it became comfortable to customers because they heard of Arizona. This guy should just move to Arizona. Fuck it. I never even noticed that before. I didn't know that the Z in the middle of Arizona is capitalized. Oh, there it is. It's right there. It's not a Mandela effect. But I thought the letter Z was canceled since the whole Russia invasion. Imagine if there was a gas company that still sold normal 83 level gas at like $1 per gallon. Imagine the lines you would see at those places. That'd be fucking comical. The government would probably ban it. It'd be like a liability. The lines of cars going up the interstate. It reminds me of the stories I saw from about Chick-fil-A, because I guess some cities were starting to like crack down on Chick-fil-A because the line of cars outside of Chick-fil-A were like causing traffic problems in some cities.
Yeah, that's something the city's got to fix, dude. That's not a Chick-fil-A problem. That's you got a traffic problem in your city.
Well, unless of course Chick-fil-A was for some reason having trouble handling the cars that they got. But generally, Chick-fil-A is known
Dude,
for
when they designed cities, when they designed cities, they acted like they didn't know what they were doing or something. Like they used to make them one way to stop invading armies. We're past that point. So the best way to do it is have it be efficient, which means you don't just make 2-lane roads. Like that's fucking dumb. Any 2-lane road is ridiculous. Like you should have never put that in your city plan.
You're saying you should only have one-way roads?
No, you need
streets.
You need you need more lanes than that, bro. That's not enough lanes. If one car breaks down, you need room for parking on both sides of the streets in case a car breaks down or something. And then you need, there should be way more lanes. Way more lanes. It's not enough. 2 lanes ain't enough. 1 car each way. Dude, there should be 3 lanes. 1 for people for going straight, 1 for turning left, 1 for going right. Then you need another spot on the side of the road for people in case people break down or they got to park or something, whatever.
Yeah, and every city needs good like parking garages too, like places to put your car. So it's not. New York City is incredible because like they just got fucking cars, just fucking like the streets a parking lot. So many parts of New York City.
Oh, it's ridiculous, yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's like you feel like you're in like New Delhi, like you're in Mumbai sometimes when you're in New York City. Why are Facebook videos so loud? They never fix that. Where the fuck is Geo? Where the fuck is Geo? Geo. Geo's up the Rio.
What up? You guys are so fucking boring. You made Bob Dole leave. It's bad.
Mike check.
We hear you. We hear you.
Did you hear me before?
Nope.
Okay, yeah. My shit was messed. Listen, what's up?
Chilling, man. Chilling. What are you doing?
Just working on something. I watched that. I watched a compilation of Carter Deems yesterday.
Oh, bro, that compilation is so good. Yo, his stand-up, he did a stand-up comedy thing that was pretty funny, too.
I saw that, yeah.
You saw his stand-up one? He's like,
Yeah.
everything I said is all facts. Because he was talking about, like, fax machines for, like a minute or two.
I watched all the top ones on YouTube.
Dude, his compilation is hilarious, though. When he went against Head Ice, that was funny as hell.
Yeah.
He's fucking good. His heads are sleeping on him.
Ice cream.
You get ice creamed in the future like Dippin' Dots.
I didn't get that one. What's Dippin' Dots?
Are you serious?
A brand of ice cream?
Bro, what? Where are you from, man? What are you from, Canada? Dude, it's those little ice cream things that they don't melt. It's like ice cream you don't need refrigeration for. And they're like little dots. They're called Dippin' Dots.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's the one bar I didn't get because of that. So it's good that you brought it up.
Yeah, no, that was a good one. Oh, that's where I always use that line. You're sleeping on a kid like plaid pajamas. Yo, and he did another good bar that had to do with sleep, and he's like, every time I
No,
excel,
like
every time I spread sheets.
Something
up?
about your cross on the kid or something like that. Something about cross in that plaid pajamas bar.
Yeah, oh, he had a whole sleeping scheme right there because he also said something about I excel every time I spread sheets.
Yeah, it was talking about his comfy like spread. So.
He's good though. He's one of the good guys he's fucking hilarious, dude. He's hilarious. I used to like Dirtbag Dan. Dirtbag Dan had a lot of good stuff back in the day. Him and Real Deal, him and Dirtbag Dan and Real Deal did a 2-on-2 versus I can't remember who they went against. Oh, it was Dirtbag Dan and SoulCon versus Real Deal and what's that guy's name? He's mad good. Fresco.
Okay.
And fucking Fresco is good, dude. He had a good. Yo, he spits some good shit, bro. Yeah, you gotta check Fresco out.
All right. Yeah, I've been sleeping on like King of the Dot. Growing up, like I watched it a little bit, but I didn't follow.
It got better.
Closely.
It got better, dude. It got way better. It used to be not as good. It just keeps getting better and better.
Is it still going?
Yeah, bro, they didn't stop.
Yeah.
Dude, you got all kinds of rap battles going. There's mad leagues now. There's a whole bunch of leagues.
Yeah. There's like
you got King of the Dot, Smack, URL.
Grind Time.
Then they got
Grind Time still exists.
No, Grind Times. No, that's no more. They got a whole bunch of them though. There's a whole bunch of little rinky-dink battle leagues out there.
Yeah. And they also got the same with like beatboxing. They got like world competitions in like Switzerland.
Yo, best beatboxer I ever heard was Caleb Simmons. He actually made it on national TV. Caleb Simmons.
Yeah, I've seen that. But
You
he's
seen that?
not the best.
He's not the
good,
best, but when
I've
he
seen
does that
those.
Lion
Yeah,
Sleeps Tonight thing,
it's nice.
he fucking kills that shit, bro. That's the best and smoothest beatboxing shit I ever heard.
Yo, man, this is some crazy good beatboxers. It's not even funny. You like, if you have a minute, you could search up Swiss beatboxing competition or something like that, and see like the finalists. They have crazy sets.
Yeah. All right, send me the best one.
I'm not that well versed into it. You just gotta,
Oh man, come on, bro.
I'll send you the channel. And you
No,
can look
forget
at
it.
yourself.
Forget it. If you don't have a
Fuck
one
you
that's
then.
no, forget it. Fucking forget it, man. I hook you up all the time with dope ass gangster shit.
Yo, I'm giving you the freedom to find, what you like.
No, don't. I don't need
Beatboxing,
freedom.
There's people that like, prefer the bass. Some people prefer like the technical stuff, like precision. It depends on the person.
Bro, don't give me that. Don't give me that percentage. Where'd my phone go? Oh, there it is. I made a TikTok video earlier
Yeah, of what?
of my phone things, my whole phone setup. Not like my whole phone setup, just I was
Yeah.
like, I just put it out there.
Let's see it.
I figured, fuck it, it's so easy. I linked it in the chat like I don't know, an hour ago.
All right, I'll find it.
Hold on, they've been posting mad shit in there. I'll read.
No, I see it. I see it.
Oh yeah. I don't know if people are like following me and shit. I figured, fuck it, might as well put that out there.
Easy crypto 777.
Oh yeah, my 777s broke the slot machines out in Queens. What up, Gio?
Yo, what's up? Chilling. It's
Gio.
yeah, what's up? It's rainy day here today.
It's raining here too in New York.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of rain today. I've got family members around. They're telling me it's raining all over.
No rain here though.
Where are you?
West Coast.
In Canada or America?
Canada right now.
I need your street address. What's your longitude and latitude?
I'll tell you that as soon as you tell me your social security number.
West Coast Canada. That's up there, huh? North of Seattle and all that.
Yeah.
That's a place I haven't really been much. I've been
You know, there's
Canada, but not that west side.
You know, there's a part of Canada that's south of America.
Sure.
You guys know that?
Yeah.
Not Alaska. I'm not counting Alaska.
Yeah, you're talking about like part of the Maritimes.
It's in like Michigan or something. Somewhere over there.
Yeah. So, I have a sibling that just messaged me, and this person's weird because with like the COVID stuff going on, I didn't wear a mask, right? And she like didn't want me to come around, like, from the family. She disinvited me from coming around because I chose not to wear a mask. She just made friction in the family just for no reason, because like, you know, I wasn't sick or anything like that. But she didn't like that I didn't wear a mask. So I was like, fuck her, you know, like forget it. And I basically, like, you know, cut her out of my life. And now she just messaged me. I guess she saw the error in her ways.
Man, last night they were going hard on sextants like Globus and Bacon, and it was intense. It was like
Yeah.
4 hours of just like full on. That was one of the most. It was like Coriolis, but sextants. As intense as Coriolis, but not Coriolis.
Yeah, it gets tedious after a while. You get drained from having all that sex. Didn't talk. Yo, Jeremy, I got a tip for you. Reduce the brightness on your phones to the maximum. That way they're using the least amount of energy. That's if the screens have to even stay on for this to work.
I turned them. There, some of them don't, some of them do, but I have to interact with them sometimes, so I need to be able to see them good. But it's not doing, even if it's using, those are it's in 5 watt things, so even if it's using all 5 watts, you know, what's a kilowatt hour, like 20 cents? I have no idea. So 100 hours is 20 cents.
Yeah.
I'm making, most of those phones are making 25 cents a day at least. I was mining Bitcoin on 2 of the phones a while ago, and they were only making 50 cents a month.
How many do you have now? I see like you got them numbered.
Would you say you got a tip?
No, I asked how many you have now.
Oh yeah, you said I had them all numbered. Yeah, my wife goes, "Why does that phone say 14?" I'm like, "That's the 14th phone." She's like, "Don't buy any more phones." I'm like, "Yo, we already talked about this. I told you I was getting 20 phones." Anyways, So I just started numbering them like A7 or B4 and shit. So it's like whatever, you know. Anyways, I thought, oh, that was what was your tip?
No, it's a question I asked you. How many you had now?
Oh, I got like 13, 14 going. I just bought another one today. I bought it with gift card. One of the things pays down a gift card, so I just bought it with that with the gift card. So it's basically like free.
Now, is it possible to use like an emulator and do it through computer?
What'd you say? I was
I said,
vacuuming.
is it possible to use an Android emulator on computer and do it?
Yeah, for some of them, I think. Yeah, I don't do that. You probably could though. Some of the shit you can do just straight up on your computer. I'm looking for like a crypto game to play or something. Like they got like a lot of play to earn crypto games. That actually one just got hacked for like $500 million or something. Their whole chain got rocked or something. It's mad risky, man. I was in one play to earn game. I was getting like $5-10 a day or something, and shit was dope. But it didn't last. It don't last. You need a game that's fucking awesome that people would want to play even without the crypto thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if they had Call of Duty and they were like, "Yo, you're gonna get fucking, you know, one billionth of a Bitcoin every time you kill someone or something like that," that'd be fucking fire. But like a Satoshi every kill or something. My son keeps stealing my wife's phone. She's like, "You need to give Adam one of your phones."
Isn't he like 2?
He's 4.
4? Okay.
Yeah, he's not even using it. It's just he wants it on the table in front of him for some reason. And he's like lining like memory blocks up on top of it and shit.
He's done like his daddy. Yo, Ma, I'll catch you guys later.
All right, later, bro.
It's been. I'm a little bummed out. The weather. It's just been really raining and cold for the last week or so. So I'm kind of ready for some sunshine.
We've had the opposite here. Like, it's supposed to be the time when the weather is getting crappy, but we're just getting 21 degrees and sunny every day, which I'm not sure how to translate that for Fahrenheit. Like maybe 80. Is 80 like a really good temperature?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're getting like 80 every day. Oh, here's trouble.
The proposed real Bob Dole's in the house.
Goody.
Alleged.
I am the house.
Debated but never defeated.
So I know it's not flat Earth related. I guess we don't have to be as strictly flat Earth related on this channel as some other ones. But what are you guys all thinking about the snake venom?
What's that?
I mean, technically, it's all flat Earth related in a way, right?
Amen.
I mean, that's where we live, so we can't get away from it. No.
Pretty much.
What's the snake venom? You mean the prickly?
You don't know the snake venom? Like the new, like hot conspiracy topic is that we've all been poisoned by snake venom. Small traces of snake venom. Cobra in particular.
Okay, I guess I'm not. You mean like in the medical
In
procedure?
the water. In the water, they're saying. Yeah. And that's what's, caused. Well, I mean, I'm not sure if worldwide deaths are even down anyway. But that's what's caused the demic plan.
All right, I guess I'm not aware of this. So I guess maybe.
Oh, you're missing out, Gio. This is huge. It's like got everyone talking. There's some documentary that's come out about this doctor that's worked it all out. I mean, it's pretty compelling. Like, I must admit, I was like, oh boy.
Well, I want to hear about it. Is it safe for YouTube, or should I mute the live stream?
I reckon it is safe for YouTube as long as we don't say all those usual words that you're not allowed to say.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm aware of people. I mean, snake venom. I'm aware of some people claiming it has positive benefits, this and that. But I'm not aware of anything linked to the current events, as it were. So yeah, I mean, fill me
So
in.
the main theory is that if you look into remdesivir, the drug that they've been using to treat the flu, that is actually made from snake venom. So I'm pretty sure that's irrefutable.
Hold on, kiddo.
Pardon me.
My bad.
He's hot, Mikey.
I'm hot. Oh, Jeremy is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's made a case for that's exactly why, as soon as someone is testing positive, they're treating them with this thing that's giving them the exact same symptoms as what a cobra bite would give them. But then he goes a step further. the greatest controlled opposition movement ever created, even greater than the globe. So I don't understand how you can be sovereign and a citizen at the same time. It's an oxymoron. So there's something to that. There's something to sovereignty and how there's sort of like, how there's always this little controlled opposition shit that they make that really leads people to some sort of bullshit corner. So everyone's sort of like, oh, we'll go back, like in Australia anyway, I don't know about the States, but, we'll go back to the original constitution. But then they're just going back to like the rule of the Queen. They can make their own constitution and their own nation. And then they still have to, the rules or whatever, they still have to play by their own game. And it's I don't have enough knowledge really. We've got to get Iggs in here to start talking about this shit. Do you guys remember Iggs?
Riggs? Yeah, I heard
Iggs,
of him.
IGZ. Remember Iggs?
Oh no, I don't know who that is.
Geo, do you remember Iggs?
You talk about he's got like IG. Is it just IG?
IGZ. And he had an eyeball as his thing. He was the genius. He knew all about this shit, bro. And everyone just called him a zealot. I mean, everyone just called him, like a Satanist. All the Christians just immediately Satanist him. I'm going to get him back in here. I've had enough. We've all got to make our own birth certificates.
Yeah, it would take a big coordinated effort to try to break from the system. People would really have to come together. I mean, we could do it overnight if everybody just came together. If we woke up tomorrow and said, yeah, we're not using your money anymore. Your Freemasonic symbolic bullshit money, like right on the back of your money. We're not using that. And we're not paying, if we just overnight and just, we could do that. But
apparently the strongest axiom of law is consent. So if you don't consent to like, say, for example, like a legislation, then it has no power over you. But they've assumed, so like the governments, or for example, for us, the ATO, which is the Australian Taxation Office, which basically runs everything, they have assumed our consent through our silent acquiescence. So apparently, as soon as we are not silent anymore and we presume our power of attorney, then we don't have to consent to anything. And then everything falls down. Sounds pretty anarchisty, but like consensus as well. So there's got to be some link there. But in other words, like if you personally don't consent to something that holds no power over you, everything has been like they've technically weaved around to gain our consent without our sort of understanding. Might try and get Iggs in here to talk about this.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that. But they've also kind of forced our consent in a way as well. But I mean, like, just take an extreme example of police, for example. I mean, police, if they pull you over or do whatever, I mean, at some level they can do whatever they want, and if they find some weed or whatever, I mean, I guess weed is more legal now, but I mean, if they, whatever bullshit substance, they don't, they can just do what they want. Like they absolutely can just cuff you, take you away. So it's like
that's a really good point. Really good point, Gio. That's what someone brought up the other day when we were talking about it. And Iggs, who I keep on repeating his name, but we'll have to get him in. He made a very important point to that. Like the guy was like, well, what about, okay, say we're driving around without number plates and we've bought a car properly the way that we should and we don't have to have it registered, blah, 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 because we registered it ourselves through our own, blah, blah, blah. And then he says, and he goes, the police doesn't give a shit about your garbage you're spewing. And he just arrests you and throws you in prison and then they give you a notice and then that's it. And then he just made a point. He said, well, all you have to do, and he said, I've done this many times, is every everybody has got an indemnity bond number. You get their indemnity bond number and you sue. Everyone has insurance. You sue their insurance company, or if they're working under the police department, you sue them, and you always win. You always win if you just know exactly how the law works, which is that if you don't consent to something and you've presumed a power of attorney, then they've taken away your human rights, and you win. And then once you do that, like everything works on money as well. So once you do that, then they never bother you again. Like I know this guy, man. He lives like about an hour away from me. He doesn't have any number plates. He doesn't do anything, and no one touches him because he's done this before. So there must be some sort of truth to it. And my son's woken up. I'll stop talking garbage now, and I'll let you all go instead of hot micing with my family.
Nah, later, bro.
Have a good day, guys. Hello, son.
Buying some of this baby swap token right now. Buying enough to get $10 a month. $200 worth, $10 a month. Yeah, I need $10 a month 100 times. I'm straight. Kinda. I might still have some nice money ticking in. I wish I had bought more into that moonbeam thing. Glimmer, glint. I can't even log into that account right now. Oh yeah, I can. It's on the moonbeam chain. What's the website though? App.beamswap. Ah, what's up, guys?
Good.
What's up, RC?
How you guys doing? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. It's a little bit muffled or something, but yeah, it sounds all right.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here reading right now.
What's new in the anti-globular Earth world for you?
Anti-globular Earth?
Yeah, anti-globism.
I wouldn't know. I'm not anti-globe. I was listening to Blue Marble Science's 350th breakdown of, I can't remember who it was, somebody misunderstanding the idea of descent in an airplane. It's the only new thing I've heard lately.
I don't know. I don't know if I caught that or if you want to repeat it, but it's about descending in an airplane.
Yeah, Blue did a video. Somebody, I guess, had made the claim that you have to, if the Earth were curved, you would have to descend like 2,000 feet a minute if you're traveling at 500 miles an hour, which doesn't make any sense. So that's the only new thing I've heard lately.
Well, from a horizontal, you have to make an elevation drop of that much from your starting position. You'd be dropping from horizontal over the course of your flight that much.
Well, I think the fundamental misconception is that somehow descent has to do with like some arbitrary horizontal plane that exists. Descent has to do with what are the forces acting on a plane. Weight becomes more than lift, it will go down. Weight never becomes more than lift when you're at cruising speed at a given altitude on the Earth. So, right, the claim that if the Earth were a sphere, this would happen doesn't really hold any.
You almost said hold water, and water has to be held by a container, but I digress.
Good one. That was a regular. Who does that all the time? That's a regular. Either George does that a lot. You just say a very common phrase, and then it explodes into container. What about the container?
Oh, you're talking. Okay, I thought you maybe were talking about George Hatchnook.
Oh no, the George guy, the flat earther guy.
Well, whether you think the Earth is a globe or not, you're still involved in discussing anti-globularism with people.
Sometimes, yeah. But yeah, this is the only thing recently that I had heard. Blue do this video. Is there something else going on in the community right now?
Oh, there's always stuff happening. Last night we had a big long discussion with Chronic about these transits and these stars and the dimming lights, and yeah, it was pretty in depth. The gravity microlensing thing, as they call it. And then Dr. Bob was all kinds of stuff, yeah, last night. But what do you think of the term fixed stars? Calling the I'm sure you know the fixed stars versus wandering stars. What do you think of that term, fixed stars?
It probably within this community invites more useless debate than is worth, but whatever.
Dr. Bob told me last night that I made up the term fixed stars. That's what he said. He said I was making it up.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, like my technical knowledge about astronomy is not good enough to be able to call bullshit on ultra specific terms like I can with aviation, for example, or with physics or something like that. Astronomy just isn't like, I know about it. I've taken a couple astronomy classes. I know how to use a sextant. Like, it's in this community not enough to get on, like, introduce a formal debate around. Probably no more than your average guy walking down the street, but for this community, you have to have a lot of very specific, for that topic in particular, a lot of very specific language and technical knowledge sometimes, which I just don't have on the astronomy subject, at least. So couldn't tell you whether it's a technically correct word or not. Just knowing the debate, I know what you're talking about, probably, but that's not from coming from a technical background of whether being really qualified to evaluate whether fixed stars versus wandering star is a term that makes any sense outside of just talking about the ancient Greeks and the word planet.
Yeah, I hear you. It's not your focus, perhaps.
Yeah, it's just not like I can tell you how a sextant works. I can do basic calculations using sextant measurements. I know how an almanac works. I know like the generalities around how stars appear to us and things like that. But outside of that, it's nothing you couldn't spend an afternoon learning about, and any decently intelligent person couldn't figure out in a couple hours of research.
Yeah, there was also about a 3-hour in-depth sextant discussion last night too. That was very detailed. I think Gummy Bear and Globus and a bunch of people. Co-show. If you found out, RC, that the Earth was indeed a stationary plane through whatever methods, whether it's measurements, physical, whatever it may be, would you then become a proponent for it, you think? Since you already have interest in it?
I mean, I've told you this a lot of times. My interest from this comes from mostly the discussion around like very general but often specificities within the general discussion of like scientific topics that, at least for my job, it's very useful to like listen to how people both conceive of these things that they've learned in school and then, in my opinion, misconstrue them. So like Maybe, I don't know. I've told people many times though I wouldn't have a problem if the Earth is flat. Like it wouldn't really. I don't think it would change my worldview all that much.
You don't think so? I mean, would it change your outlook on the creator or religious viewpoints?
Okay, we all have a model of Earth. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Gio.
No, not really. I mean, I believe I think I'm a theist. I've often said to people, my God's powerful enough to either create a infinitely expanding universe with a globular Earth or a flat plane. Like I don't have a problem conceiving of that idea, right? I also don't see the evidence for it, but I don't have any reason to fight against something that there's good evidence for, in my mind.
Dude, it would be the biggest change in your head that you could ever imagine. Inside all of our heads. It's in
No,
your
I don't think
neocortex.
so.
It's in your neo. You're gonna
I
hold
think
on
I
a
think you
second. I'm gonna be like 10 seconds. I'll be like 10 seconds. So inside of everyone's head, I believe it's in your neocortex. We keep a model of Earth. Everyone's model is different. You know what's in your dresser drawer and the layout of your house. And I have what's inside my drawers and the layout of my house and all that. But down to the base, the very foundation of it all, they got you sitting on a globe. So your whole thing would get wiped from scratch. That whole model is shot. It'd be the biggest paradigm, like a massive paradigm shift inside your mind.
And I think that you underestimate, Jeremy, how easy it is for me to simply just follow evidence when the evidence leads you in a correct place. You're right. I have a conception of how some of these things work, but it's been more than once in my life that I've had to do a huge paradigm shift on how I look at things. And I found that once I understand something and I see that the evidence lines up with the claim, it is not hard for me to simply go at it. I mean, that's why I learn languages probably pretty quickly. That's why I have learned quite a few languages. That's why I've lived in a lot of different countries under a lot of different government systems and worked under those systems without trouble. In fact, thrived in changing like that. I don't think I'm really going to have too much of a trouble. And I've told you exactly how you can show me without a shadow of the doubt that the Earth is flat. Give me the distances and directions, and I'll say, yep, definitely a flat plane. It's that easy.
How would I get you the distances? You can't even give me the distances.
I did give you the distances. I mean, you don't believe them, but
Well, I
these are
can just
distances.
make numbers up.
Well, Jeremy, here's the great thing about that is then I have to, if you give me the distances and directions between points that I need to get to on the face of the Earth, and I can get in my plane and go there based on those numbers, great. Works. But right now with the
You
numbers
can't
that we
verify
have,
the numbers I give you.
right,
How are you going to
well,
verify the numbers I give you?
the fuel in my airplane tells you, yeah, I can verify the numbers because if I don't know the distance, I can't calculate the time that I'm going to be in the air. If I can't calculate the time, I can't calculate my fuel burn. If I can't calculate my fuel burn, we end up a smoking hole in the ground.
So it's simply based on your fuel, the amount of fuel you burn now? You should have just took me down that road before instead of all this wind cone
No, I'm just
shit we
telling
were
you.
doing.
It's like if I don't know how far a place is, then I can't calculate in any way, shape, or form the time it is that's going to take me to get there. If I can't calculate the time, I can't calculate my fuel burn because my fuel burn's based on power setting and time.
What if I told you the trip was going to be? What if you packed up for your trip, put all the fuel in your car and your plane, and then I told you after we got in the air that the trip's going to actually be 30 minutes longer of a flight? We're going to crash and burn and die.
Yeah, because number one, I usually take, if possible, with I've done a lot of what's called max load fuel load distance travel before with like airplanes, and that's like usually about 700 nautical miles. I will only travel 550 of those 700 nautical miles because I
So
want.
if you're in the plane, so if you're in the air for an extra 30 minutes, you don't crash and burn.
Well, I get critically low to the point where to the critically low on fuel to the point where like a wrong bank angle could shut down my engine, and that's not a place I'm ever going to put myself in because I don't wish to be a smoking hole in the ground. But I guess what? Every time I open those fuel tanks and I put the dipstick in there, it is down to the gallon exactly how much I burned and calculated I was going to burn. And in fact, I have a fuel flow gauge in the airplanes that I fly, and it tells me exactly how much fuel is going into the engine, and that always matches up every single time every time I put the dipstick in there, which matches up every single time.
That's neat. The amount of fuel you burn does not dictate how much distance. You could have flown into a headwind the whole time or had a wind at your back the whole time. Come on, RC, really?
No, Jeremy. Well, Jeremy, here's the deal. If I don't know that, listen. Are you going to actually listen, or are you just going to like scoff at it? The point is like if I don't know the distance, there is no way in hell that I can calculate the time that's going to take me. There's no such thing as calculating a freaking time that's going to take me to be in the air going at a given speed if I don't know the distance. So, I mean, you can scoff at it all you want and say, "Oh, we don't know," but sorry, bro. Like, we know exactly what the distances are because we can calculate fuel. We can measure our ground speed. We've surveyed all these distances on land, done land surveys here in the United States, down to the foot. I mean, you can claim it. My every piece of data that I have ever run into and applied in my own life, flying my own damn plane, tells me different. That we do know these down to the freaking meter. Because when I pop out of the clouds at 300 feet AGL, because it's a low overcast day, and it says like my GPS and LPV approach system that I'm using says that I am within 1 meter of the center line of that runway, I better damn be within 1 meter of the center line of that runway, because if not, guess what? Smoking hole in the ground. So you can claim it. I see no evidence of any of these distances being anything different down to exactly what I've always seen them be. But like I said, my invitation is open, Jeremy. If you have evidence that we have different distances, bring it up. Because all of my evidence that I see right now that I use on a daily basis shows, yep, distances are all
Yeah,
indeed.
I'm not making a distance claim. You are, and we've already shown that
Cool.
you can't prove
So
your
guess
claim.
what?
Yeah, that is
my
cool.
claim,
We've already shown that you can't prove your.
I
Hold
prove
on,
my claim
RC. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Yeah,
I
you don't need to reverse the burden. Hold on, RC. You got an echo going. So you don't need to reverse the burden of proof on me. Falsification is independent of replacement. You've made a claim. You can't back up. Don't try to put it on me to make a claim to my number that I'm not going to be able to back up.
No, Jeremy, there's a difference between I have the claim and I have the evidence, and I only have that claim because I have the evidence. Now, you don't believe the evidence. That's a different story than not having evidence, right? Every time I get in an airplane, it matches up every freaking time with the distances that I have claimed on a GPS screen, have claimed on a map, have claimed on any other source that I would use for navigation. It is down to the freaking meter of accuracy. And so
we went through it one day.
You not believing that is really no skin off my nose. The point is like Geo asked, would my world shift change? Nope. I would just simply say, all right, what are the right distances so that I can do the correct calculations for my fuel burn?
No, it's not if I believe it or not. It's we went over the evidence and you just couldn't do it.
No, I did, Jeremy, and you just
didn't.
said I don't.
Everyone
You
heard
said
it.
I don't believe it. That's personal incredulity. It has nothing to do with me, Jeremy.
Everyone heard us go over the evidence. You couldn't do it.
Jeremy, like I said, your personal incredulity has nothing to do with me. But like I said, if you want to get in an airplane and you go up to the pilot and say, hey, all your maps, your GPS, your IFR charts, all of them are wrong. Here are the real distances. Go ahead. But right now, all of that evidence in my favor. I've shown you how all of that evidence leads us to show you, and Kojo has shown you in detail, right? With about 4 different flight plans, if I remember correctly, how none of these distances add up to a flat Earth. In fact, show the impossibility of Earth being flat. Now, you saying, yeah, but that's not proving it. Again, at that point, when you look at the evidence and you see mathematically, because we're talking about a mathematical geometric proof here, right? And you say, no, that's not good enough for me. Okay, that's your deal, right? But don't say the evidence isn't there because we presented to you 85 times.
Oh, it's not there. You tried to present it to me. You couldn't do it. Everyone heard you not be able to do it.
What did I fail to do, Jeremy, besides show you, hey, here are the actual distances. Here are the flown distances. Here are the airplanes that are flying the distances.
You failed to prove the distances.
Okay, so what distances were really flown by the actual airplanes that I showed you are flying these distances? What were the actual distances flown? Because I showed
you were unable to.
you
to prove that.
I showed you the ADSB data that showed exactly how far they were traveling. I also showed you here's the land survey data, and it was 4 terabytes worth of stuff. And you said I can't do anything with this. Okay, well, okay. The idea of you not being
you
able to
never
do
gave me 4 terabytes worth of shit. First of all, you have an echo going.
the INSAR data. You don't remember the INSAR data?
Second of all, we went to go over the evidence here live about, I don't know, it was last week probably, and everyone heard what happened. I mean, they can be their own judge.
Yeah, like I said, Jeremy, that's fine. I'm not worried about trying to see how many people I convince. I've already had plenty of people come and say, yep, this is definitely definitive proof that the Earth is definitely not flat. Thanks for presenting.
Yeah, they're called suckers.
Yeah, Jeremy, like I said, that's called your personal incredulity, because now you deem anyone who doesn't believe like you to have your incredulity as a sucker. That's more indicative of you than it is of what I've actually presented. But here's the funny.
It's not incredulity. Stop insulting me,
but here's
please.
the funny.
It's not
Here's the funny part
incredulity.
about
You're unable to present the evidence.
But here's the funny
everyone
part
heard it.
But here's the funny part about Jeremy. When I presented evidence, which I did, I gave you actual flights with actual distances and actual times in the air with actual speeds, pinged every second. And if you don't like that, guess what? Fun part about it is, doesn't matter, because you presented 0 to counter it.
You're in here talking shit about me and my incredulity, trying to demean me when everyone heard what happened and you got fucking smashed on this shit last week. So you could save all that bullshit nonsense you're spitting right now for somebody else. We all heard what happened.
Like I said, Jeremy, you think you heard what happened, and you think that me being